Okay, let's go.
Cheesy wants to do this.
You guys are nuts, man. I love you.
Bring it.
Bring it. Okay.
Bring it to the table.
Go team, go. Come on.
Go team, go.
Come on now.
Okay, right.
Ricker Racker, Firecracker, sis, boom, bah.
All right. Cheesy is expelled from the podcast.
Rah, rah, rah.
You are the worst cheerleader ever.
Dude,
I know.
seriously. That's like a cheerleader.
Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight.
You are not getting me aroused at all.
Good.
Right, okay.
Outro.
You ready?
Bring it.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is RedSunGamer, Son of a Podcast, episode 47. Today's date, September 8th. And in GTA we have...
Steve Buchan.
Okay.
Put a cap in ya.
Yeah. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really fine.
You're really
I'm
fine.
better. I'm fine for a good hour or so.
Okay, good. Because you can't stick around for the whole podcast, right?
Yeah, I got to go back to my secret game.
Oh, your waifu. No? Okay,
One of those
and
things.
in Kyoto, we have Cheesy.
What's up?
You good?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
I'm spectacular. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yes, and it's Osaka, right? We have the crazy Eric.
Not a prefecture, actually, but close enough.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good,
How you-
man. I'm good. As I said before, I'm spectacular.
Very good, very good.
Very good. And it's not Hiroshima, is it, Elliot?
No.
Nagasaki.
It's Nagasaki, right?
Yeah, Nagasaki.
That's the other place. Right, Nagasaki. Elliot, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. Hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, God. It's Saturday night, so I think everyone's been
what
drinking,
when you do it
right?
on a Saturday.
Right. Have you been drinking? Who's been drinking? Hands up.
Hello. I'm drinking right
Sí,
now.
señor.
Not me.
Muy bien.
Hello.
Yeah. So Red Sun Gamer hasn't been around for a little while. We've been away. It was the summer holidays in Japan, summer vacation time,
days.
especially for people who teach. Myself, Elliot, and Eric.
Mm-hmm.
We teach, so we've had like 60 days of feet up time, I guess.
Sort of.
Sort of. Well,
I've actually had to go in and sit around for a bit, but
you get paid, right?
I did get paid, and I took a week off to go up to Osaka. So
Oh,
I played with Elliot for a little while.
yes, me, Eric, and Mehdi had some fun times together.
oh, you played on the Wii.
No,
Well, there
well,
were
I mean,
some.
I guess you could call it.
Nice. Well, I went home, and Stephen is
Went
like
back to the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I found out that Stephen's my stalker because I walked into him in England. Hello, Stephen.
How you doing?
You must have been
Thanks.
following me. Were you following me?
It was a treasured stalking moment.
It was, wasn't it? It was great. And then we had
I
fish
didn't know
and
those
chips.
existed.
Oh, then we had fish and chips in good old
We
England.
did. We had a spot of cod.
A spot. It was more like a meter of cod, right?
It was definitely a feast. It was a Chinese emperor's feast.
It's like you guys are speaking a foreign language right now.
But you don't know what cod is?
Oh, okay.
It's a type of
COD.
fish.
Yeah, I got that. All right.
Not
Yeah.
cash on delivery.
What is
mind
a
you.
type of fish for 500?
Cash on
It's
delivery.
not that difficult of a question.
What, Stephen came all the way from Japan to deliver something for me?
Yeah.
I guess that makes him a courier, right?
Yeah, Stephen.
Oh.
Commonwealth courier. Well, they do eat curry, so I need the curry.
Oh,
So was the food over there jolly good or what?
It was. I cannot complain about
It
any
was
of the food I
savory.
eaten.
Say savory is the word.
Do they even use the word savory over there?
Yeah.
When you got a mouthful of crumpets and bacon.
This is savory.
It's quite savory.
Crumpets,
Savory.
scones,
Hey, guys, this is
clotted
Savory.
cream, jam.
Savory.
Jam, clotted cream,
Yeah, afternoon tea.
Savory.
some scones.
Yeah, it's all good,
Can I have
man.
a crumpet or a scone?
I don't be
It's all
trying.
good.
Don't try and do an English accent, cheesy, please.
Okay. Okay.
'Cause I will cut you
drop
off
it.
right now.
My name is Sean Savory.
You're right.
Oh, hey, wait! I can hear Sean Connery.
Sean Savory.
There he is.
Anal bum cover.
This is terrible.
I'll take the rapists for $500.
That's how your mother likes it.
What's going on? Right.
Okay.
Stop. The
This is
mind's
spiraling
racing.
out of
Stop.
control, right? And I kind of like it.
Yeah, so I did go there, and after was eight 8 glorious days in England, a spot of Belgium and a spot of Francais. But the time in England was the best. I gotta say, there was a lot of people in Japan who are like, "Why are you going to England?
Yeah, I know.
Spend all your time in England. You should be going through Europe." But I don't know. The final verdict was, yeah, I wouldn't mind. A Commonwealth. Add me to the Commonwealth. I'd be quite happy.
It's a nice country, right?
What's that?
It's a nice country, right?
It's beautiful. I mean, everyone's saying it's just going to be rain all the time.
No, not.
But, we had some long. They call them. You never hear this on the news for weather in America, but they call them sunny intervals.
Right.
We have a sunny interval between 2 and 3 and 5 and 6.
Wait a minute. Sunny interval, isn't that another way to describe a day?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Usually 12 hours long.
Yeah, I mean, it's when
we have some long
bright,
sunny
fiery orb is in the
They have
sky.
7 days over the past 7 hours.
Sun showers, right? Sun showers, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we did have one where it just sort of came and went right through, but we were communing with horses out in the pasture, so it kind of lent to the experience, enhanced it in a way. But I gotta say, life in Tokyo can be kind of rough. So my second day in England, we were running through this like Henry Moore outdoor museum, running with this sheep, and that was like the coolest thing ever. Just running with sheep. And it's quite therapeutic because in Japanese... Did you shout
mint sauce?
What's that?
If you shout mint sauce, they run away.
If you shout mid-sauce?
Mint sauce. It's an English joke, sorry.
Okay.
Then they get all sheepish.
All right, that's the end of this episode.
The thing is in Japanese, they say nei, which is, in Japanese, you say nei for when you agree with somebody. So you just go out there and, complain about all your troubles, and they're just going, nay.
But they actually, in English, they say ba, right?
Okay, nay.
Ba.
But so after I got that out of the system, I still needed some deep, deep cleansing because life in Japan can be really rough. So I think I talked about it once on the prior podcast, but I went to this place called Trufitten Hill, which is like the official barber of the royal family, or like the Duke of Edinburgh, which is like the Queen's
Edinburgh.
The Queen's
Edinburgh? Where's that? You mean Edinburgh?
Right. Oh God.
Edinburgh. It's like in Germany or something. Well,
Edinburgh and Scheisen.
Yeah, well, they are kind of German descent.
Yeah, there's a lot of that back and forth. So I went there, and I just wanted to get originally a straight blade, wet shave, which is these little old style of, it's kind of like a lost art. It's not like the big razors that you can get down at the convenience store when you run down to get your prepaid Nintendo cards, but it's the real proper blades, and they was just going to do that. I figured that would be like a really cool thing to do, but I checked the website and they had like this 100-minute like ultimate experience type of thing on there for 145 pounds, which is like, what would that be in Japanese yen or American dollar, Martin?
About Niman, yeah. About $210.
That sounds about right for 100 minutes. But it was kind of embarrassing. But it was a haircut. It was a pedicure. It was a manicure. They do the full shave and like some facial thingy. But what was funny is when they do the shave, usually, they just like you apply hot water or something like that. But they've got these like huge like body size oshiboris, which are like the hot towels, and they just throw them around your head and cook it for like 3 minutes. And after he did that, he started applying the stuff, and you're just kind of really relaxed. And this guy who was cutting the hair and doing all the thing. He was from Romania. He lived in London for 11 years, which is as long as I lived in Tokyo. So we kind of had some
Nagoya.
experiential overlap. So he was like, he knew I was really pumped up to be there, and he whispers into my ear at one point. He's just like, look to your right. That's and I couldn't hear what he said because he was whispering so quiet. He's like, that's the Dagatran. I'm like, who? Looks over. He's like, that's the Duke of Kent. And I look over, and it's just an old guy in his 70s. And so here I am, just getting a random haircut one time because this is the official barber, though. And he's like, that's the Duke of Kent sitting right to your right, getting it. What do you say? What's the English phrase, Martin? Raising your ears, lowering your ears.
Yeah, that's the English term. We say lowering your ears. Lowering your ears.
So he's getting his ears lowered.
Yep.
So I was just like, oh my God. And I look up at the wall, and there's a picture of him, sure enough, right there.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty cool slice of life in Europe.
Yeah, he's a member of the British royal family. He's the grandchild of King George.
He's a cousin of Queen Elizabeth, I think, is what it is.
No, he's the grandchild of King George V.
There you go. You're doing the wiki.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, cool. So he was there. I didn't understand a word he said, though, because he's just like...
Hang on, was it
just like... I'm just like, yeah. I mean, I would never know what to say if the emperor of Japan just suddenly popped up. I would. How do you break in a conversation? We have none of that so-called experiential overlap. I mean, what would you say? But
yo, you like games?
Yeah,
I like games.
How's the bald head treating you? Does it get cold in the winter?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Try that one. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know. I just kind of admired him from looking straight ahead, but my eyeballs were all the way to the right, just kind of checking him out. But he was in and out real quick because he didn't have much hair.
Yeah, exactly.
He was just getting the straight hair. I was getting the royal treatment. So to speak.
He had a spit and polish, eh? So he got a shining on his bald head. Spit and polish.
Yeah, just a little spit polish there.
Yeah.
I did catch that he did visit Greece recently, probably to slap them around. Financial woes. And that's kind of like
Greece lately.
Financial underpinnings of the EU. I don't know, but it was very savory. The whole thing, the whole experience was
savory.
Oh, it's yeah. So you enjoyed England then?
Anyway, so I'm back to the Japanese grind.
Okay.
Thank you, Daima.
Yeah, it was good to be home. I went to see my mom, my sister, my brother. It was good. I went to Stonehenge.
Wrong queen. Oh, you went to Stonehenge? We didn't get up that.
Henge, not edge.
Stonehenge. That'd be a very different experience.
That's like a cliff, right?
The hedge of stone.
Long ago.
I got that in my backyard.
No, Stonehenge is weird. It's
nobody knew who they were or what they were doing.
Is that your documentary voice? I changed
Druids.
Druids.
Oh goodness. Yeah.
25 druids.
So did you? I saw your picture where you had it so that your baby looked like it was bigger than the stones.
And
he was trick angle,
and he's crawling away from it. Like
he's crawling away from them.
So it looks like he's being scared by the spirits, and he's kind of got like this worried look on his face. So it's kind of amusing.
It was a great picture. Actually.
Yeah, it's. I enjoyed my time there. It's a place I've never been to, but like I kind of always wanted to go because it's like mysterious and stuff. So
spooky.
Yeah, so it's kind of spooky.
Did you visit the Cotswolds?
I went to the Cotswolds as well. Such a beautiful.
That's a beautiful area. I was just gobsmacked the whole way because it's just all these little villages, one after another. It's like a little church, and it's got the old houses, and
they're all made out of stone.
Yeah, it is.
Like some of the houses are like 300 years old, 400 years old. It's like it's just
every single architectural structure was older than America. Walked through this.
Jeez.
Pretty much.
But I mean, coming from the Midwest, we're just have cornfields as far as the eye can see, but you have these. It's just the landscape is just undulating constantly, ups and downs, and you have these hedgerows,
stay off the moors.
Mixed in with you have essentially the same crops we have, just like corn and whatnot and soybeans and all that, but there's just a whole lot more going on, in your landscape, and it was awesome.
Yeah. I'm pretty proud of my country. I mean, most people just they listen to other people on like other podcasts or the news or whatever, and they just take it for like they just say, oh, well, the food's crap or whatever, and you're like, well, it's not if you go to the right places. I mean,
Right.
You can say that about like almost any country in the world. Oh, the food was crap. It just depends where you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you go to the tourist traps, I mean, you're basically screwed in any country, I would say.
Because you're not really experiencing the country at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, all of the food I had was absolutely amazing. I mean,
What was the big treasured treat for you?
it's a Sunday roast,
Yeah, I had the Sunday roast in Oxford.
right?
Yeah.
Did you
At
have
the
a
Turf Tavern. Yeah.
in a pub, right?
In a proper pub.
Yeah. So
Oh my God, it
yeah.
was an epic meal.
Yeah, exactly. So no, if you go to the right places, like English food is amazing.
I think it's really hard because, like you were just touching on, everything is 300 years old. So it's like if you go to Japan and you see an old establishment, you can kind of like, oh, they say in Japanese, shinisei, like this is probably been passed down generation to generation, and you're pretty much guaranteed a quality meal. But because every single building is really old, like as a person who doesn't really know England,
what,
you have
yeah.
you're like what criteria do you use to decide if it's really good? But
Well, look
friend
on
said,
yeah,
oh, yeah, go ahead.
look on the sign and see where it says established, or if it says
right.
and son. If it's like and son, you know it's being passed down generations and stuff. So
There you go.
so
There
yeah,
you go.
that's what you look.
It's
for.
like little cues like that, and you're guaranteed a good time.
yeah.
And we pretty much established was what we ended up doing.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad my country was
It was great to see you, and you have lost about 20 pounds. so,
25.
wow.
Yeah, get in,
Gamer paced.
dude.
So what isn't that in stones?
Stone. I don't know. I don't count stones anymore.
Okay.
That's an English term of weight. I don't know. I only know kilograms now. That's what I weigh myself in. It's what the
Not to
Japanese.
be
would be-
confused with pounds.
No.
1.78 stones, Martin.
Oh, you just converted it.
I just converted it right
The
in my
engine, the
head.
power of the internet.
Okay.
No, in my head.
1.78 stone. I lost.
Yep. That's a heck of a stone. That's a stone and some change.
That's like every game from El Shaddai to the 3DS launch. It's a lot of gamer paced.
Okay, so I reckon we should get into games because Steven hasn't got long.
What?
You haven't got long. You got to be like kicking out soon, right?
Yeah.
You got the waifu with you, so yeah. Let's
That girlfriend.
and the girlfriend too.
Okay.
Is the girlfriend's like a big long pillow, right?
You're getting me confused with another podcaster on our podcast.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. So. Yeah. Next. Okay. So, Stephen, what have you been playing? Actually, you were on a plane for 12 hours going to the UK. Did you play anything on the plane?
Yeah, I played Super Mario Brothers pretty much the whole way.
Oh, so what? You finished it totally?
No, I mean, like I've been trying to. I'm really close to getting. This is embarrassing, but I'm close to getting the stars to get, or having enough stars to get the Star World. So that's embarrassing when I'm in the presence of Cheesemeister.
Right.
Master.
Actually, can I step on the brakes for a minute?
Yeah.
Quickly?
Yes.
I forgot to ask the opening question.
I think Eric is crying.
Yeah.
Do we need to ask that, or should we keep going, or go?
No, I want to do the opening question because Eric's kind of weird and crazy, and I like to.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to hear what he's got to say. This is it's going to make me laugh. So yeah, Eric, take it away,
Go
man.
for it.
Okay, so here's our opening question. If you were a Sega console, which Sega console would you be?
What?
This is good. This is good, actually.
If you were a Sega console, which Sega console would you be? Now, I think I would be a Game Gear because I've run out of juice in about 15 minutes.
That's what your wife says, right?
Actually, she says about 5.
That's like the champagne of gaming
Oh.
of hardware.
Damn.
It's a good 5 minutes, but it's,
Bubbles run out.
very, very, very few bubbles.
No more effervescence.
Very colorful, but not so long. Not so long.
Okay.
Pretty big, though.
That's pretty big. Okay, I'm gonna be a Sega Nomad.
Lasts longer if you stick it in a flute glass.
Okay, I'm gonna be a Sega Nomad because I've got a few extra pounds and I'm like hanging over the side. So the Sega Nomad, when you put the Mega Drive or Genesis cartridges in, they hang over the sides, right? So there you go. That's me.
I'm gonna go with Sega Saturn because I'm that console that, at first everybody's just kind of like, Sega Saturn, I guess it's all right. But then as time passes, people look back and they realize, wow, Sega Saturn was a pretty cool guy. I want to hang out with Sega Saturn more. Let's hang out with Sega Saturn.
So you're the guy who just all of a sudden goes, hey guys, I'm here.
Well, more like I'm the guy that I'm there and like people are like, oh, he's cool. But no one's really like, oh man, he's the best. But then they're like, oh man, Sega Saturn. And that is me.
Okay, right. Cheesy? Have you thought of something yet? Or are you sitting there going, what the hell?
Well, some of that, but I think I'll have to abstain on this one in protest of the Genesis does what Nintendo don't commercials.
Ooh.
So you didn't enjoy them commercials, and as a kid you used to throw stuff at your TV?
Basically, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Anyways, Stephen, back to the plane. You're on the plane, right?
Yeah.
And you're feeling embarrassed. No?
Right. So yeah. Well, Cheesy's like he's close to. I don't want to steal the win out of his sale, but you're close to getting like 1 million coins, and here I am like just about enough stars to get to Star World.
Yeah, I've got 966,000 now.
Holy crap! You've been playing that way too much.
I haven't been playing it lately because no one is playing anything other than level 1 packs.
Still,
yeah, it's all I ever get on the Street Pass. It's like, come on, people, play some level 2 or 3 packs, please.
You need to move to a new area, or find a new commute.
Yes, find a new commute.
Get a new job, darn it. Get a new job to find more Mario.
No.
So carry on, yes, Steve.
Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of had a Breaking Bad binge, so I was watching mostly Breaking Bad episodes on the air.
Yeah, well, that's games, isn't it?
What's that?
Nothing. Being an idiot.
Carry on.
An idiot.
So, but yeah, actually, and then I went to plug in when I got to England. I plugged it in with my Japanese adapter.
Uh-oh.
And naughty things happened.
Such as?
So, well, it wouldn't charge.
Yeah, no, the charge is region locked, I think.
Are you in Europe? Do you need an adapter?
Well, yeah. Well, I did. I put mine in a step-down converter, which like converts everything, even my video cameras or whatever. That it does everything. But the only thing that doesn't work in it is a Nintendo 3DS. Everything else I've got worked in it.
Oh no!
Also, like in Japan, the voltage is what 100 volts, 110 volts.
Yeah.
And then in UK, it's
240.
Yeah.
But no, I had a Japanese hairdryer, Japanese like curling tongs and stuff like that the wife uses, and it all works fine. And they're only 110 only. So the 3DS is power region locked as well.
Yeah, the lesson to be learned was always
look on the bright.
Always bring a USB adapter.
Yep.
That was it. But a lot of people said you probably fried the poor adapter. But I did bring it home and plugged it in. It was okay. So,
price is subverted.
Just a break.
So what? Yeah, I was a bit distraught to say the least because that was my original 3DS adapter.
Were you able to use a European AC adapter for it, or not?
And then I tried the converter, but that did not work.
Mm-hmm.
So we brought a converter to use, and we tried that. Multiple different converters, and none of them worked.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what I needed to get was a UK power adapter.
Right. But you didn't get one?
And I didn't get one. So because of that, I hardly played any games. Because I ran out of juice on the flight over. Well, I had a little left. So
okay, so when you go back to Japan,
some lessons to be learned.
So when you go back to Japan, you kicked back into Tokyo Jungle, right?
Not really kicked back into it, but it's coming out in the States. It's coming out in the West. So you guys are in for a treat finally. And they got this downloadable content for the salaryman, yo.
So is
I
this
bought
going to
him.
turn out well because like you can breed in the game? So
Oh god.
So this is what I was
weird.
most interested in.
Yeah,
I was like,
me
there
too.
are a plethora of interesting possibilities right here. Let's see what they do. First of all, the guy is a herbivore. No, they didn't.
Oh wow.
This is a new trend, the herbivore, the social kuke. They say in Japanese for like
That's
the
why the
wussy
population is
salaryman.
It's a little bit more complex than that, but yeah.
So I don't know why the herbivore salaryman was the one who survived, but yeah, and he's running around. He's in his suit, and he's just kind of leaping around, like kind of close to all the jumping styles of everybody else. But I was a bit gutted to see that they didn't really make anything unique for him like that. And his attacks, he would do like these dive attacks and stuff like that. Just like, okay. But so I was really interested to see the mating scene.
Oh god.
There is no
Put that one on record, guys.
Here's it's kind of disappointing. I'm just going to say it right now.
there's no cops involved.
I'm
No.
not going to try to build this one up. You have to basically go to all the different territories within a single area, and once you get all those territories, then you attract a mate, right?
Wait, so you have to mark your territory?
This is normal. Yeah, you have to mark your territory normally, but instead he just kind of walks up to them. There is no actual marking. They did have that in the original build for Tokyo Jungle, where they actually went to the bathroom on it, but they got rid of that. Instead, they just sort of sniff the area, and then that becomes their area, which is kind of stupid. But for him, yeah, it's the same thing. He just kind of walks up to these areas inexplicably, and once he's got all the areas, suddenly he can go to the nest. There's no female salary woman.
What?
Does it not go like brown like
Brown,
No.
yeah, brown chicken, brown cow. Yeah, there is no brown cow.
No.
It's kind of
Hope
so
not.
he goes up to the nest, and they didn't make like a little capsule or like some cool little graphic would have been so appreciated, like a little capsule up there or something, like capsule hotel capsule or something. But he just sits down in the hay, and like kind of
Rolls
Indian
around by
style, and then the
himself.
screen gets dark.
Does he not roll in it? He has a roll in the hay.
No, he just sits down.
Oh man, so many missed opportunities.
I know.
So he just sits down in the hay
There
and it
weren't
goes
like
dark.
any little salaryman around him or anything like that.
Like a big jerk circle.
Yeah, like Mini-Me or something. They're running like Mini-Me.
Oh, so he sits down in the hay and it goes dark.
He's just on Indian style in the hay, I think, and that's it. I was like, what?
That's
how it
next.
works in
I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's
I
garbage.
just wanted to let you know that's how I was just so disappointed. And you
That's
gotta
so
talk
depressing.
about highs and lows of Japanese gaming. That was the low.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, right. By yourself.
Yeah, that would have been.
you know,
You don't need a salary, man.
Hold on, that sounds pretty apt for the sexual life of most salarymen, wouldn't you think?
No, I mean even if a salaryman's got a flashlight, right? You didn't even have a flashlight.
Yeah, I mean,
This is depressing.
Didn't even get a magazine out or nothing. You know, I mean,
I know.
Next.
That was just.
I mean, in Japan, you can walk up.
Could have gone a long way if it was clever, but
Right in Japan, you can walk up to a vending machine and pull out a magazine from a vending. He didn't do anything like that. So yeah, so many missed opportunities.
I mean they couldn't. I didn't want them to get lecherous with it or get so dirty, but
they weren't even funny.
I don't know. Like Mortal Kombat had babalities. Like you could have done something.
Yeah, well, it didn't. So next, move on.
Okay, right.
That's
Not my
disappointing.
fault.
Yeah, no, next. Had enough.
What would you
Yoshida's going to
talk
get it.
about? What's that?
Yoshida's going to get it.
Okay, right.
Next, come on.
What else would you like to talk about?
Well, you teased us before saying, I got a secret game. So,
Well, no, go on to what Elliot's been playing lately.
I've been playing a lot of things, actually. I actually finally beat Persona 4 the Golden.
oh my
I
God.
know.
What?
Hell just froze.
How many
I
hours?
hate you.
How many hours?
I thought I was finished at around 60, but then I wasn't until around like 85.
Wait, so you mean extra content?
Well, just 85 hours. I'll just leave it at that. And I'm going to avoid spoilers because on the internet, actually, Atlas put up an ad saying if you post any spoilers past December in game, then they're going to send an evil version of Teddy to go kill you. So I'm not going to spoil.
Break down the door during the podcast, murder you.
And throw me into the TV. But I will say that in everything but name only, this is essentially Persona 4 Fez. Kind of like how Persona 3 got an update with tons of new content. This is pretty much the same thing, and even though they've avoided advertising it that way, there's kind of a reason for it, because past a certain point it just becomes spoilers. But there is a lot here and a lot they haven't talked about, and even if you've played this game before, you should probably pick this up. But I was pretty much glued to my Vita for like the last 20 hours of the game.
So how many hours did you get into it before you stopped? And then did you play, when you restarted again, did you play all the way to the end?
Yeah, when I restarted it, I played all the way to the end because I beat Naruto no Kiseki and I didn't really have an RPG to play. So I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I haven't finished Persona 4. And I went back to that. And it was just
what month were you on? What month and day were you on when you stopped playing?
When I stopped, I was in...
Were you in October or so?
Oh, I was right before the school festival.
Okay.
So September, October, yeah.
So I'm at the beginning of October, and it's where it starts to get really hard. And because you're a mean person, you never offered to help.
Yeah,
so
that's really hard.
Because I went into it really hard. But I had because I'm morally high grounded, I don't go onto the internets and look at things. What I'm asking you, if you could be totally honest with me here, and just throw your pride aside for a second. When you're on your first playthrough, did you go on the internet and look things up?
Yeah, I did. Certain things.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing spoilerish.
Not spoilish. I mean, in terms of how you, I kind of get to from like intermediate, like basic to like advanced, intermediate, advanced level for combat.
Yeah,
like
I did. I looked up some Persona stuff, like what personas create, like really, like if you combine them, what creates a really useful Persona, stuff like that.
See, that's exactly where I stopped playing it because I didn't want to look online. Yet I know I have to do something.
I mean, the thing is,
I'm dying left and right.
You can pour a lot of time into doing that, and depending what type of gamer you are, you may not want to spend that time sitting in the Velvet Room combining.
Because I don't want to, so that's why I hit a brick wall.
But yeah, I looked up stuff, just nothing spoilery. I mean, there are guides out there that are specifically just like Persona, like creating guide, stuff that's completely separate from the actual main game. But
yeah, I've looked up stuff too when I'm playing, and they really nicely separate everything. Like there's story facts, and then there's guides for this, guides for combat, guides for items, guides for the
What would be the best guide to look at for that sort of thing? Because that's without being spoiled, but get like a little bit of upper hand.
Honestly, I don't have one off the top of my head, but I just go to Game Facts and look at the Persona Fusing fact or whatever ones they have.
Persona Fusing, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets really hard. If you ever, guys, I think you're going to get the game eventually when it comes out in English for the Vita, right?
Me, I don't know.
Oh,
maybe I don't know. I'm not too sure. Depends on how well it's translated.
Well, the original game was really well localized, and it's that same localization except with the new stuff. So I mean, honestly, I thought it was a pretty fantastic localization effort. The original Persona 4.
Okay.
Do you think it's a good game though if you're compelled to go online and look at that sort of stuff? To me, because I got
you don't have to. But I mean, the game is the sort of type that has a lot of micromanagement to begin with.
When someone like you, though, who I consider really into games, though, says yes, I did. To me, that means you kind of
for me though,
to.
that was a matter of time, and like I could do this, and this will probably be fun if I do it. but I'm also in college and I have stuff to study for. And so it was one of those things where it's like, oh, if I was if it was in like the middle of the summer and I was playing this, I would just play.
See.
Right. I mean, I don't really have an issue. I'm one of those gamers who doesn't have an issue looking at facts for things if I'm having like a little bit of trouble. I won't play a game with a fact in front of me, but like I don't have any sense of pride or like stuff like that when it comes to just, I need some help here and I don't want to sit here for 7 hours not knowing what to do.
Right.
Because sometimes you just miss something. Like, even if the game is spelling it out to you, I'll have moments where I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing? And I'll look on a fact and it's like, oh, I was just not reading.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, because like something like that can like basically take your opinion of the game right down to the gutter because you've missed one thing, you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And you're like F this game. But
yeah,
if you
that's kind of where I'm at right now.
If you use a fact and you go, oh, you idiot. You complete idiot. And then you can carry on and continue enjoying the game. But yeah,
that's way better. You know?
That's way better than like sitting there. Like
I can understand, like for whatever reason, you can't figure it out, but the answer's right in front of the guys. But getting your head wrapped around this persona fusing is a pretty
It's difficult, and I mean you have to be using the persona registry a lot, like making sure all of the personas that you get are recorded so that you can easily resummon them to experiment. And if that's something you haven't been doing since the beginning, then that's one of those things where it's like, oh, I probably should have been using this.
I'm screwed.
Because then it's like, oh.
So I'm pretty much like, that picture of that persona looks kind of cool. I'm going to pick him.
The problem is that, like, if you just have, like, maybe 10 or 15 personas, and, like, those are the only ones you have on you, and then you go into your registry, and, like, you have nothing in there, that means all you can do, you can only fuse from what you have. You can't go back to other personas. You can't go back to Pixie unless you go out and catch, Pixie all over again.
Right.
So it's like, the whole game is a lot of micromanagement, and if you haven't sort of been balancing the different things, then it's like you come to a point where it's like, oh, okay, I need some help here because I don't know what I'm doing. And that's not necessarily a fault of you or the game. It's just a matter of this is the type of game it is. And, if you haven't been paying attention to this element, even just a little bit, then it'll come back a little bit later to be like, oh.
So it's not too late. I mean, because you're saying if I don't have all those extra personas, can I be in trouble? Okay.
No, because you can go back to any of the dungeons. So it's never really an issue.
That's good.
But just going back to what I was saying, there's a lot of additional content they don't talk about that has a pretty big effect on the game. And I would highly advise, without spoiling, everybody to do the I know in Japanese it's Mari, the new character, to do her social link as soon as you can, just so you get it out of the way. But yeah, to do her social link, because hers is really cool and she's really well written. But I mean, the game is great. It's pretty much Persona 4 Fez. And I know a lot of you guys out west are going to have a really good time with this. Because I actually had trouble finding another game to play after I beat it. I think I beat it in the middle of the day on a weekend. And I just kind of put my Vita down and was like, what do I follow this up with? Like, what am I supposed to play next? So that was a struggle.
Are you going to go back and play, now that you can play PSP games on the Vita, are you good? Which one did you say you recommend?
Persona 3.
Persona 3? Okay.
I played that, the port of the PSP one, a couple of years ago, I think, already. So it's still a little bit too early to go back to that. But instead, I've been enjoying PlayStation games on Vita.
Speaking of PlayStation games, what was the first thing you downloaded when that new firmware hit?
First thing I downloaded, to be honest, I actually didn't have a ton of PlayStation games beforehand. I didn't actually download much from the archive. But I was looking forward to it, and some of the first stuff I downloaded, I'll tell you that right now, I have my Vita on. I think the first thing I downloaded was Xenogears.
Okay. How does that look on the screen?
It looks good. I mean, Xenogears is always kind of a pixelated game.
Right.
It looks fine. I also grabbed Grandia, Symphony of the Night, Resident Evil 2, Rival Schools, Silent Bomber, Vagrant Story, Wild Arms, and Chrono Cross.
That's
Chrono
a lot of
Cross looks so
RPGs.
good.
That's
Chrono
a lot of
Cross looks so
RPGs.
good on screen.
Have you got enough time to play all that?
Well, I figured I'd want to have them on me at all times because these are some of my favorite.
That's really awesome to having it at all times.
I mean, honestly, there's something to be said to like turning on your Vita, flipping through the screen. I have like one page set to my Vita games, and then the next page is like PC Engine stuff and like PSP, and then like the next page is just all PlayStation games. And I mean, there's something to be said.
Out of everybody here, who's bought a game?
I have.
Yes.
Me too.
I bought
yes.
like 5, I think.
So, Eric, what did you buy?
Everyone's bought them.
I bought Chrono Cross, Grandia, Saga Frontier 2, and Final Fantasy 9.
Nice.
Are these games that you've played before?
Only Chrono Cross and Final Fantasy 9, but I never played them in Japanese.
Ah, right. And you only played games
nice.
in Japanese now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing for me. I've never played any of these games in English, Japanese, so this is kind of an experience.
Okay, Cheesy, did you buy anything? You did, right?
Yeah, I got Final Fantasy VII.
Uh-huh. Is that the only one you bought?
Yes, so far.
I thought Final Fantasy VI was the better one.
It is, but the PS1 version of
get
Final
it.
Fantasy VI is pretty lousy.
That's a piece of crap.
So I would sooner get that on the 3DS Virtual Console.
Ah, right.
Okay.
If Super NES games ever come to the 3DS.
What was the reasoning behind Final Fantasy VII? Then?
Uh,
Have you played it before?
I have played it before in English. I haven't played it all the way through in Japanese yet.
Right.
And
So-
it's sort of legendary, not legendary, but
Well, I mean,
the English version is kind of a little bit wonky.
this guy are sick.
Yeah, and there's some like blatant like mistranslations that like change the fates of certain characters and what happens to them as well.
No way.
Yeah, because they take liberties with things like, oh, he died, and in the Japanese it's like, oh, he's not here anymore, and then he shows up later, and it's like,
Right, nice.
you know, early SquareSoft translations.
So-
a little bit.
So, Stephen, you were not a PlayStation gamer, right? Back in the day?
Well said, yes. That's one way of putting it.
Right. So, this is your first
Foray.
endeavor into
My first,
PlayStation.
yeah.
And what
Right.
did you download?
So I scoured it, looked long and hard. I looked through every single thing. And,
First of all, the Japanese store, or
Yes, I did. And I went and got the Namco Museum.
Yeehaw!
Wow.
I got my Miss Pac-Man.
Which one? There's
Galaxian.
Namco Museum NAMC or O. Which one?
Can I tell you the games on there? I mean, that would answer it. I guess Miss Pac-Man, Pac-Man, Galaga, Galaxian, Rally X, and Dig Dug with all the enhanced versions as
What?
well.
No Dig Dug 2?
I don't recall seeing Dig Dug 2 on there, but
Oh, you got robbed.
bummer, yeah.
But I gotta say, because I'm really these games are my bread and butter back in the day. So once you get to that gentle age, you know, you start to wonder whether you still got it as far as your gaming mojo.
You still got the twitch in you.
Yeah. So for me, Galaga is one way of testing whether I still have my gaming mojo, and because I've gotten past stage 30, which isn't necessarily easy. I'd say I'm pretty damn good at beating high scores on any Galaga that I see out in the wild. And one thing that I really liked about it, and this is something you could do back in the with the PSP, I found kind of researching it, but you can rotate the Vita and play it vertically.
Yeah.
Which for Galaga looks awesome. Because you play it, and then it's the playing field is sort of narrow and tall to begin with. I did try to play it normally, but in full mode, and it just completely stretched it out, and it didn't look good at all. But I was super impressed because when you flip it on your side, I mean, obviously the buttons are like up above the playing field.
So hang on. You got what? Galaxian, Dig Dug, Miss Pac-Man, Pole Position 2?
No pole position on there.
No?
It's like and I was really upset kind of, but this is what I could choose from. I don't think there's another Namco Museum on there, and it was 2,500 yen.
What?
I was really kind of disappointed with the prices, I've got to
That's
say.
crazy.
I was like
like
2,500 because I mean I've gotten the Namco Museum.
Are you sure that wasn't
For-
a PSP game?
Yeah, it was a PSP game.
Oh, okay. That wasn't
It's
a
not a
PlayStation
PS1 game.
It's not PS1 though.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. You're
Okay,
talking about something else different.
so you got Pac-Man, right? You said
Yeah,
Pac-Man
Miss
Rally
Pac-Man,
X,
which was-
New Rally X.
Yeah, Rally X, New Rally X.
Right.
I didn't try Rally X. I mean, I like the original Rally X. I don't like the enhanced versions for any of them, but Miss Pac-Man, I mean, like that. Getting to the baby stage is making sure I still have my mojo in check. So I haven't gotten to it yet, but I intend to soon.
Right.
Okay, so
Lost
you
your
haven't
mojo.
bought any PlayStation 1 games then?
So that's okay. That's a PSP game.
Yeah, okay. That's why it was expensive. Because I was going to say, most of the PS1 games are pretty decently priced here in Japan. I mean, for the most part, I think, what is it, like 600 yen for most games, except for like Square Enix tax?
But I can understand maybe that distinction, but when you look at the content, somebody's got to be thinking about this because that's too much money for something like.
But I mean, that's
games.
Namco for you, though. That's how they are.
So
Yeah, I wish they had more games than that.
Hang on. So you got Namco Museum PSP.
Yes.
Ah.
But no PS1 games.
So you didn't buy any PS1 games?
Well, that I had 2,600 yen on my account, so that wiped it.
So you never bought any PS1 games then?
You traitor.
You didn't buy any
Traitor,
PS1
traitor.
games, you muppet.
But I did have bilinear filtering on. That's
Oh, well.
It does help.
smooth those textures. Oh man.
Yeah, it makes a world of difference.
Smooth those pixels.
Does, depending on the PS1 game you're playing, it really does.
Uh-huh. And the load
Yeah.
times,
They
right?
did have a lot of downloadable games on there. I mean, like just with the Taiken bonds, the
Demo versions.
Demo version. Thanks.
Right.
It sounds like you've never been on like the PSN store on your Vita before.
Yeah, it does totally.
Yeah, I'm a noob.
Welcome.
PlayStation 1 games have been great, though.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like the US, they got like 9.
Oh man, what is that about?
It's got 9. I think like Europe got like 120 or something.
They got like
that.
60, I think.
Europe got a lot more. Europe got like 100 or so, didn't they?
Yeah, they got like over 100. I think it was about 120 that were.
And they weren't even downloadable yet in North America at that time.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing, and this is Gaff went out and did this instead of Sony, which was funny to me. Like they found like another huge chunk of games that are all playable on the Vita, provided you downloaded them through the PlayStation 3. And so there was a big thread on Gaff that like the list went from like 9 games to
like
I think
80
over
or
like
something
50.
like- yeah, something like that. But you had to leave them in bubble form, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And when they're in bubble form, you can't like archive them. So you just got a big list of bubbles on your XMB.
All I know is I was too busy looking at the Japanese list and laughing at the rest of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like mid-September, the Japanese will have like over 600 titles,
That's
Pretty
right.
much every game
That's
that
right.
they've released on the PSN period, yeah.
which is crazy. I think it just goes to show that the US just doesn't seem to care about handheld consoles. They seem to be more focused on the living room experience and fighting Microsoft. I know that's the way I see it, because they're like the potential in this handheld is like amazing. They're showing at E3 was a joke for the handheld that they've just released.
Yep.
You know, and then like the PS1 classics come out, which gamers they want to play, and then they come out like and give you like 9, quote unquote.
It's pretty much free money, you know? You're working
Yeah.
off of people's nostalgia for games that they loved, that they would love to have like on their handheld with them wherever they go. And it's like, really, you're going to miss this opportunity? And I mean, Japan had the right idea with this one by like putting up what? Cheesy, I know you were posting a lot of good information that day. It was like over 220 games the first day, wasn't it?
It was something like 291 titles on day one.
And I mean, I found a couple of games that I was looking for that I couldn't find, but for the most part, all the games that I had wanted to play on my Vita were already in the store.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that the US market just don't care, and they're more focused on the living room space. That's the way I see it. You know,
It's depressing.
yeah. So it's extremely depressing because there's a lot of quality titles out there. I mean, I don't always think, because sometimes I think, oh, I used to love this game, and I go back and play it and go, Jesus Christ, what's this? You know, I don't think they just don't seem to they don't hold.
But you don't like you're not definitely.
No, I am.
You
I mean,
take
like
kindly to retro games.
No, I do. PlayStation games, yeah, because I don't know. I grew up with them as well. I worked with them, and like these were games I was really fond of at the time, and I loved them. And then I go back and play them now, and I'm like, wow, it's so broken. It looks horrible.
That's just
well, see, that's your thing. You just said looks. If you care about graphics,
well, no, okay, yeah, but okay, not just looks, but like the design of the menus and stuff. They're so like basic and like, yeah, it just I don't know, it just doesn't hold up anymore. I'm not saying like the graphics. Obviously, the graphics are not going to hold up anymore because you're playing on a machine that's like almost 18 years old.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
Don't say
Damn.
that. Don't say that.
Damn.
Don't say that. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
So that's what I'm saying. So I do enjoy some of the games I used to play, but going back to them now, I was like, oh god, they just.
But you also have to remember that some of those games that you liked back then were probably still bad back then.
No, they weren't.
But you just liked them. That's also a possibility too.
No, I don't. Because I love Jump and Flash. Jump and Flash was amazing back in the day.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Don't lie.
See,
I think that was one of the first games that gave me like vertigo, because you were jumping so high and you could see your feet on the edge of a platform and you'd look down and you go, wow. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
give you
I like
vertigo
too. No, I love vertigo.
Yeah,
it feels real good. Yeah, I love vomiting. You like vomiting?
I don't know. The thing is, though, I'm not scared of heights. I used to rock climb and abseil and stuff like that. I didn't give a crap about heights, but this was the first game that made me feel like, wow, look at the depth, you know? And but now when I played it, because that was one of the first games I downloaded on the from the PS1 store, was Jump and Flash and Jump and Flash 2. Jump and Flash 2 is better than 1 because the controls are slightly improved. But yeah, it was like, wow.
But, I mean,
so
part of it, though,
what game do you? Yeah.
Part of it is that the experience is based around that sort of sense of like height, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
From what it sounds like, I've actually never played Jumping Flash.
Oh, you should.
Which
it's a good
means
game.
that's the sort of thing that like that can sort of, I guess, feel out of date because it's based around this one kind of visual element that, as time passes and like experiences change and graphics get better, like that no longer functions to you as like, oh my god, look how high up in the air I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas like a game that's like more focused on gameplay and atmosphere isn't necessarily going to have those problems. I don't know, because like, okay, I have Resident Evil 2 on my Vita, right? And like, you know, obviously the pre-rendered backgrounds hold up pretty well because they're pre-rendered backgrounds.
Right.
But you know, the character models are a lot. You know, obviously they were what 1998, 99, something like that, 7 maybe.
Yeah, 97, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, like, the game's atmosphere is really fantastic. You know, the music, the very subtle atmospheric music, the way you'll walk into a room and not be able to see what's in front of you, but you'll hear the shuffling. Yeah, you know, the zombies themselves, when you look at them, aren't that scary anymore. But, like, the actual game that's built around it is still pretty damn scary, even now. And, I mean, yeah, it controls like a tank, but it controlled like a tank back then, too, so.
Right. But, yeah, you knew what you're getting into with the controls for Resident Evil. But yeah, no, I mean, I am happy with the fact that I can play some of the old titles I used to love back in the day. But sometimes it's just like, oh god, it just doesn't hold up anymore. I don't know. Some people have said it. Some people agree with me. Most people don't. So I guess I'm in my own little corner, I guess.
I mean, it's on a game-by-game basis, you know?
Wait, if you didn't play those back in the day, and you're just looking at them for the first time, if you don't have that sort of relational memory to go back into that special, when you were that young playing it for the first time type of feeling, if you can't experience that, it's kind of like a lot of people with Dragon Quest. If you never played it a long time ago, you can't get that, and you can't enjoy it. You got to have that natsukashi sort of. But like, I mean,
nostalgia.
I don't
nostalgia. If you can't access the nostalgia memories and you just play it based using the criteria that you use to judge games of the current generation, I don't think you can enjoy it.
No, I disagree with that.
I don't agree with that either. Yeah.
Like there's so many games that I get that I'm sorry, but there's so many games I get that I've never played before, and like it's weird, but there's many like older games like I play back to Famicom, you know, NES era games, and there are many games I play, and I almost get that feeling like I've played this before, not like in a bad way, but I kind of remember it. It kind of feels good in that way that a game that I've played before does.
Oh, because it's
still a new
comfortable,
experience.
but you're still accessing old memories then.
I guess.
Because it's similar to another game that you played, and you're still accessing your nostalgic memories.
So yeah, I guess that can't be helped. But I mean, like even then, like it's not. I don't know. There's new experiences. I guess I would say that I still find it enjoyable. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
I go back.
If it's a genre of game, like let's say you say, "Oh, I haven't played any rhythm games whatsoever," and then finally you play a game rhythm for the first time, realize you like it, and then you want to go back into the backlog and play those. I get it. Maybe if it's a new genre you're being exposed to.
I mean,
maybe
that's true. But for instance, I only got into the 2D Castlevanias not recently, but I want to say like 5-6 years ago. And not with the DS titles, but actually I went in with Symphony of the Night first, just because I wanted to see like the what is it, Metroidvania style. And I love the game, and so I decided I want to go back and like play the original Castlevania, which is pretty difficult, pretty known for its difficulty. And I went back to it, and I never really seriously played any NES games when I was younger because I'd play them for like 5 minutes and then go to the next game type of style. But I went back to it and I had a blast with it, and it was fun, and it was.
I think just what I'm trying to impress is that there's more you than there's if you just sort of like randomly go through and go, I'm going to try this, and this, and there's going to be a lot more you than I don't know.
No, Super Castlevania, right, on the SNES was one of the first titles I fell in love with.
Oh, it's great stuff.
Yeah,
it's still great.
The music is absolutely amazing. I remember the very first time I put it in, and the opening scene, where you're walking into the castle and the drawbridge drops, and
yeah,
and then you get that.
Yeah,
that's
that theme is so great.
Oh my! I get like the hairs on the back of my neck just stand up, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, wow! That's one of the first games that really made me go, I want to get into the games industry. When I saw that and I played that for the first time, it was like back in 91, 92 when I first played it.
That color palette and the parallax scrolling of the night sky are just so impressive in that game.
Yeah, oh God, yeah, that game was unbelievable. And then what was it? Then it was Contra that came followed close by, right?
I mean, I guess listening to you guys talking right now, I guess what I'm trying to say is when I went back and I played Symphony of the Night on my Vita and I played Grandia on my Vita, I guess what I could feel in those games that I struggle to feel now in new games is that, I don't know, that feeling that every room, every object in the room was created very specifically to be there. Like in Symphony of the Night, when you go into a room and there's a chair there and there's like a window across and you can sit down in the chair, and it's just this very minor little detail in this really intricately designed visual room, and it's like, oh wow, this is so neat, this is just there, but like it's just another part of the room that somebody who was programming the game was like, let's put a chair in this room. Or when I play Grandia, there's a broom, it's like standing against the wall, and if you touch it when you're running by, it'll fall over. It's a completely inconsequential detail in the game, but it's just something that makes you feel like, oh man, they really just like, it's all about the little details, versus when you're in a game now. Not all games, obviously, but, some games you're running through a hallway and it's just, the same texture is kind of copy-pasted throughout, whatever area you're in. And I feel like that's just missing from so many games now. And, when I go back to these older games, you can still feel that. You can still feel that personal connection that I don't think you can feel quite as often now. But that's just me.
Right. Okay, so, but you're pleased with the offering of the PS1 games on the Vita, right? Having those games on you at all time is...
Oh, extremely. I've already put 10 hours into Grandia, so... So
in total, how many games have you bought?
That is a great question, monsieur.
How much money did you spend?
I have purchased... I had a lot already in my account still, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 games.
Good gravy.
But none of them only a couple of them were Square Enix games, and those were ones that were only 600 yen, so I didn't buy any games that were like 1,500 yen.
Wow, you spent 6,000 yen already.
Wow.
On PlayStation.
I mean, that's how much I paid for a single game, and I got, 10.
Yeah.
So
that's quite
I wouldn't want to be putting out a new game this week if all this stuff is coming out. I still think it's not good that you're new developers, new games are going against in competition with all these old games.
Sometimes it's not a fair fight.
This is true.
200 games versus your new game.
Hey, it made the views
and nostalgia as well, and nostalgia on top of it, you know. And then hearsay, oh, I've already played this, and then you got forums all blowing up saying, yeah, I played this back in the day, and like word of mouth spreads, and like everyone just starts buying it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games I've tried because of word of mouth for the PlayStation. Like I on Twitter, I went up and I was like, is there anything, anybody thinks I should play from the Japan store that I've never heard of? And a bunch of people gave me some really cool games that I've never heard of, like Silent Bomber, which I grabbed, and it's this really cool, like, overhead shooter that's, I don't know, it's really, really fun and interesting, but I've never heard of in my entire life. So it's just a chance to go back and, like, play really cool games that you've never gotten the chance to play.
So
that's true.
So do you like shooters?
I do. I like shooters.
Go get Philosoma.
Philosopher.
Or Philosoma. I don't know how you pronounce. I think it's Philosoma. Yeah.
I will make note of it.
How much is it?
600 yen.
Ooh,
Excellent.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's on the PlayStation 1. And
Philosopher.
Noted. Thank you.
Get that and Omega Boost as well. Omega Boost is great.
I know.
Okay.
It's an amazing shooter that no one knows of.
Yeah, Omega Boost and Philosoma. Yeah. Anyways.
Philosopher.
So, yeah. So, okay. So, shall we carry on with what
I think we should
playing?
carry on.
Okay, so let's hit Cheesy. What have you been playing, Cheesy?
Yeah, I've been playing quite a few games recently.
Righty.
I've been playing a little bit of New Super Mario Brothers 2. I played through Time Travelers on the Vita.
Mm-hmm.
All of it?
All of it, yeah.
Oh, you finished it already?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, so the last time we talked was like 3 weeks ago, so you finished the game.
I have someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Did you like all of the Back to the Future references?
No, that was great. I thought that, they really paid homage well to that movie trilogy in those, references here and there.
Right.
What was a highlight moment?
A highlight moment in that game?
Where they're paying homage to?
Oh, in terms of that, probably the jacket that Mikoto wore.
Yeah.
The Back to the Future 2 jacket?
No, the Back to the Future 1 jacket, the orange.
The puffer, right?
Life preserver.
Yeah, the
life
puffer
preserver.
jacket, right? Yeah.
You gonna jump ship?
Yeah. Dork thinks she's going to drown.
Yeah.
No, I really liked how it handled doppelgangers and...
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Wait. Someone's breaking up completely.
Electrifying. Whoa.
Electrifying.
Yeah, that's Eric. Eric, shut up. You're going into it. You turn into a Dalek, my friend. I'm going to kick you.
Spontaneously electrified itself.
Oh, shit. I just dropped all by myself. Yeehaw.
And
Talk to myself to me. Yeah,
I'm
back
sorry.
again.
Am I better?
Yeah, you better now. I just cut everyone off. It was great. So it was just me by myself talking to myself. It was great. Me, myself, and I. Is everyone back?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, we're missing.
Voices are here.
Yes, Cheesy?
Yes.
Okay, everyone's back. So carry on about your
Time travelers.
time travelers.
Yes, so I know it was discussed in quite some depth on a previous podcast, but I really appreciated how the story was developed, having 5 consecutive timelines going on, covering the different characters in the game and how they interacted with the doppelganger character, and trying to figure out just how many doppelgangers there are, which was a bit of a puzzle that you could try and figure out on your own, and eventually they do answer that for you. So it was pretty interesting how, they built up and concluded it. I mean, the storytelling was pretty well done. It was a little rough around the edges graphically. I mean, there was some seaming issues and some unblended animations, but those are pretty minor issues compared to, how well the overall game experience was presented. There are lots of decisions that you could make, branching decisions, which you could go back and reverse if you made the wrong decision, or you could, make alternative decisions, or just, see a lot of different things in the game that you wouldn't otherwise see if you didn't have the option to go back and reverse your decisions. So
They make it very easy for you to go back too, which is nice.
right. So yeah, I thought it was really well done. I don't know. Is there going to be an English version of this game?
Oof, I doubt it.
Probably not. Honestly, that type of game.
It's really text and voice intensive. So
Shibuya never got ported either. None of those games.
I really can't recommend it if you don't understand Japanese. So if you're just starting to learn Japanese, I can't recommend it. If you have finished a college course in Japanese, you might be able to try it. But yeah, it's just a lot.
Well, there is a demo, so you can always hit the demo up.
It's true.
Yeah, so if you can understand even 60% of the demo, then you should be okay.
Yeah, especially because everything is furigana, so...
Yeah, everything has furigana. You can click on the highlighted words for more detailed definitions of particular terms, which can be helpful in certain cases. But yeah, if you do know Japanese, though, it's pretty nicely done.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible that the game comes out, just because it's level 5, so they have a little bit more push than the average adventure visual novel game company would. But even then, I mean, I don't know. It's not the sort of game that I feel like would sell, and I don't think level 5 would really push out west, which is depressing. But
did it even really sell in Japan, though?
It didn't. I mean, it sold pretty crap, actually.
Is that not more reason to actually get it translated and throw it out to the West to see who picks it up? No?
I don't know, because the thing is, it really does... I feel like it really will live or die on the voice cast. And I feel like English dubs, a lot of them are really good, but a lot of them can be really bad depending on the poor choices that are made. And so if you have a bad cast, the whole game just falls to crap. Like, as good as the writing is, everybody's always talking to one another. Everybody's always having conversations. And if the voices are grating on the ears, that takes away from the whole, like, mini cinema in your hands thing that they were trying to promote. If you're muting the game all the time, it's kind of...
Right, Eric.
Yes.
Did you download a little game called HarmoKnights?
I did download that demo.
Oh, it was a demo?
The demo. I didn't get the game yet, but I downloaded the demo.
Cheesy, you also got this demo as well, right?
Yeah, I also played through the demo.
Okay. Elliot?
No, I didn't know there was a demo until
There's a demo?
an hour ago.
Steven, no?
Same.
Right,
didn't know about it.
Okay, so, Eric.
Yes.
Go.
It's a little, I guess, Cheesy, tell me if you agree with me or not, but it's like a little platforming rhythm game, right?
It is by the Pokemon team, right? Game Freak?
By the Pokemon team, yeah. And there were, I think, I got up to the boss fight in the game, and not all the modes. Well, I guess there's 2 modes, I would say. There's a platforming type, and then there's the boss mode. And the boss mode is kind of
Simon Says?
I'm sorry?
Is it like Simon Says, right?
Yeah, it's Space Channel 5-like.
Right.
And I am so bad at Space Channel 5. I could not beat the boss. I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
The boss was the dog, right? It chases you down the,
corridor.
Down a corridor, right? And then down a rock face.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. I didn't like that. I didn't like that part at all. And the opening stages were a bit easy.
Well, that's a tutorial, right?
Right. Well, there was one stage, I think. But then they opened up like a side stage. It was like the battle theme from Pokemon.
Right.
And that was fun. That was really challenging and it was really, really fun. So I can see that if you didn't really like the first level, if you thought it was too easy, when it gets harder, I think it'd be really, really interesting.
But the thing is, this is a rhythm game where it's a platformer, so you're running from left to right and you're picking up notes, right?
Yep.
Then you also get this it's like a bat, I guess, and enemies come along the screen from the right, and you have to time your hits to hit the enemies. And when you hit the enemies, another sound will come out, or if you hit the enemies at the right time, they will hit another sound icon, which is like above you that you can't reach. Even if you jumped, you couldn't get it. So if you hit the enemies at the right time, they shoot off up into the screen and actually hit the notes that you need.
For you, right?
Yeah, for you to continue the music. within the game. It's really, really well thought. The placement of the enemies is great, and then also in the background you have like cymbals and drums and stuff in the background, and you can also hit them as well. So like there's a lot of interaction in the background as well as the foreground of the enemies that are coming from right to left. So it's really fun of like trying to actually get your timing down so you can hit the enemies and the background instruments as well at the same time. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, and it looks awesome. I mean, it's got...
Is the full version, is that 1,700 yen?
1,800 yen.
1,800, yeah. I bought it.
Who's going to buy it?
I bought it.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Does it look like it's pretty long? Because I actually was following some tweets that were saying it has a lot more content than they thought it would. Like that, it doesn't feel like a little cheap download.
No, it will.
A game.
From what I can tell, I haven't played a lot of it, but from what I can tell, the map's laid out like a Mario map. You know, like the overview, and like when you go into the world, like within the world, there's like up to like 8 worlds in one world.
Oh, 8 levels in one world.
Yeah,
level 1 world. That's
8
very
levels
Mario.
in one world.
Right.
So it's very Mario-esque. But it does seem there's a lot in there, because then when you finish the stage, you can go back and do like a time attack.
Oh, that sounds like it would be fun for this type of game.
You know, a time attack, and like obviously trying to collect all of the musical notes as well. Coins, I was going to say. Coin. Right, yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. But the time attack's pretty cool as well, because as far as I'm aware, it speeds up the music ever so slightly. So it's slightly different. But yeah, I really, really, really enjoy it. I was really crappy at Space Channel 5 as well. And it took me a while to get past the dog. You know, that comes after you. But
I couldn't beat it. I could not beat it.
I got it. I got it in the end.
Eric.
I got it in the end, but it was good. You have to wait for that first cue, you know, because it goes like dun 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 dun, and so it tells you at first the rhythm, and then when it goes to the gameplay side, it does like a psh. So after it goes psh, you've got to go dun 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 again. So you have to as soon as you hear that psh sound, that's when you've got to start counting and do like the Simon Says type thing. So yeah, it is difficult to get that timing down, and if you do screw it up, obviously you get hit.
So are there like full-fledged songs, or is it just more beats?
No, it's like a whole musical score.
How do you like the music? Like, what would
It's very whimsical.
characterize it as?
It's very whimsical.
Okay.
It's very Nintendo-ish sounding like.
I can dig it.
It's nice. I'm hoping, obviously, as the levels progress, I'm hoping like more content comes into it, as in like sounds and the epicness of the music, you know. So, but it's really nice. The thing is, I don't really like about it, because it obviously you can play it in 3D or 2D, but when you're playing it in 3D, because it's a music game and you kind of tapping, every time you tap, you lose that field of view. So I felt like I was losing the 3D because I was tapping. So because your 3DS is moving when you're doing it, right? Because you're tapping to it's like a rhythmic beat. So when you're doing it, you're losing the 3D effect, and it's sometimes I'm like, whoa, you get like a little bit sick. I don't know if you play for a prolonged period, but so far I'm really enjoying it. I think it's great. My daughter loves it. She sits there laughing. It's colorful. I mean, it's very vibrant.
The graphics are nice and clean.
Yeah, they're extremely clean, and it's perfect for the 3DS and for its screen.
Sounds like I need 1,000 Nintendo bucks.
I think you sold me.
It's really good. I mean, the beginning's awesome. You played the demos, right? So you've played the tutorial, guys, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's not a spoiler because it's a tutorial. You have to play it. So like your character falls down and gets eaten by like this big fish, right?
Does?
No?
What?
Okay, so the fish runs away from you. It's like this is a
fish.
Yeah,
fish?
it's like a fish type thing.
I think you've
with
lost
legs.
them.
Anyways, it runs away
Are you
from
playing
him.
the same game?
Yeah, because it eats your rabbit. Because you got a little rabbit friend, right?
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on?
What game are we playing now?
It's the same friend. You got a little rabbit friend, right?
There's a rabbit.
Yeah, the rabbit. So he gets eaten by this big fish.
Wait. Can you guys both name the games you're playing?
HarmoKnights.
Yeah, HarmoKnights. Anyways, so the rabbit gets eaten by this big fish. The fish runs away, and as it's running away, it's pooping out monsters, which you got to smash. It's really funny. It's just a poop thing. I don't know. Oh well.
So what you're saying is you like poop.
I like smashing poop. It's like
I think you sold me on the game.
I really recommend it. I mean, for 1,800 yen, it's a bit of a steal. It looks great. It plays great. It sounds good. It's fun. Visually, it's great. The only thing I didn't like about it was the voiceover. I think the voiceover was the English guy who designed it.
Mm-hmm.
I think because he sounds like someone from an ECC teacher.
Trying to enunciate everything.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's the whole thing sounds like an English production for like an ECC or something like that.
Yeah, all the audio and a lot of the screen text is in English.
Yes.
Cool.
And it just reminds me of something like Japanese kids, how they learn English, and the voiceover, and there's a woman's voiceover as well, and it just sounds like an ECC joint. It just doesn't grind with me. I don't know. It seems slightly off. I don't know, but anyways, it's a great little game. I
definitely want to support it because they don't let Game Freak out of their cage all that often. So
no, they don't. Right.
So whenever they have the chance to make a non-Pokemon game, it seems like they go all out.
Right. Well, for this price, it's a great little. It's definitely worth it. Is this coming to the West?
I don't think it's been announced.
I can't imagine it wouldn't.
I can't imagine it wouldn't either.
I know it's not out yet. That's for sure.
Right. Okay. But yeah, it's a great game. I wholeheartedly recommend it.
I'll have to get another points card because I've only got like 1,000 yen on my account or something.
Well, I had 1,000 yen.
Podcast.
I had 1,000 yen on my account because Nintendo gave me 1,000 yen some time ago, and it's been sitting there ever since. Like I've been sitting there going, "What do I spend this on?" And then the Nintendo Direct came on, and then the demo came out. And then as soon as I played the demo and I got past the first tutorial, played the first real level, I went, "I'm buying it." So I just switched the demo off straight away, and then just went and bought the full thing. It was worth it.
How many hours are you into it?
Well, I'm not any hours into it. I'm probably about one.
Okay.
I'm probably about an hour into it. But yeah, the world's changing. It's getting more diverse. The music's getting more epic. The enemies are coming thick and faster. You know, it's amusing. So, I mean, I've actually plugged it into my my stereo, the hi-fi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just to get the full effect. Sitting there playing it. Yeah, so go buy it. It's a great little rhythm game, so go buy it. Speaking of rhythm games, Elliot.
Hey!
Hatsune Miku!
Yeah! Oh, yeah, son! Hatsune Miku in the house, y'all!
Oh, boy.
Get him out of the house.
This is for the Medis and the Kyles of the Japanese world.
To Medi, that game is a jewel to you.
I am speaking for the both of them tonight.
You think you can fairly represent Medi? I don't know.
Yo, I can represent Hatsune Miku, yo. All right, she knows what's up.
Does
Girl's
she?
Fine.
Martin, you got to say something. You got it.
No, I sold it.
No, but you bought it.
First,
Come on, let's fess up.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I got there to the store at 11:55, and the store was already jam-packed.
Wait, you're talking about they had like a midnight launch?
No, the store has like a midnight launch for anything and everything. So I was in the store for like the midnight launch, and it was full of geeks. I mean, so much so that outside in the parking lot there was cars with like stickers and stuff all over them with like Miku and other
BO concentration levels,
Moe games
charts.
and stuff like that. You know, so yeah, damn. So I was in there and I felt dirty. It was great.
Okay, well, some context. Hatsune Miku is one of the many Vocaloid music programs that you can use to compose your own music on top of whatever instrumentals you have. A lot of really good musicians have used the program to sort of give their music a vocalist when they can't find one, because there's a lot of Japanese indie music, but it's kind of hard for people to get together across the country. And of course, like, all of these programs have a specific character design to them, because this is Japan and everything has a character design. Miku was the first one to really blow up, and since then there's been a bunch of different Vocaloid programs and Vocaloid characters. But this is, I believe, this is the fourth game in the series, because there was a Project Diva for the PSP, and then there was Project Diva 2, and then I believe Project Diva Extend, which was kind of an expansion pack on 2. And it's a rhythm game, and it's pretty typical for a rhythm game. You have button presses. It uses the touchscreen in the new Vita version for swipes, but it's kind of a minor element. So for the most part, you're pressing the directional buttons and the other face buttons. The actual rhythm game element is really solid. It's really good. It's a rhythm game, you know. If you've played any good rhythm game on a handheld or the Wii in the past, 6-7 years, then you probably know what you're getting into. That being said, this is a Sega property with a lot of polish and a lot of money put into it. So visually, it's really good looking. The UI is really nice. There's a ton of content in the form of costumes, items that you can put in the Vocaloid's room that you have access to. It comes with an AR element where you can actually have a Vocaloid of your choosing to do concert in your room. And I believe I want to say there's over 30 songs. And here's the thing: if you're not a fan of Vocaloid,
there's
music,
32.
32. If you're not a fan of Vocaloid music or electronic music, this kind of electronic music, then you're not going to be a fan of the game. As good as the actual rhythm game is, if you don't like Miku in the first place, you're not going to like this game, and that's just kind of how it is. If you go to play Beatles Rock Band, if you like Rock Band, that's great, but if you hate the Beatles, then nothing's going to make that fun for you. I happen to like Miku's music. I like that sort of electronic music. I enjoy it. And I think the rhythm game is really great, too. So I've put about 4 hours into the game so far, and I'm really, really digging it. So if you like Miku and you like rhythm games, definitely get this. I think it's a big improvement over the last game. I think the song selection is also better. And there's a lot of content, so you'll be spending a lot of hours. I think Kyle said he cleared it. He platinumed it in something like 25, 26 hours.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of bang for your buck in this.
Yeah, I mean, I like rhythm games, but I couldn't stand this game. I can't stand Vocaloids.
I mean, that's it, though. It's like if you can't stand that element, if you can't stand the music part of the rhythm game.
To be honest, I don't like Japanese music anymore. I've kind of fallen out with it.
This isn't really Japanese music per se.
Japanese music, though, I mean, what are you referring? Are you talking about popular Japanese music? Or?
Yeah. I'm talking about
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah.
Talked about what before?
Not liking pop music.
Yeah.
Here in this country versus actual music here in this country.
But yeah, so I don't like the music. I don't like Japanese music anymore. So this game just didn't roll with me. Mm-hmm. I just needed to get rid of it straight away. And I think I bought it on the Wednesday night, the Thursday night. Wednesday night. And I'd already sold it by Sunday. I put
I mean, I was surprised you bought it in the first place, though, because you were never going to be a fan of Hatsune Miku music. I mean, that was just I'm not even sure why you went for it.
I wanted to like it. I wanted to like it as a rhythm game. I wanted to like it as a rhythm game, but
I mean, how far did you play? What did you do? What did you do with it, Martin?
My iPad's ringing. Carry on talking. I'll be back in a minute.
But yeah, I mean, it's a music game, so if you don't like the music, there's really no point in buying it, quite frankly. Especially because it's expensive.
What's up with that price?
I mean,
was that 7,700? What was it?
Ouch!
Something expensive. I got it for 5,800 yen, but
still.
But yeah, the normal price is pretty freaking high. But that's because they can put it that high and know it's going to sell. that's how the Japanese market works typically here. And I mean, it did sell quite well. It's the highest opening Vita game by far. But I mean, yeah, it's a good fun if you like Miku and you like rhythm games. If you don't like one or the other, then it's not for you.
Okay, well, let me bring something to the podcast here because I bought it and played it.
You actually... What?
I've been sitting here...
Hang on. Did the world just stop turning?
What?
Yep.
Did the world just stop turning and Steve said, I bought Hatsune Miku?
It's time to bring some motion to this segment.
I'm switching off now.
Oh, Jesus.
Because unlike Martin, I don't sell games. Hello?
Yeah, that was in protest. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. That was Morse code to jump ship, scuttle the boat.
What?
Lots of jetsam.
What?
Sorry, still protesting.
Let's just ignore Mark.
Carry on. Sorry.
Okay, so unlike Martin, when I buy something, I carry through.
Oh, you follow through, eh? Is that why you have to change your pants all the time? Hey!
I'm not sure I want to hear what he has to say.
So I have finished the game.
Oh my God, Steven. Elliot, what have you done? Elliot, what have you done? You got him into Persona. Now he's playing Hatsune Miku. Jesus, what's next?
So I basically...
I'm going to get... Let me
tell you the chain of events that led up to the purchase.
Are you going to turn up to TGS in a cosplay outfit?
Okay, well, hear me out.
Let's hear him out.
Okay.
There's a chain of events that led up to the purchase.
Yeah. Okay.
So I want to commend him because on launch on the Thursday I went to Yodobashi Camera in Yokohama. They got a really big place, almost as big as the one in Akihabara. And I went in there, trudged in, and said, "Let's see what's out. I'm probably not going to want anything." And they had the kiosks over there, and it was playable on the kiosk.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, really? I just thought it would be the demo because they up until now I haven't seen on launch day them having the game playable right there. This is kind of new for me.
Oh,
have you seen that at stores? So they had it actually there, and you could just play the demo that was available online for the game. So if you told me the game was available online, I would not have downloaded it to play it. But it's sitting right there. Some pasty gamer nerd just got off of it, so I walked up.
Did you wipe it clean?
Yeah, kind of give it a little bit of rub. And I sighed, and okay, let's do this. And it was really loud in there, and I didn't have my headphones, so I had to play the game almost with no volume. And I was like, this is a good rhythm game. I was like, huh.
Oh no.
This is I got nothing. I got all this cash in my wallet. I haven't bought a game. Got some new folks on the podcast.
Oh no.
Like, oh no, I had a long talk. I was pacing up and down the aisles.
Oh jeez.
I just want to get this thing, see what happens. And I hated the Hatsune Miku music. Whenever I walk into a store and it's on, I would complain about how terrible it is. But I really like rhythm games. I mean, I played the hell out of a lot of rhythm games for the past 6 months. So, and Mehdi, who I regard as a he's got a good head on his shoulders. Tastes aside, he says the game is a good rhythm game. And I know he's a really hardcore player. You told me before in the last podcast that he's kind of a savant when it comes to rhythm games, right?
Yes.
So I was kind of piqued about, what type of difficulty we're talking about here. And so I because of this smart move of them to actually put the game right in my hands, essentially, because I'm in the store, I bought it. And luckily the music, I listened to it. So I did play it. So I basically rubbed sandpaper all over my taste buds and just dived into it. And it is not a good video game. It's not a good audio game. but it is a very good rhythm game.
Oh.
I'm not talking about that as like that's flat out high. I'm just saying personally.
Mm-hmm.
However, I played it through normal, beat it. Played it through hard, beat it.
Nice.
Steven, my goodness.
I'm on extreme.
I think it's hard, dude.
I beat a few, and oh my god.
Like it's hard.
As a rhythm game, there you have to get in this Zen mode. I mean, we're talking like the creamy center of Zen you have to get into. It's like when like I had a former girlfriend with someone I can't really mention out loud who was a pianist. And, she would get ready for these big performances that she would do. And she says on day one, when she's up there, a live performance, you're just going so fast that you're not really thinking. Your hands are doing everything for you. And you suddenly have that moment where you're like, what happened? Where am I? And you're dead in the water kind of thing. And these songs are quite long.
Yeah, they get pretty long, like 4 minutes at times.
Basically, I think,
long and hard.
Yeah, there's like 10 stars that show the difficulty level. I'm trying to get to the 10. I have not even been able to finish a 10. So I don't know if Kyle has to get the platinum. I'm told you don't have to beat all of them on extreme. So I don't know quite what it takes, but I did beat 3 of them on extreme.
Oh man!
And Weekender Girl, which is probably There is some I gotta say.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh man, what have I done?
Bleached my brain. There's some songs that aren't that bad. I gotta mention, there's just a couple.
Oh man.
Because first I was looking at like, all right, does this song totally suck on a scale of 1 to 10? Okay, this song sucks on a scale of 1 to 10. This is a 10. This is an 8. This is a 7. This is a 3. This is a 1. Okay, let's expand it to how good is this song on a 1 to 10? And like there was a couple that got kind of over into the positive area.
Oh.
Very far. And then I gotta say, there are a couple animations that Hatsune Miku does on Weekender Girl, which is my black hardened heart. Even kind of pulsated a couple times.
What module did you have her in?
Well, there's this one on Weekender Girl where she's kind of like on this it's like a DJ like a DJ's records, mixing record, scratching record, and like and she's like got this little song where she takes this like hula hoop, and it's like a Tron hula hoop, and she starts spinning it around, and I was like, okay, that's kind of nice.
That's kind of nice.
Oh man.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
You have made my day.
I don't get this. This is
like
the Steven I know.
She kind of blinks and closes her eyes, and then she jumps around, and like there's these little couples that are jumping on the ground, and she's
Yes!
Steven's turned into otaku.
And there's a couple moments in there, but basically the rhythm game is so hard that once you get to the highers, you really don't even have time to see what's going on screen.
No, you really don't. Like you kind of have to zone out.
This is to me because let's put this back in perspective. Like I said, I was rating games on a scale of the songs on 1 to 10 and how much I hate them, and most of them are in that category. Some made over right. So let's not blow this out of proportion. There are moments of the game where I was kind of like, that's not bad. That's kind of nice. So I don't love it. Like I said in the beginning, it's not a good video game. It's not a good audio game. Visually, it's not a good visual. Visually, it's not a good game. It's the songs I don't really like, but the rhythm aspect of it and how just deliciously difficult it is.
So the core of the game, essentially.
So I was giving it some thought about Martin, why he couldn't play through the game. My theory is that you like music more than video games.
Yes. I'd probably say that.
And I also thought I gave it some more thought.
No, I think I like music more than rhythm games.
Okay.
Because I do play rhythm games.
Right. So for me, I would say I'm more of if I had to rate it, in sequential order. I'm more of a movie guy, then a video game guy, and then maybe a music guy. Mm-hmm. So when I saw something like what was it, Koji Pro's Rising videos, when they were using live action and it was terrible. As a movie guy, knowing that even though it's not Kojima per se, seeing how poor visuals, how horrible the live action was, soured my taste for the game for a long while, because movies are so important to me. So really,
I get that. I totally see that.
I think, Martin, like you said you're really into football, obviously soccer, so you couldn't really play FIFA for a long while, right?
Mm-hmm. Just didn't feel right.
I think it really kind of, I like rhythm games more than the bad music. So the good rhythm aspects of it completely offset the things I'm not too crazy about.
The thing that I kind of liked about it was the level design. It changes depending on how well you actually do. I don't know if you've noticed that some of the levels change.
They have basically alternate special
alternative endings, and that's really cool. I like that aspect of it a lot.
And the music also fades out when you screw up.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're keeping rhythm, it's going along with the rhythm just fine. But if you miss a bunch,
you can actually change the settings so that it doesn't do that.
You can. But actually, in the last game, I don't believe that was there in the last game, and a lot of people complained about that because, like, when you miss something and the music doesn't change, it doesn't really feel like you had an effect on anything. Versus when the music kind of fades out a little bit, it's sort of that audio representation of you screwing up. So they put that back in the game. I forgot to mention that, but yeah.
I mean, like, I really love Groove Coaster so much. The music and the gameplay, which to me were really good. But so to me, it was really kind of upsetting that they didn't have more interesting music, where it was like less Vocaloid and more just beats and music.
The thing is too is that this is a completely new list of songs so any of like the actual good songs from previous games didn't return at all. And so I mean, like any other type of music, there's some that's good and some that's bad.
Some of them are good. Like they had the Nya Nya Cat. I mean, you guys all seen that YouTube video. That was pretty funny.
That video, that video of her that plays during that song is so weird.
Yeah.
It's like the strangest thing. You get really distracted when you're playing too, because you're like, what is going on, right? It's a cat playing, and there's cats. It's an Eiffel Tower of cat. What is happening?
The visuals I took a lot of issue with, because the actions on the screen should be more in tune with your inputting of your taps, the timing of your taps. So like,
and these games are much more music videos than they are.
It's more of like there's a lot of music video stuff going on, but then it leads up to showing her on stage doing something, which totally sucks in my opinion. Like there's like a level in the game called the Sadistic Music Factory. And the whole stage starts with the camera zooming into this big door, and it's necklaced with this like huge chain lock. And then there's this scratching that you do in the game where when there's a star that comes, it's like a falling stars, they come out, and you have to touch the screen, and then you scratch it, like going right to left.
Yeah.
And right when the star overlays the silhouette of the star, then you hit it. Actually, there's like a clock that's going around the silhouette.
So you have a pretty good idea of what you're supposed
right when it hits 12 o'clock is when you want to scratch it. So they have it set so that you're supposed to, in a sense, scratch at just the right time to break the lock on the door. And then you go into it. So at this point, the visuals are in perfect sync with your actions. And then you get in again, and then you're supposed to press the triangle button and the circle button to flip a lever and press these buttons on this control panel. And then that opens up the gates into the Sadistic Music Factory. Then the camera zooms all the way up to the Vocaloid chick. I can't remember if it was Hatsune Miku or not. Or there's like 6 or 7 guys or girls. Did not like the guys. But then
don't worry, the girls like the guys. So.
But then it turns into this whole Diva Bollywood Dollywood thing where she's just plops up there and she's doing her performance on the stage, but there's nothing there suggestive that shows you that you're supposed to be tapping it.
That's a serious thing too, is that like the visuals aren't ever really, it never feels like the visuals are designed to be in sync with the taps. Like it's more like the visuals are there to kind of be a music video. And part of that too is like when you finish the game, like you can watch the music videos afterward, and those are for like Vocaloid fans. And I feel like that's why they're designed that way.
See, they're currying favor with not the diehard rhythm fans, but those types of people who happen to like rhythm games, maybe.
Yeah. And I mean, granted, when you go to the arcade and you see like the girls and the guys playing Project Diva in the arcade, they're playing it because they like rhythm games, but they also like Miku and they also like the music and the music videos. So they're trying to appeal to those many different, I guess you could say, audiences at the same time, which is why the actual game is hardcore.
It is super hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, because there also is, instead of just the four shapes, the triangle, the circle, the square, whatnot, they also have to time it so that your analog, the D-pad, you have to move in the right direction as well as you're pressing the right shape.
So like right and circle at the same time.
Right, or up and circle, or square and circle.
Yeah, and your brain just explodes.
Oh my god, yeah. And then each song has like a beats per minute number, and you see like, how hard it is. It feels really good when you get good at the game as a rhythm game. As it should. That's how good rhythm games should be.
It is. I think pretty undeniably, it is a very good rhythm game.
If music isn't a deal breaker for you, like it is for Martin, the point I'm trying to impress is that the rhythm game really offsets some of the other things, even if they're unsavory to you.
Yeah, and if you do like Miku and you like rhythm games, then this is pretty much like the perfect rhythm game for you, because it's going to scratch both of those sweet spots quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to go in for a heavy dose of moe, or whatever you call that.
And that goes
the crystallization of moe,
pretty much. And I mean, that goes for both men and women, because I know there are also a lot of female Vocaloid fans as well who like the male characters too. There's plenty there for you too. It's not really... They're not really discriminatory toward one or the other. So
the good thing about it is you talked about you can dress up the characters, do all this stuff, but it doesn't really get in the way of the rhythm game. So
it's all extra.
It's actually outside in the very front menu. So if you want to go into AR mode where she's just, you put your little card down on the table and then she appears and she starts dancing around on your table. I was gobsmacked. I couldn't believe it.
And you can make her like human size too. Like I put the big card in the middle of the room.
Oh no!
And like she's singing a song and dancing, and you're just like,
can't end well.
Well, that's weird. But I mean, it's not really suggestive though. Fortunately, it's very innocent stuff.
Right. It is very innocent. When you clear each level, it says you can now buy these in the shop, and it's like this whole parade of stuff that you can now purchase in there. It's either food, or you can get like
furniture.
Or furniture and that stuff, and then you can go in there and you have to level up the character so that you get closer. You have like a higher bond rate. I went in there just for I was completely aghast the whole time I did it, but I got up to level 2, and it took about 15 minutes where you're petting her head.
What? You
have to rub the screen, and then like she'll open up one eye, means she likes it, and then the little meter goes up, and I'm like, oh my god.
That sounds like me in like 4th grade elementary school.
Yeah, I
girls are just like,
I just want to see what.
And you're like, okay.
And then you buy her stuff, and then she'll either really like it or so like it or not so much. But regardless, the level meter goes up.
But this is all separate from the actual...
And it's all like way out in the beginning of the menu, so you could play the game, finish it, and you can get like 15 hours if you want to finish up the hard. And just enjoy the rhythm aspect, 15 hours of it. So you can still get a full game and not feel like you have to do all that other stuff that you don't want to do anyway, which I won't do. But the real gem is playing it on extreme, which is really fun. I
am flabbergasted to hear that you purchased this game and enjoyed it. Oh man,
there are many caveats I've laid out, which hopefully you're taking home with you. So,
of course, like I said, music is hit or miss with people, and if you don't like the music, then that can be a huge deal breaker. But like the actual game beneath it, I think is really solid. Like you, I'm never gonna go and do those like weird room things. Like, I like Miku music and I like rhythm games, but that's kind of where I draw that line.
Getting up to that end where, because at the bottom of the screen, the meter is just slowly filling up.
Yep.
And you have to get, I think, 80% to beat basically get a passing score. And then beyond that, you can get to 90 and 100, which you can get excellent or perfect. I cannot imagine when you said Medi's a savant. There's no way he's getting perfects on extreme. Let me just get that out there right now.
I don't know, man.
I'm very curious to see what that type of talent he has.
That's the one thing actually you reminded me. There are not, and this is silly as hell, there are not online leaderboards for this. So like you can't like compare your scores with friends on your friends list.
Don't you have to do like can't you do if you meet like person to person and
if you meet them person to person, you can like through ad hoc pass it on, but you can't just like hop in and see how people have done, which sucks. I was hoping to like compare scores with people and like kind of do multiplayer in that weird way, but yeah, not there. Martin.
And everybody else has pretty much died on the podcast, but I don't care.
I'm dumbfounded.
I know what I know.
I still don't believe it.
I'm one of those people who believe I do have good taste in games, and I'm quite proud of it. And I know
like Halo?
That is a good rhythm game.
I'm joking.
That is a good rhythm game.
Oh, wow. I just didn't expect that.
You have played Persona? You have played
I could believe it.
Project Diva? What the hell are you going to play next at this point?
AKB48 and me, right?
But no.
Well, I'm just going to say...
It has to be something that someone else
I have taken one for the team, so someone else better go out there and broaden the horizons.
Well, didn't Martin play a certain game about ninjas and boobs?
Hey.
And he bought that with
Miku?
With Hatsune Miku.
A game that I know Cheesy was also looking forward to quite a bit, if I remember correctly.
Miku?
No, boob ninjas.
Bust.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not called Bust, is it? It's called Burst. It should be called Bust.
That's the joke.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, well.
It's Senran Kagura Basto. So yeah, it kind of sounds like bust in Japanese, which is the double entendre there.
Yeah, I don't know. This game was awful. I found it was absolutely terrible. It looked great. I thought it looked
great. How far did you play into it?
Yeah.
2 hours or so. Got bored of it because it was so basic.
Yeah, it's fairly repetitious.
It's so repetitious. It's unbelievable.
Cheesy, do you have it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah.
How much have you played, Cheesy?
So I have gotten about a quarter of the way through the first game, and I just dabbled in the second game a bit.
Okay.
Because it includes the original version as well.
Yeah.
It was released last year. So basically, in each of the two games, you are playing as a group of 6 girls from one of these 2 ninja schools. One is good and one is bad. In the original game, you played the girls from the good school.
Right.
And in the sequel, you played the girls from the bad ninja school, as in evil.
Yeah, because you get to choose red or green, right?
Right, yeah, and you can go back and forth between them as you like.
Yeah. I thought this game was...
So what's the game structure? I mean...
So the game structure is such that you can choose any character that you like at any time and take them out on any of the missions that you've unlocked thus far. Mm-hmm. And at the start of each mission, you're given the option to take off their clothes and just fight in a swimsuit, or...
Do you have to unlock them, or you just have free reign?
No. You can unlock more swimsuits or sailor-type uniforms or accessories as you go on through the game. But at the outset, you're given a limited set of each. So at the start of each mission, you have the option of just fighting in a swimsuit, which reduces your defense but increases your offense. So it's considered a more difficult mode. And if you're able to clear that mission, you'll get a special kanji icon next to that mission, which is the kanji for nugu, to take off.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so otherwise they'll just grade you according to how well you did. Various scales. They'll give you a different kanji for each ranking. And you unlock more and more missions as you go along. Some of the missions are prefaced by visual novels.
So visual novel cutscenes.
Like, not as in, like, just straight up text. Interspersed with some voice acting.
Like Star Wars text or what?
Kind of like Star Wars text. Not yellow or at an angle or in space, though. Just like straight up text on the screen.
Oh, so like old school visual novel text.
Old school Super Famicom style visual novels, and sometimes there are voiceovers for certain.
Interesting. So like Kamae Tachi no Yarumi. Like,
yeah, kind of like that.
Okay.
Which just really caught me off guard the first time I ran into one of these sections. I'm like, suddenly I'm playing a visual novel. Why? Did I sign up for this? I mean, what's going on here?
Like how long were you reading?
A good 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
You can.
So this is a game that has a story.
You can skip it though, right?
Yes, you do have the option to skip it entirely.
Yeah.
You don't have to press page turn for 10 minutes.
No, you've got. It gives you like slightly different options. You can either skip to the very end. You can press A, and I think it just speeds the text up. Or you can press Y, and it takes the text off the screen entirely, and you can just see the character models. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well,
yeah, that's also a pretty typical thing in visual novels as well.
Yeah, so you just get the voiceover instead of the text.
Yeah, sometimes there are just regular cutscenes with characters, a couple of characters, 3D models on the screen talking to each other. What really struck me as odd about those scenes, though, is that sometimes when a character enters or leaves a scene, they will transition with a fade, which
that's so awkward.
Which, when you've got the 3D on, is really odd. It's like fading doesn't quite work in 3D.
No, it does not.
No, it's really jarring. I mean,
what does it do to you? And what does it do to your eyes?
It makes me question what I'm seeing. It's like, well, more so than even the content of the game.
Oh, right.
Which is another story. I mean, a lot of the characterizations of these students are like just really over the top sort of anime cliches.
Yeah.
Is it tongue-in-cheek, or is it trying to play it straight?
I think it's trying to be more tongue-in-cheek.
Okay.
It's like they acknowledge that, yes, this is a Boob Ninja game. It's like, yes, we know what we're writing. Yes, we know this is ridiculous. And, I mean, there's some self-acknowledgement of that.
Okay, that's good then.
Yeah, so they realize it's kind of a nudge and a wink there. So, yeah. The combat itself, though, during this actual missions, like I said, gets to be pretty repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
It basically involves pressing Y repeatedly to just do your regular slicing attack. And then when you knock enemies into the air, you'll see a green ring on the screen, at which point you press the A button to jump up into the air and meet that group of enemies that you already knocked up, at which point you continue pressing
knocked
Y.
Up.
Yeah.
Aww.
You continue pressing Y, continue hitting them while you're floating there in the air, and then when you think you've gotten enough hits in, you press the X button to unleash your stronger attack and bring them back down to the ground as you're hitting them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just a lot of that over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have to be careful on your landings, because if you're not doing your downward strike, then you're leaving yourself vulnerable to the enemies who are waiting for you down below.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then sometimes they just do these crazy combos on you where you just can't break them. And
right, sometimes
and you're stuck in a corner, and there's like 20 of them just all beating up on you, and you're like, can't do anything.
There's no combo breaker.
No, there's nothing like that.
Combo breaker.
But it's also
Combo breaker.
I guess it's fair because you can also do it to the enemy. Because if you get them into the corner and when the camera doesn't scroll, and you're in the corner, and you get an enemy in the corner, you can just basically juggle them until they're dead.
Right.
And-
yeah. It's
but-
like
Sounds very Mortal Kombat.
But it's very boring. It's extremely boring. Until
Wait, it's not varied in the way you juggle them? You can get
not
creative in the way you juggle them?
you can get there's like 2 moves in the whole game though, so it's not.
That's where they
It's
die.
not very interesting. And then, but I mean, the thing is, if you press the L button, you go into the special
mode.
attack ninja mode, right? Where you take off your clothes, so you're just standing there in your pants.
for a moment.
Yeah, so you're just standing there in the pants, and then you get a new costume, and then you become
A ninja.
more powerful. So I started off one level, and the first thing I did was like derobe, and I was a little schoolgirl, must have been about 10. So I derobed, got into my pants, and she pulled this huge Tommy gun from between her legs.
Where'd she hide that?
So
Don't ask that question.
so she pulls this huge Tommy gun from between her legs. I shoot everyone, and then it just disappears back up her crotch.
Did she call it Tommy Kun or something?
My mind was so messed up at the time of what I just saw. I didn't notice any text on the screen.
I hope you were like hiding in like a clothes closet.
I was like, what? What the hell just
in
happened?
like the third floor attic.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, good. So, but no, I didn't feel dirty playing it. I didn't feel dirty buying it because it's just all tongue-in-cheek. It's meant to be a bit of a laugh, but the game is atrocious.
Okay.
It's atrocious. It looks great. The boob physics is amazing. That's the best
that
thing.
is not realistic at all.
And it's not realistic at all.
That's why
no.
it's amazing.
Because I mean, they're like 25-pound watermelons that they've got, and they just bounce around on like 12-year-old kids, and this is like,
oh, stop!
Okay,
They're not 12. Let's not undersell that too much.
okay, they're 8. I don't know.
They're like 16, 17.
Carry on.
So one of the major combat features is it counts how many consecutive hits you can get in a row. So that just involves a lot of juggling.
Juggling.
Yes, even if the characters that have already expired, you can just keep on juggling them until you can get well over 1,000 hits.
Very necro.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh man, that's
Necro combo.
Yeah.
Okay, the youngest so far. The youngest so far is.
Let's get out of this.
Can I take that as a
15.
thumbs down?
There. Let's go.
Yeah, 15 was the youngest. I've seen. 15, 16, 16. Yeah, there's a 25-year-old, and she's got huge knockers.
So can I take this as a thumbs down?
Yeah, don't buy it. It's a waste of your money. It's awful. I sold it as well on the same day as I sold Miku.
What about you,
Yeah.
Cheesy?
You really have to know what you're getting into before you get a game like this.
Did you get the original drama CD as well?
I did. I got the drama CD and the soundtrack with it.
Right, me too, yeah.
I'm in a special art booklet.
And a special art booklet. Some of the art's nice. It's just really, large.
Yeah, these are pretty low budget games, though. That's something to also keep in mind.
But the art's really nice, though. I do like the art, but the subject is a bit funny.
Yeah, I think some of the voice acting, I mean, they're just really overacted, just
it's
straight up
it's just
anime
ham.
cliches.
Yeah, it's just ham, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheese and ham. So yeah, it's I wouldn't recommend this whatsoever to anybody. Maybe you might want to buy it just for
A laugh.
a bit of a laugh and to have something that I guess nobody else is going to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it did sell better than the predecessor, in fact, and we'll get into sales numbers later.
Right. Okay. But yeah, don't recommend it. It's extremely shallow. The level designs are awful. It scrolls from left to right. There's some big enemies that come on screen. It's a big dude. It was a massive big dude and wearing a skirt.
I think that was a woman.
Yeah.
Is that a woman? But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
It was muscular anyway. Whatever it was. I thought, oh god, this is going to be hard. And he did hit me, or she did hit me once, which made me fly like all the way back left of the screen. I was like, oh god, here we go. And I ran up to him, and pressed my special attack, changed into my ninja, and I killed her in about 10 seconds. And I was like, is that it? And then that was the end of the level. And I was like, wow. So the boss fights I thought were going to be a little bit different and like maybe pose a challenge, but they didn't.
Well, I can definitely tell you that those big characters are not boss fights.
No.
I actually bought the original game a long time ago.
Right.
And beat it. And there are actual boss fights in the game.
Well, because it starts off with you fighting.
Those are just normal enemies.
It starts okay. It's those are normal enemies, but it starts off with you fighting a huge dragon, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Is that meant to be a boss?
I think that's a flash forward.
It's a flash forward, right? But is that a flash forward of a boss?
I think that's probably the boss of the game.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't too impressed, and I was like, okay, I just wasted my money again. So yeah, I had a fun week of wasting money.
Yeah, a lot of the enemies in the game are used over and over and over and over again.
Color swaps, palette swaps.
There are only like maybe half a dozen different types of enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a dozen. It's just really limited.
It's a very low budget game, despite what it might appear to be.
Yeah, but it's still 5,600 yen.
Because it sells.
Yeah, I mean, to draw an unfair comparison to a similar style of gameplay, I would maybe compare it to the old arcade Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but they were way better.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's an unfair comparison, but that's kind of what it reminds me.
But I mean, yeah, if you strip it down to its essentials, it's going from left to right and pressing the same button over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a major tilt down, because it's doesn't have a lot going for like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
There's some upwards tilts from what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Senran Kagura Burst.
Yeah, let's move on. Oh, did you? So you didn't feel embarrassed, or did your wife let you see you play it at all, or anything like that?
Oh, she yelled at me. She's like, "What? You actually bought that? That's so otaku."
I did the same thing for Miku. I'm like, "Is this Kimoi?" She's just like,
"What did she say?"
Which is like, "Is this disgusting?" And she's like, "No, not necessarily."
See, you can get away with that with Miku, though.
Yeah, you can get away with that with Miku, yeah, but not.
There were some parts where she laughed, thought that was cute.
Senran Kagura, though, I could swear that some of these parts of the game are aimed at a female audience, though. Like,
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
visual novel portion of the game. I mean, even the anime character design. I mean, one of the major sections of the game is actually the closet where you go change their clothes, and if you're a male player, you watch the breasts jiggle around.
But there's something for everybody.
Something for everybody.
You know, to be fair,
yeah.
I mean, go right ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to remind what Elliot, you mentioned way back when we were talking about these types of games that are now having appeal for girls. And yeah, I thought at the time I was just kind of like, okay. But having played Hatsune Miku, you're seeing like it's a cute girl in front of you. Typically, guys would be playing this and watching this and getting their jollies, I guess. But instead, you're starting to notice moments where it's like, no, this is more geared towards girls.
Yeah. And just a little anecdote from today. I was on a trolley, and there were two, probably I'm going to say middle school aged girls, who were sitting across from me, and they had their cell phones out, and their straps, and this exploded my mind for a little bit. Their straps were like these kind of big straps with anime characters on them, only they were female anime characters in school swimsuits. And I was just like, what? Like, why? And I just sat there for like 15 minutes on the trolley, like, what?
It's kind of bizarre world. There is like a lot of we're in bizarre world. Like the reality distortion field is at max settings.
It's like the appeal of these characters and these types of games and shows and whatever is a lot broader than you probably think it is.
Right. I think we should move on. I want to bring Eric back into the talk because Eric's kind of quiet.
Hi.
You still been playing Dragon Quest, right?
I have put 74 hours into the game.
Oh my god! So, have you had any issues with the online servers yet? Because last time you said you haven't had any.
I got disconnected a couple of times, but I'm never sure when it's my router being goofy or when it's the game itself. There was one night where they pulled it down for emergency service, but it was back up within an hour. So, I mean, they've still been really good about it. A couple updates here and there. So, the game can't be played during those hours, but it's usually early in the morning, like 5 or 7 in the morning. So nothing really like, getting in my way. But I did extend my time. I got 90 more days of playtime. I paid I think it's supposed to be 1,000 yen for 30 days, but get this, if you get 90 days, you save 100 yen. So I saved 100 yen and got
what did you spend it on?
What was that?
What did you spend your 100 yen on?
Don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah.
Well, 10 umaibos, sorry. But no, I've been playing that. I still play it every day almost. Just a little, I don't know if I mentioned it last time, but there's what we call Genki Balls.
Genki Balls. Love them.
One
Genki
hangs
balls.
lower than the other.
But,
are they the chocolate things?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. I never actually tasted one. But,
you have to collect 7 of them to summon the dragon and get away.
Yes, you do. I wish for underwear. No. But no, whenever you're not playing, you're getting Genki charge. You're getting like hours. And you can turn them into these Genki balls. And for 30 minutes, you get double XP, double gold. So I get those and I go on every day. And I just, if one of my friends is on, I team up with them. If not, I just hire some friends. And I'll just play for 30 minutes, get some stuff and do the crafting, which is really, really fun. And then when I have more time to play, I do the actual game, the main quest and stuff like that. But I've been doing that. It's been I'm still enjoying it. Like I threw down the $30-some bucks for 90 more days. So I'm pretty happy with it.
I have not thrown down the money to extend the playtime yet, but I do plan to go back to the game again eventually. I had a good time questing.
You left me all alone. I'm so sad.
I'm so sorry.
God.
I have to extend my thanks to you, though, for helping me level that one time. That really pretty field of, cherry blossom trees.
Cherry blossoms, yeah. That's good.
What do you see yourself doing, 90 days out from now?
I don't know. I know there's more content coming.
Yeah.
And this month, I think. But the thing is, I haven't even finished, the main content that's already there. We'll see. We'll see in 90 days. But... right now, I'm just having fun because Dragon Quest, the grinding, the leveling up, it's always been a really relaxing thing for me. So, just sitting back, completely zoning out, as it were, and just grinding up levels, getting gold, getting new equipment. Just that itself is fun. And then when I have the time, I do the main quest. So, it's just maybe an hour a day. If I have the time, I just sit back and just relax.
Do you like the fact that it's online? Dragon Quest is available.
I would have.
Some people won't play it because they think it goes against what Dragon Quest is, being able that dirty pleasure that you can enjoy whenever you want.
Yeah, and that does take away that part. For me, the problem with an MMO is it takes away that I'm in control when I play the game. Instead, the game is kind of in control when I play it. Or there's other things besides me that determine when I play the game. My friends, when the servers are up, all that stuff. Not just, I can go and play. So no, were this an offline normal Dragon Quest? Yeah, I'd be much happier. But I'm still having fun, laying back and playing it. And it is very much Dragon Quest. It is very much. It's not like... they did a better job with making a fan happy than they did with Final Fantasy XI, I think. A lot of people like Final Fantasy XI, but as a big Final Fantasy fan, 11 didn't do that for me, but Dragon Quest X is doing that. So, yeah, I would have preferred not to be an online game. I'm still liking it, though.
So, this game is coming to the Wii U. Have you seen any of the screenshots for the Wii U?
They haven't released any yet.
Have they? No.
No, they have not. They haven't actually revealed what the game looks like on the Wii U yet.
Oh, they're
going to do that at TGS, apparently.
Oh, okay. I thought what I saw in that thread on Gaff was...
No, that's actually this cool thing they have on the main site, the main Dragon Quest X site. They have a real-time camera that takes pictures. but it also applies like various filters as well, so it makes the game look sharper than it actually does on the Wii.
So that's not... Is that like the dolphin?
I mean, I don't know if it's like the dolphin, but it's just, whatever filters they're using to make the pictures look pretty.
Right.
And actually, the 3DS app came out, and it's not too exciting. It lets you see what friends are on. You can send mail to your friends. You can browse the bazaar, but it also has that camera that's on the main website, but it's in 3D, and that looks really cool. So
before that, you had to use Twitter to organize.
Well, I mean, you can message in game.
Yeah, you can message in game, and I would still use. I mean, the app is kind of goofy in some ways. Like, a lot of my friends are said to be level 0. Someone posted, like, there's some bug with it they're trying to fix, I think. I didn't read it, but, like, there's some weird things with it. But you can't see who's online. But, I mean, like, the 3DS doesn't have 3G, so I can't, like, be out and be like, hey, is anyone playing? Do I want to go home and play Dragon Quest 10 right now?
Right.
I mean, I would use Twitter for that anyway, so.
And without Twitter, it wouldn't have worked. I mean, what you're doing, probably. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a neat little application, but I mean, it was free, so it was a neat little thing.
So anything, it makes me want a Dragon Quest on the 3DS, like a proper Dragon Quest.
No, that would be real nice.
So you kind of level up, right? While you're offline, right?
You can, yeah. People can hire you. So let's actually, I think. Yeah, one of my friends, he sent me a in-mail game. He's like, thank you so much, Eric, because I got leveled up and I could get new armor because you hired me the other day. He was being a little dork, but...
So you can pimp yourself out?
Yeah, you can, yeah. And I mean, I've come in and got like 1,000 experience points, and I hadn't been playing for 2 days. So yeah, it's really, you can help other people, and by helping them, they help you. So it's pretty cool in that way.
Okay, so... How long have you spent offline? What's the longest amount of time you spent offline and then come back to it? And how much leveling up did you achieve?
I think it scales actually based on what your level is. So it's hard to say, but like I was 2 days off and 2 people hired me, and I got like 1,000, which was I think it was maybe a 10th or a 15th of what I needed for the next level. So it's pretty nice.
Okay. So, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Yeah. So, I mean, how many people are you? Are you playing with a lot of people? And how many people? You got what? 4 people in your party, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 4.
Up to 4. Who are you playing with?
Lots of the Tokyo people. The people in Tokyo. Some of the 8-4 guys actually.
Yeah, John TV's on there. I know.
John TV. And then just people that go to the. All those gamers up in Tokyo, and then Elliot when he's nice.
When I'm nice, yeah.
Oh, you actually picked this up, Elliot?
Yeah, we talked about it before.
Did I? I must have blanked it from my mind.
But yeah, I put about 20 hours into it.
Okay, so are you enjoying it? Are you glad you...
I haven't gone back to it in a while, but yeah, I was enjoying it when I was playing.
So why haven't you gone back to it? What's the reason?
Me and MMOs don't really mix together all that well.
Right.
And like as far as like... I don't know, like giving time to MMOs is concerned. Like, I just have a hard time like sitting down and playing an MMO, I guess.
Yeah.
What about those 30-minute periods where you can level up, you get double the experience? That seems kind of appealing.
Oh yeah, that's really cool. I've done that actually a few times. But
it's
yeah, I
nice
haven't sat down
to get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't sat down for like the huge like 5-hour, 6-hour periods I was doing early on. But it's fun. Yeah, no, I was definitely enjoying it. I'm looking forward to seeing what the game looks like on the Wii U at TGS. That's really, I don't know, that's really exciting to me. Because the game, like, design-wise and, like, art style-wise is really cool, but it's just obviously held back by the Wii's technical capabilities. So I'd love to see what the game looks like on the Wii U and how the frame rate's been kind of fixed.
Right, okay, so... I was just because I was thinking of picking it up, but I was going to wait till Wii U.
Yeah, I just gonna wait till the Wii U. I think you're not like in a rush to play it.
And like, I mean, people were concerned, like that after the first free 20 days would be up, that like the amount of people playing would really diminished, but it really hasn't been. There's been a lot of people playing still. So it seems either more people are buying it or people are really sticking with it. So that's good. It's not like flattening off.
Right, because I mean, I've never played an MMO before. And I've never played a Dragon Quest game before. But I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people who playing it, and I'm interested to see how Japanese do it. You know, because you've explained that when you're offline, you can level up and stuff like that. So I'm just interested to see how the Japanese go about it. Not that I know how the West do it anyway, but I'm just interested. I don't know.
Like, what do you mean by the Japanese go about it? Like,
oh, how the Japanese perceive an MMO? You know how. How do they tackle it?
Very politely.
Yeah.
Very, very politely.
Right. Okay. Well, no, I'm just interested to see how it works for.
A lot of otsukare-samas and yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
A lot of cheer, people coming over and cheering you on when you're fighting. A lot of that happening. I've never actually died on the field without getting revived yet. When I'm in a populated area, I'll get killed and someone will always come over to revive me if there's a big battle going on.
Oh, that was funny. I was reading Square Enix has to look into solving a problem because there are some people who are kind of stalking other people and cheering them on constantly. So they're people are being creepy and following me around and cheering me on constantly.
Cheering stalkers.
Yeah,
Dragon Quest idols.
Yeah, so it's really, and there's another thing, and they're actually they're hearing complaints and they're trying to figure out ways of fixing it because with the you can hire people, but you can take them in and out of your party whenever you want. So what people started doing is hiring healers and only using them outside of battle to heal. And then when they go into battle, they get rid of them. So they never get any experience because they never fight. So they're hiring people, but the people aren't getting any benefit out of it. Because the more people in your group, the less XP you get per fight. So, but now they're well, this is a problem. We're trying to figure out how to fix that. So they are really listening to what's, people are complaining about.
You have an iPad, right, Elliot?
I do have an iPad.
You've been playing The World Ends With You, right?
Yeah, but not on my iPad. I've been playing it on my iPhone.
Oh, you've been playing it on an iPhone?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize it was on iPhone too.
Yeah. They're unfortunately not universal, so you have to buy each one separately if you want.
It's not?
It's Square Enix. They don't have a single universal app, except for, I think, Final Fantasy Dimensions.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. But, they don't have any universal apps for the most part, so that's not really that surprising. It sucks, but... but yeah, I bought The World Ends With You HD for the iPhone, or Solo Remix, as it's called. And I loved the original game on the Nintendo DS. That was my DS game of the generation, easily, and one of my favorite RPGs. So I was excited to go back into it and see what kind of changes they made. And I was pleasantly surprised that I actually fell in love with the game all over again. Partly due to the new visuals that just make the game an absolute joy to look at. The game already looked good before, but it's just a whole lot cleaner now, and it just really shines. And they've added a ton of new music to the game, just a ton. And I love the soundtrack to the game. Yeah, Eric, you can make those noises, but you're wrong.
I'm okay with that.
But yeah, the game has a spectacular soundtrack. The battle system they've changed quite a bit because obviously there isn't two screens on the iPhone, and trying to fit two screens on the iPhone would be a ridiculous move to make. So the original game had a 2-screen battle system where you had to fight on the top screen and also fight on the bottom screen. On the bottom screen, you controlled your main character using the stylus, but on the top screen, it was kind of like a rhythm game, and you were using the directional buttons to make inputs that would make your character attack up above as well. And you kind of had to go back and forth rhythmically in order to get a good groove going on. And it was a really cool battle system, difficult in a lot of ways, but once you got the hang of it, it was really fun. For the iPhone version, what they've done, though, they've turned your top screen character into one of the many attacks that you have now. And so you summon them onto the screen like you would in any of your other attacks. And you can do combos with them while at the same time doing your own attacks. And that's how you get the sort of back and forth combo system going on. But it's really a lot of fun, and I do not regret the, I believe it was 1,800, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,800 yen that I spent on it.
G4, price of a G4 for iOS games.
But I mean, this is a full, like...
Is that the most expensive game you've purchased for iOS?
No, I don't think so.
That's not one of... Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, Eric. But, I think it's worth the price because it's essentially like an upport of a formerly $40 game.
Yeah.
You know, like I spent $40 on the original game. So, I mean... Compared to that, this is not a whole lot. But I understand why people are against the higher prices. But I do think when you're buying a console, a former console game that's been improved this much, like, I don't know. I don't have a problem paying that kind of price. But, yeah, it's great. And it looks like there might be a sequel coming. So keep your eyes and ears tuned to TGS.
Anyone else played anything else?
I played Final Fantasy. I played the free intro to Final Fantasy Dimensions, the iOS game. It was originally like a Japanese cell phone game. Did anyone else grab this? No? Yes.
I played the prologue as well.
Did you play the prologue? What'd you think? You like it?
I liked it, and I was kind of on the rocks about whether I'm going to get the full game, but a lot of other people that we both know who have played the full game seem to really be enjoying it. So I might take the plunge.
I mean, it's like for all the chapters, it's like $30, I think.
Yeah, but I also heard it's like 45 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a big, hefty game. It seems kind of like a missing Final Fantasy almost is what it kind of feels like. Like this is like an older Final Fantasy that just never happened, and now here we have it. It's I mean, the art looks kind of crappy,
but the music is really good.
The music is awesome. The music is really, really good. Battle song is awesome, but no, it does feel like the missing Final Fantasy. I kind of like it.
It sort of feels like if they kind of took Final Fantasy, they kind of used Final Fantasy V as a springboard, and the next game would have looked like if they used that system as opposed to skipping to preset jobs for each character.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mix of 4 and 5 in some ways. It feels like, and kind of, yeah, like you're saying, like before 6, if they did this. It's good though. It's very much that kind of era of Final Fantasy. So if you like those, I haven't bought it yet, but after when I have more time, I'm definitely going to get into it. I
do think, as far as pricing is concerned, they shouldn't have gone over the 2,000 yen mark.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
I think that's pretty rough, especially for a digital copy of a game. I would have probably had no problem paying the 2,000 yen, but 3,000 is just. I've definitely never paid that much for any app ever.
I have, but yeah.
But I mean, it's fun, and I'm definitely probably going to buy the next chapter. I'm definitely.
I would have spent that much on a PSP game, on a 3DS game, on a DS game for this game, but on iOS it just feels because they did a better job with the interface, controlling it with all touch. Definitely. It's a lot better than the Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on iOS were.
Oh, way better.
But, it still feels weird, but I'll probably get it.
I mean, I think part of that is because it's what the iOS market and the smartphone market has kind of built into us, that whole pricing issue.
I think there's just times when I played the prologue when it's like, I need a button that I can press. I need a D-pad that I can move around with. It got a little frustrating because we're trying to talk to things or inspect items, but
it's definitely easier to control on the phone than it is the iPad. The directional buttons or the digital buttons on the iPad are really, really terrible. And there's this really big space in between each of the different directions that your finger can get caught in, and then nothing happens, and it's really stupid. But on the iPhone, because it's so much smaller, it's a lot easier to control.
I mean, it's not going to stop me from buying it, but it is annoying.
Yeah.
Did you think that Square Enix are actually going to get their pricing together one day? And get with the rest of the program?
Not as long as jerks like me keep buying this stuff.
Exactly.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
I mean, because what? I think Chaos Rings 2 was like 1,800 yen as well. And I mean, they seem to be perfectly comfortable with that price point. So
there's no sales numbers at all, so we don't even know how much they're selling. But
I mean, you know, when the Chaos Rings games came out, I'm pretty sure a lot of them were on that top 10 like grossing list. So I mean, you got to imagine if they're still doing it, if they're still putting these games out at, you know, just under 2,000 yen, they're probably doing pretty well for themselves.
Right. Yeah. I would be very reluctant to buy any kind of iOS game or Android game or whatever for that kind of price.
Yeah, and
especially if it's not like a new game, it's just a port. You know, I can't justify that kind of cash on a port.
Well, the thing that's really jerky about it too is like I don't have a Japanese credit card, and like the lowest point card you can get is 1,500. So
yeah,
here's an 1,800 yen game. I'll have to spend 3,000 yen to put money on my iTunes account. So that's a real kick in the junk.
It sucks. It's such a stupid tier. Like, why isn't it just 1,000 yen, 2,000 yen? Like, yeah, I know those feels.
Okay. Have we still got Steven here, or has he just disappeared?
I'm here.
Wow, that was quiet. Are you playing Hatsune
Listening
Miku?
intently. You would hear it.
Oh, you could have headphones in. Yep.
Yeah.
No.
I gotta be 100% focused. It's extreme right now. Extreme.
Wow.
Extreme.
I still can't believe I'm still in
Dude,
shock.
I'm the Rachmaninoff of rhythm games right now, so step back.
You're getting your rocks off on rhythm games. What did you say?
Rachmaninoff, the pianist, famous pianist.
Oh well,
No.
fair enough. Right,
He's
I
speaking a
think
foreign language.
Watch The Shine.
is that enough of
Good movie.
game talk? I think we've played enough games, right?
I think we've played enough games. No more games.
Is that even
Martin,
possible?
Yeah.
the big boss peeked into the door, so I don't want to get into one of those thingies. So do you want to mention anything about Tokyo Game Show, or are you going to save that for later in the cast?
I think Tokyo Game Show will come
Save for it next weekend?
Really. Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
we'll have more concrete information by next week.
Right. Well, we got the hotels, so most of us will be in the same place, so it looks like we'll do a podcast.
Yeah. I'm hoping to
Yeah.
podcast anyway, at least once.
There you go.
At least once.
For those expectations.
Well, you know, it won't necessarily be a giant 3-hour one, though, so...
No, I mean, I'd like just to get like an hour out of it, that's all.
At least a very timely one.
Yeah, no need to talk about what we're playing.
What we stood in line for, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so I guess you're going to...
So I'm going to jump to the other side with the other thousands of listeners.
with the
and,
waifu.
I'll catch this on the other end.
Yep.
All right, man.
The second
Stay
half.
frosty.
Okie dokie. Well, enjoy yourself.
Thanks,
care.
guys.
Have a
Good
good night.
night.
Yeah.
All right, sorry to
Cosmo.
bogart on you.
All right. Night, night.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good night.
お疲れ様です。
Hey, let's go some of this. So, Steven's gone.
Woo!
Firmware. PS Vita firmware 1.80, right?
Sony giveth and Sony taketh away.
Yeah.
You sounded so sad when you said that.
Well, I'm not sad because I'm not one of those multi-region guys, but that sucks. I mean, people have lost data to the void.
Well, do you want to explain what's going on then?
Well, I mean, I think Cheesy can talk about how Sony, tickled him in the wrong way.
Tickled is not the right word I would use. More like, I don't know, violated.
Oof, but the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, this
the
is,
wrong way.
what happened was when Sony released the 1.80 firmware for the Vita, not only did they unlock the PS1 titles for play on the unit, which is a very good thing, and posted hundreds of titles in Japan, which is also a very good thing.
Awesome!
Woohoo!
But they locked the memory cards to a single region's account.
Oh.
So this is only ever going to affect people who have accounts in multiple regions, like people who might be interested in Japanese games.
I'm sensing a trend.
Yeah, so it's like not only are these the early adopters of the system, but they're the evangelists of your system who are going to be spreading the word of mouth and getting other people to try out and buy your system. So why you would introduce this kind of restriction that would only impact your most fervent fans seems like really bad. I mean, I had a couple of PSP games loaded up on my American account on the Vita, which are now gone. I never owned a PSP originally, so to have those American PSP games now gone really is lousy. I mean, I'd have to buy another memory card, which is probably their intent, but that's really less than ideal when I bought a 32 gig card at the outset for Ichiman 10,000 yen, which is what, $120?
Yeah.
So I was planning to use this one memory card for both my accounts because earlier reports said that, contrary to what Sony said, that each card would be locked to one account, which I guess was their original intent. You could, in fact, use multiple accounts on a single card, which was great, which is why I got the extra large card, because, over the course of the lifetime of the system, I could use the full 32 gigs on both accounts and not have to worry so much about space. Now I'm restricted to a single account, and I'd have to re-download the American titles, and I lost my progress in them.
That's the real fucking...
It's like this update came without warning. This restriction came without warning. So if you update your firmware without knowing that it would be locked to a single region, whichever region you were signed into is the one that your memory card got locked to. So if you have stuff on the other region, if you've got save files, they're gone.
Yeah, I believe.
And if you have games, you have to re-download them on another memory card.
Yeah, I have a friend, and a mutual friend of Eric, who lost all of her save files on the other side too, and that's just a huge bummer without no warning whatsoever. It's just really shitty. And like you said, it's punishing your most fervent fans, people who are actually enjoying their system and buying things and trying to, spread the word, and you're just punching them right in the gut, and for no real reason. No. Let's be serious. Let's be real here. Like, come on, who is this hurting? People who are buying games off the Japanese store and paying for these games. Like, what were they doing that was wrong?
It's
Nothing.
Like, do you even want customers, people? I mean, all of this region restriction, all region locking period is just screwing your customers. I mean, these game machines are designed to not play games.
Exactly, at this point.
Which is the really sad thing. I mean, if you want customers to buy your games, if you want icing on the cake, basically, let people enjoy importing games from other regions that would otherwise be inaccessible to them. And you'll see, breakout hits come out of it. I mean, that's what happened to Oendan. It wouldn't have been such a hit if it wasn't for importing.
Exactly, if people hadn't noticed it the way they did.
Right. I mean, it became this breakout international hit because of it. And it's really sad to see, the 3DS being region locked, the Vita's memory cards being locked to a specific region, region locked games starting to appear on the PS3 with Persona 4 Arena. I mean, this is all very frustrating for an international gamer like myself. So, come on, video game industry, cut it out.
Who's making this decision? Who's saying we need to do this? Because I don't think anybody who really likes any of the people who are working on the games or really like what they're doing, they can't be. I don't think they want to implement this. Who up top is what is their logic in saying this is what we need to do?
Someone's sitting in a boardroom. That's
right.
They've come up with. It's not the developers.
Insecure suits who think that squeezing an extra 0.5% out at everyone else's expense is worth doing. I mean, that's showing a severe lack of respect to your customers. And if you would simply treat your customers with respect and allow them to be your customers, allow them to spend extra money on games that aren't available in their regions, then I mean, sales can only go up in that sort of case.
Yeah, well, I think they see it as a point that they lose sales in their own region because people are buying it from other regions.
But I mean, that's BS.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's total paranoia.
That's complete BS.
I mean, you're not going to see any appreciable cannibalization of any region's game sales over price discrepancies.
Nothing worth taking note of.
No, I mean, you can't even appreciably calculate that. I mean, even your sales forecasts are going to be, having a margin of error, and any impact that importing would have would be less than that margin of error. So you can't really measure it. It's more a matter of pissing people off who are your loyal customers. And, I mean, it's a matter of, do you want them to be spreading positive word of mouth or negative word of mouth? And this incident with the Vita memory cards is just going to spread negative word of mouth.
Which is just what Sony needed, right?
Yeah, it's a system that's already struggling. So it's really not going to work toward the advantage of the system to impose this restriction. I think, if anything, Sony needs to be opening up the system in terms of availability of software across regions. I mean, just look at the PS1 game availability. There are 9 titles available in North America versus 291 in Japan. If it were possible to buy another region's games on the same memory card, you better believe more people would be buying additional games that wouldn't otherwise be available.
I mean, I think the thing with the 3DS is you knew from the start that it was region locked.
Right.
And then
so you knew what you were getting into.
So you knew you were getting into, but like the Vita had already been out for 9 months?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then they pull that stunt 9 months after release. It's not good. They shouldn't be doing that.
No, that's really not cool.
No, it's not.
That's been Sony's thing this whole generation, ever since PS3.
PS3, yeah.
That's why I've been so disappointed. I don't like that the 3DS is region locked, but I knew that, like you guys said. But every single thing, the PS3, the Vita, they're just taking stuff away. They just keep taking stuff away. Yeah. And for what? I don't even understand for what anymore.
They're just removing features that these systems have had when you bought them, and you bought them knowing they had them. And, this goes back to the PS3 and the region locking they kind of shadily put in a firmware update. Yep. It's just I bought the system knowing it was region-free, and part of the reason I bought it was because it was region-free. And you're taking these options away. You're getting rid of that by giving developers the ability to region lock their titles, and it's very, I don't know, it's just all very shady and all very just. All I can see is the dollar signs and the yen signs in their eyes. It's just very frustrating as a consumer.
Especially when those dollar and yens are going down. Yeah, they're not helping themselves.
Right. Yeah, it's not cool. It's not cool.
Very not cool.
But anyway, I mean, okay, they took that away, but they gave us PS1 games, right?
That is certainly a positive, definitely. And I mean, in my case, I do have 2 memory cards, just kind of by incident. And I'm mostly a Japanese gamer these days. I very rarely play English language games, but it's just I still can feel the pain and suffering from the other side.
Yeah, it's really lousy.
Right. Okay. But okay, the new firmware, though, do you find it snappier?
I didn't really notice that much of a difference.
I like being able to navigate the menus using buttons now. That's cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
Some of them.
Although...
Yeah, not all of them.
When you get into the store, it's if you continue using the touch screen.
Yeah. One thing I did want to point out that some people aren't aware of, and I don't know if this is the case with games you purchase off the American or the European store, but in Japan, some PlayStation 1 titles actually have screenshot capability.
Right.
It depends on the game. And when you go into the store to purchase it, it will say in the store's description whether or not this PlayStation 1 game has screenshot taking capabilities. I guess they kind of left it up to the developers.
Why wouldn't you allow that, though?
But I think this was a thing that they had for the PSP. emulation, like the emulation on the PSP back in the day, and it just kind of carried over. So you have to do it a little bit differently. Like you have to have your finger on the screen, bring up the menu, and then at the very top, if the game is compatible with screenshots, it'll say like take a screenshot, and then you click that and you can do it. But it's a feature carried over from the PSP. But from what I'm hearing, games bought off the American store and the European store don't have that option. So maybe that was something that was never there out west, which is a bummer, and just another sign that these small little things that Sony America is just screwing up on.
Right. I tried taking a screenshot in Final Fantasy VII by pressing the PlayStation and Start buttons at the same time, and up popped a little window saying you're not allowed to take screenshots.
Yeah, you can't do the PlayStation stuff in the built-in screenshot taker, but depending on the game, you can do it in other ways. But I know Square Enix just doesn't allow it. Period. In any of their games. So, but for example, Capcom, a lot of Capcom's games. In fact, all of the Capcom games that I purchased let you do it. And Wild Arms also let me do it as
Does
well.
Capcom charge you for it?
Nope.
No. Fair enough. That's good. That's nice of them.
5 cents a screenshot.
You wouldn't put it past them, though, right?
No.
Every time you do it, they take 10 yen out of your PlayStation account.
But to be fair, I can't stay completely mad at Capcom because Ace Attorney 5 is coming out. And, I mean, come on. It's Ace Attorney 5. I got to talk about this for a little bit, guys.
Okay, go for it. Fill your boots.
I will fill my boots with attorneys.
Okay.
Objection.
So, take that. Ace Attorney 5 is coming to the 3DS. No one was surprised by this announcement.
I was. Wait, no, I wasn't.
I mean, all of the Ace Attorney games have been on Nintendo consoles, starting from the Game Boy Advance, then ported to the Nintendo DS, then ported to the Wii. And there was no doubt in anybody's minds that the 5th game in the series would be on the 3DS. I mean,
wasn't there any doubt in your mind that there would be a 5th title?
I mean, they announced this half a year ago, though. So,
oh, okay. Yeah,
they announced it with the logo, and then they didn't talk about it for a while. And I think a lot of people forgot that they even announced it. So here we are. Character models are going to be 3D this time, but ironically, a lot of people looked at the magazine scans and didn't think they were 3D. So I guess that's pretty telling of how solid they actually are. I mean, I'm looking at them right now in the magazine, and they look really good. They capture the feel of the original series quite well. The game doesn't have a release date yet, but there's some cool new additions. First of all, you're playing as Phoenix Wright again, so you're not playing as Apollo Justice. But the game takes place 1 year after the end of Apollo Justice. So there's a good chance you're going to see those characters popping up again. For example, in the interview in Famitsu, the scenario writer actually says that you can see in the new Phoenix Wright illustration that he has a locket in his jacket pocket, and he makes it a point to say that this locket is the same locket that he had in Apollo Justice. So it's a picture of his daughter, who was a new character they introduced in the last game.
What? Spoilers! Oh god!
Spoilers! But at this point, come on, I'm talking about the 5th game in the series.
I'm playing the first game right now. Oh my god! Spoilers!
You'll be okay. Don't worry. Trust me.
Okay.
They ask, for example, he has a new partner in this game who they haven't revealed yet. They just have images of her. She's set to be revealed for Tokyo Game Show. But they asked, where's Maya, his old assistant from the original games? And Yamazaki, the scenario writer, kind of dances around the subject, and he's like, oh, maybe she's out training in her village. Which is kind of a non-answer. So hopefully she shows up again. And they also asked if other characters from the previous games will be showing up. And they kind of danced around this one as well. The producer, Eshiro, was basically like, well, this game does take place in the same timeline, so the characters do exist in the game world. As for whether they show up or not,
that's a yes.
Basically, a yes, yeah. Because, I mean, it's much easier to just say, no, they don't. It's a new cast. But yeah, Phoenix is looking really swag. He's got a 3-piece suit now.
Swaggy.
they don't talk about new gameplay elements very much, but they do have some screenshots of a new system that allows you to change the expression on your face, which sounds weird, but I think they don't describe it, but it seems to me like you'll be able to change the expression on Phoenix's face to get the witness, to intimidate the witness, or to like put the witness into a state of calmness to get them to say new things during your interrogation, which is really cool. Other than that, though, the game is looking great, and it's going to be playable at TGS. It's going to be a 15-minute demo, so that will probably be the first thing I line up for. So look forward to hearing some hands-on impressions of that in a few weeks, hopefully.
Phoenix Wright. I've never played one.
Cool.
They're amazing games.
They're really good.
Has everyone played one here?
I'm playing the HD. It's called HD, right?
Yeah.
On the iOS, I got that. Oh, I got that when it came out, and I completely forgot about it. And then the 5 information came out, so I started playing it again.
Oh, I never.
Yeah, and I played all 4 games on the DS when they were coming out.
I mean, it's a lot of reading and a lot of like puzzling stuff, searching for how to continue the story, basically. But it's really, it's very adventure game. It's well written though. It's funny, really funny.
And the music is excellent too.
Yeah.
Do you need to have a lot of conviction to finish those games?
I need a bell.
I'm just gonna walk away now. But yeah, these are great games.
Cheesy, have you played one?
I have not.
You've not. Do you plan?
You would
on?
like them.
Think so?
Yeah.
Do you not plan on trying?
I have not planned on trying.
You should
I
plan
think
it.
I think the on the iOS, I think a bit of it's free.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I think like the first chapter or something is free.
The first case. Yeah.
Yeah, of the first game. Like the iOS thing is the first 3 games. So yeah, you can try
Maybe
that
we're
out.
sampling.
Definitely give it a shot.
Right, I'd like to give it a shot. So yeah, it's a TGS, right?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, cool. So what's next on this agenda?
I think there was a little event the other week.
Oh god.
Oh god, yeah. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Yes, someone went on the Twitter rampage, didn't they?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
So Nintendo Direct.
Yeah.
This past August 29th at 8 p.m. in Japan.
8 p.m.
And it was focused on 3DS. There was no Wii U news whatsoever.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Is there any new news whatsoever?
There was, in fact.
Oh, yay.
So a lot of it is a review of stuff we already know. So let's skip down to what was new. Hino from Level 5 presented Professor Layton and the Ruins of an Advanced Civilization coming in 2013, which will be Layton's final adventure.
Though this is kind of weird because the current trilogy or the current games in the Layton series are take place in the past. The first trilogy takes place further along in the timeline, so technically he's already had his last quest.
So it's like Star Wars?
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
it's kind of weird, but the game looks really beautiful though.
So he's going to fall to the dark side now?
Yes.
Okay.
Layton turns into Darth Vader.
Is Luke his father this time?
Oh my god, that would be weird.
Oh, so Layton is Luke's father. I see.
We're just going to
That
confuse the listeners.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Famitsu right now. It looks like a Layton game. But
That's a thing to say.
I mean, look, Layton games don't. I don't know how to say this, but Layton games just kind of they have the same art style across the series, and they all look really good. The 3DS game, the last 3DS game they made, was a really solid looking game. The background art looks really beautiful. It's just it's a puzzle game, and they don't exactly change all that much from game to game. You're in it for the characters, you're in it for the puzzles. You're not in it because you're expecting them to make huge advances in the genre. If you like Layton games, you'll probably like this one.
So
Okay.
yeah, so keep going with the old Nintendo Direct.
Yes. A few minutes later, Iwata showed off Girls Mode, which is inconsequential to our listeners, but what it's going to be released on the same day, September 27th, is a pink-white 3DS LL or XL.
Woohoo! Can't wait to buy that one.
Yeah, so some people might be interested in that, but the next game that was shown is a lot more interesting, which is Animal Crossing. You get to decide what shops to build, what hours they run, and basically you're able to schedule the town so that it runs on your schedule, and so you won't have to stay up until the middle of the night or play in the middle of the day at times that are inconvenient for you. You can have the town run on your clock, which I guess was a big complaint in previous entries.
It is your town, little guy. Your town.
Right. You can also coordinate your characters' clothes, design new textures for them, and exchange those textures via QR codes. Those little black and white barcode-looking things that you can scan with the camera. Yeah. You can also change furniture colors, design your own house. So lots of customization in this iteration of the series.
Yeah, a lot more than usual.
Mayor. Yeah, so it's quite a bit of customization that has been present in previous titles, even though previous titles have had a fair amount of customization. It's arriving in Japan on November 8th for 4,800 yen, and there will be a special Nintendo Direct focusing on this title, drawing closer to the game's release.
Oh boy. I'm looking forward to seeing what interesting thing. I'm not even an Animal Crossing fan, but this is the sort of game that I feel like, given the 3DS's Street Pass features and various like social elements, could be really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, all you guys played one of these games before?
I have,
yeah.
I've watched my brothers play it.
Is it... So, you have. So, are you going to get into this one?
No.
What?
It's a thing. Like,
what's the attraction?
If you really like it. I mean,
I don't see the attraction.
If you really like it, you really like it. If you don't like it, then you just don't care.
Oh, so it's like it's a Marmite game?
What?
You don't know what Marmite is?
It's Marmite the game. Maybe it's Vegemite the game. I don't know.
Marmite, Vegemite, yeah, Vegemite.
But I mean, a lot of people really love these games and they do what they do very well. It's not for me, but
it's an experience. I mean, like, I don't mind that I played it. Like, I don't regret playing it. I'll never play another one. But it's a neat game. Like, it was really, I mean, to me, I've never played anything else like it. I'm sure there is other stuff like it, but it's a really unique experience that's worth trying out. But I'll never buy another one.
Yeah, I don't feel the pressing need to play another Animal Crossing because I feel like I got my fill with the original. But
it's like the Madden of house town simulators. Every year they add
oh man,
the new stuff. I mean, it's football's not changing. They're not adding new rules this year. There's no limit breaks in the new Madden. It's the same thing.
Should be
combo breaker,
Omni Slash,
Omni balls. But like that's what it is. It's just the same thing improved. So it's a really neat concept. But yeah,
I'm not gonna bother picking this up. It's just not my type of game. And I know a lot of people dig it, and I know a lot of friends who dig it, but yeah, it's just not for me, unfortunately. So, was there anything else on this Nintendo Direct that?
Yeah, a couple things.
AKB.
No, I'm not going to talk about AKB48.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can skip that. It's coming out right before Halloween, though.
That's appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very scary.
Yeah.
But after that, Denpa Ningen RPG 2 was shown.
That seems fast. That seems really fast.
I know. The last one was released just like a year ago, if that.
I think it was this past winter.
Yeah, it seems really soon, but basically you capture your characters via the AR camera. You look around, and if there are wireless signals around you, there will be characters floating around that you can capture. and you can customize your characters in this one and take pictures of them. There will be a demo that has save carryover into the full game, which is kind of nice. It's coming on September 26th for 1,000 yen.
It's more expensive than the last one, I think.
I think the last one must have been 800.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting brave.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, I mean, HarmoKnight is 1,800 yen, which is the next game that was shown. And we talked about this game earlier. But I think HarmoKnight is the highest priced standalone digital download title on the eShop thus far. That's not had a retail release, of course.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Having gazed through it a little bit.
So I think Nintendo's at the point now where it's experimenting with different price points on its download channel to see what price points people are willing to accept.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an experiment on Nintendo's behalf, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, well, Nintendo obviously they don't know where to put it. So yeah, they have to do these kind of experiments. But to be honest, I think HarmoKnight is a good price because it's a hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that it's comparable to a full-fledged retail title, or would you say it's half-sized? Or?
Well, I haven't finished it, so I couldn't say for sure. But from what I have played, I mean, Christ, I bought that Burst game, right?
Mm-hmm.
and
that was a full console.
And that was a full console game, yeah. So I would rather buy HarmoKnights for. I would be happy to pay the same price.
Yeah.
I mean, what about like Star Fox? You can finish Star Fox in like an hour and a half, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's a big gap in video game pricing that really should be filled in the mid-range.
Yeah.
I mean, there need to be mid-sized games at mid-sized prices because you're not always going to want to shell out for a full-fledged console game at that top dollar price. And you're not always going to want to go, dare I say it, slumming with $1 full games. So, I mean, surely there's a happy medium there somewhere.
They just got to find it.
Right. So, we'll see what that price is.
No, I'm pretty happy with the price for HarmoKnights, so I haven't got a problem with that. So it's all good. It's all good. I think Nintendo have got the price like spot on with that. To be honest, I mean, what's that going to launch in the West, in the States? What's that going to be, like $15, right?
Probably.
It's got to be $15 or $20, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I $15 is. I don't see that's a problem at all.
Yeah, they could probably get 15 for it. I mean, a lot of people have cried foul over the Square Enix tax on their downloadable titles, and yet
but
this
is a whole new IP, though, right?
Yeah, this is a brand new...
so were man, why am I forgetting the name now?
Chaos Rings.
Chaos Rings. Those were brand new IPs as well. It was
Right.
the same deal, you know. Those were like 20, 24-hour, 25-hour experiences too.
Huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's fair enough. I mean, as long as it's a new IP, I think that's fine to charge 15 for it. But if it's just a port, no. I don't think that's fair at all. Like 10 would be the max, I'd say, for a port. I don't know. Am I out of touch?
I mean, it depends on the game, you know, and what the port is too, and what changes are made.
And it's basically whatever price the market will support.
Exactly.
You know.
Stupid market.
Yeah, some people ruin it for the rest of us. Miku.
Jerks.
So the last big announcement at Nintendo Direct was the presentation of the new Tomodachi Collection on 3DS.
This made me snore.
The trailer showed an Iwatani speaking, acting in different environments, visiting restaurants, theme parks, and performing in a band in which you could watch the Mii sing karaoke or enka dressed up in different costumes.
Yeehaw.
These games, though, are popular here.
I've seen there are people I know who I would never have thought would own a DS, and they own a DS and Tomodachi Collection, and that's it.
If I'm not mistaken, Tomodachi Collection on the DS was $1 million seller, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was.
huge.
Yeah,
It was huge.
It was huge.
It never came to the West, though.
Nope.
I guess it would be too difficult to localize, perhaps.
There have to be a lot of changes, I think.
It doesn't do a lot of. Did it do Tsuchigai stuff, the Street Pass stuff in the DS version, or no? Am I
No,
crazy?
Dragon
no,
Quest
no,
9 was the only
Okay.
the Street Pass.
I mean,
game.
definitely that game was going to be very Street Pass heavy, I think.
Yeah, and I still know people in America who haven't gotten like more than 50 street passes, so
Just out of curiosity, how many have you got?
I think I've gotten over 500.
Right. Okay.
I've gotten over 5,500.
Wow.
I don't bring my 3DS everywhere I go though. So.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That's a lot. Eric?
I don't know how many, but I know I get like 2 or 3 every day just because my neighbor has a 3DS and she leaves it on, and it just keeps picking it up.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Whenever I go to the thing, she and I will high five 5 times.
What do you think of me? Futsu kana?
Yeah.
She's never
Is it
responded.
okay?
She's never responded. I send her messages and she's like, "Hi, how you doing?" I'm like, "You don't pay attention to this, do you? Or you hate me?"
Oh,
She could
so
probably
you
hate
send
me.
a specialized greeting to her, but
I
she
did.
never wants to talk.
She completely dissed me.
That's enough.
Completely dissed me.
Wow. It's getting
But of course, she's had Mario 3D Land in the 3DS ever since she bought it. So I think she just plugged it and left it on, hasn't touched it since.
Set it and forget it.
So
We did it.
it's just sitting there in the cradle.
It could very well be.
From the cradle to the grave.
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah. So
Onward.
Saves me.
Tomodachi
Saves me.
Collection is coming in spring 2013 in Japan, and more details will follow.
And it will sell 1 million copies.
Probably.
Oh, it's not more than that.
Final part of Nintendo Direct was a teaser for Monster Hunter 4. They showed a silhouette showing a character holding a new type of weapon.
Yes.
Which Famitsu then revealed a few days later, or a week later.
What was it?
It's like a staff with a bug on the end of it, and you can
cool.
shoot a bug out to attack your enemy.
So you
And-
can bug out in this game?
Yes, you can. And the bug will come back to your stick, and depending on what it's carrying, you'll get buffs. Depending on the part of the monster you attacked. It seems pretty cool. It looks really weird.
So this is a feature,
Yeah.
not a bug.
Well, no, it's a bug on the end of a stick. It's kind of hard. It's so weird. It's like a staff, and it's a flying bug, and you shoot your flying bug off your stick. And I guess it can reach places that you can't reach, so it can get items from places that are high up.
And
So yeah, you now have a bug stick.
awesome.
Yep.
It's all
I don't know
good.
if I want to focus on
It's
bugs.
all good. I mean, I don't think it looks particularly good. I think maybe Capcom chose the wrong platform for it.
I think they chose the right platform for it.
Yeah, no.
Well,
With the
no,
sale.
the right platform for sales, yes, but not for pushing hardware or for making it look.
Oh, they'll
nice.
push hard.
Good.
Just
Good. Let's.
No. I'm not saying pushing hard. I'm not saying pushing hardware sales. I'm saying pushing the technology. No.
I mean, I don't know. I don't. I mean, it would have been great on the Vita, but it also would have been great on the PS3 or the 360 or a console that could push the graphics. It'll be a good game. It's a Monster Hunter game. They're always good.
Yeah, what I was thinking of, like obviously the Vita, because it not only it's obviously the handheld, but being online as well. The 3DS is not going to be online.
I don't think it would have been online even if it was on the Vita. So
You don't think so?
No.
nah,
Nope.
nope.
Really?
The hardware has nothing to do with it because 3DS has great online capabilities.
Yeah, I know that, but
It's a Capcom decision. They're just not doing it because they don't need to.
It was not online on the PSPs.
well, it wasn't online on the PSP, but no, okay, fair enough. But I was thinking that
I mean, look at X Troopers. It's also coming out on the 3DS and the PS3. There's no online on the 3DS version. Why? Because they just don't. There's no reason to put it in. They don't see a reason to put it in for the West.
Yep.
So I mean,
Right.
that's just what it comes down to. At
And
this point, at this point, hoping that this will come to the Vita is just pointless. It's on the 3DS. It's going to be on the 3DS. If it comes to the Vita, that's cool. But I wouldn't hold my breath.
No, I'm not holding my breath. But I would have liked to have seen it on a more powerful system. That's all, with more capabilities and with a second analog stick. I think that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I will say the new armors look really cool. Like, there's some really cool looking designs here. I might actually get into this series with Monster Hunter 4.
I think I'm done. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy it. Maybe I won't buy it. I shouldn't buy it. I'm not going to buy it.
Will you buy it?
Oh, God.
Make a promise on air.
If it has Wi-Fi online, I'll buy it. If it doesn't, I don't think it will. But if it does, I'll buy it.
Right, I don't think it will have online.
I don't think it will.
Supposedly it has the biggest story of any Monster Hunter game, which is like basically saying it has a story. So,
right.
Maybe it'll be like Breath of Fire. Nah, a man can wish.
Okay, so I think we should just get off Nintendo Direct and go to our next little topic. It's TGS 2012. Excited or not?
Yay!
Yeah, definitely.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
You're excited? Who said excited?
I'm excited.
Okay, why?
Excited as well.
Why are you excited, Cheesy?
Why am I excited?
Yeah.
Get to play all the new games before they're released.
That's good. But you were there last year, right?
Yeah, I went for a day last year.
And it was pretty empty last year, and it was mobile phone games like Gree were taking up a lot of floor space. And
yeah, that was kind of depressing.
So this year is probably going to be more mobile phone games.
The keynote is being delivered by the CEO of Gree.
So yeah,
that's depressing.
Video games are dead.
So are you looking for? So I'll ask that question again. Are you looking forward to TGS 2012?
Yes.
Yes.
You still okay? So that's good because I am also.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I am as well. I think there's enough Japanese titles and development houses that are creating interesting games I want to play. And I think there's enough of them to out what mobile phone games have to offer.
I mean, looking at the list of games, I'm pretty psyched. Like, there's a lot of stuff I want to try and check out.
There's a lot of stuff I want to check out. I mean...
And that's not including new announcements, too.
Right.
So just going by the list alone, I'm like, yay, games! So any surprises would just be, cherry on top of that.
Okay, so just choose one title that you're interested or you're looking forward to see from each publisher. So Capcom.
Who do we want to start with?
Eric, go. Capcom.
No.
Nothing? There's nothing on the Capcom list that you're interested in seeing?
No.
Okay.
I think I'll watch their trailers.
You'll watch the trailers?
Yeah, they're showing Monster Hunter 4, RE6, Devil May Cry, EX Troopers, Lost Planet 3, and Isle to Puzzle.
And Ace Attorney 5 will be there as well.
And Ace Attorney 5, that's right.
Oh.
Right. Okay. So from that list, there's nothing on that list that you're interested in, Eric.
Ace Attorney 5, but I have to beat the first 4 games, so that's a while off for me.
Wow,
I'm that kind of guy.
That's going to be quite some time, right?
It will be. Oh yes.
Okay, Elliot, what's your favorite?
Ace Attorney 5 and X Troopers.
Okay, Cheesy.
I'm just going to watch the trailers and see.
Okay, you're just going to stick with that. I'm most looking forward to DMC.
Ugh.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I want to see. I'm
figure?
looking because I want to see the direction that the Ninja Theory are going to take it in. I'm interested to see how a Western developer, their take on it, because they've completely changed it, right? The characters, I remember when they first showed the characters, everyone went nuts. And I'm just interested.
Morbid curiosity?
Yeah, curiosity for one. It's an English developer. And I liked Heavenly. It's okay. I liked
Ninja Theory has done nothing for me.
I liked Heavenly Sword. For the launch title, Heavenly Sword was pretty good for a launch title.
It was launch window though, wasn't it? It wasn't launch.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't a launch day.
It was what?
It was launch window.
Yeah.
Still launch. That's what they say. But to have that, to have the technical, the technicals of that game running, launch window of PSE was I think was good. There's a lot of that stuff in there.
I mean, the cinematic stuff was good. The gameplay not so much, but
I mean, for their first title, for the first game that they developed.
I just feel like they haven't actually improved since then. That was the thing. Like,
really?
Yeah, their other games since then have also been kind of and Devil May Cry gameplay wise is not a very sort of series. Like, I hate to bring up the Bayonetta comparison again, but I mean, like, that's actually kind of apt in this case because Bayonetta kind of evolved out of Devil May Cry. But it's just like, I don't know if they can handle that kind of gameplay, especially when we already know it's 30 frames per second instead of 60.
Right,
and that's also a huge bummer. But
okay, well, that's the game I'm looking forward to play from Capcom. Okay, Konami, what have you got on here that's you're interested in?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
I'd like to see more on Rising. I'm curious about Rising.
I'm curious about Rising because I like Platinum games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge Metal Gear fan, so
none of the above.
None of the above. Oh, okay, wow.
Metal Gear is like
tell me again why are you going to TGS Cheesy? Because usually, hey, you want to watch trailers, you can do that online, and now you just said none of the above.
No, we're getting to games that I'm interested in playing.
Oh, okay, so level 5.
Yeah, they're showing Ace Attorney versus Layton, Fantasy Life, Inazuma 11 Go 2.
Yeah.
The new Professor Layton, Inazuma 11 1, 2, and 3 compilation, and Little Beller Experience.
Okay.
Wait, so where is Inazuma 11 going to?
It's going to 3DS.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
So there's nothing at level 5 you're interested in?
Me? No.
Anybody?
I'm interested in Ace Attorney versus Layton and Fantasy Life.
Right, I thought you'd say
which is being developed by, I think, Brownie Brown, right? The folks who made
I believe so, yeah.
Mother 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Yeah.
So I think I'll try out anything that's not called Inazuma 11.
Are you racist against soccer?
Yeah, I don't
Soccer
care about
RPG.
soccer at all.
Soccer RPG. Soccer role-playing game.
Okay, go play your egg ball.
Football. I'm sorry. Football role-playing
Egg ball.
game. Foosball.
Egg ball.
Football.
Egg ball.
Woo.
Okay, Namco Bandai. You got yes? Anybody interested in the Namco Bandai lineup?
How many Taiko games are they releasing?
Too many?
Like
2.
Many.
Okay.
I'm excited for Project X Zone and Tales of Exilia 2.
Did you like Tales of Exilia?
I liked it. It's not my favorite Tales game, but there's a lot to build on. And if they could do that with 2, I would be really happy.
So there's nothing at Namco Bandai that interests me at all.
Really?
No. Maybe Tales of Exilia 2. I'm just interested.
Yeah.
I
don't know. If I were to choose games from Namco's list to play, I would probably play the Taiko Drum Master games. But since they're all the same, I would probably say I'm more interested in trying out Project X Zone to play.
Okay, right. Okay, next we've got Sega, and they have Yakuza 5, Yakuza 1 and 2 in HD, and PSO.
On the Vita,
on the Vita, yes.
That's
PSO 2 Vita bears a demo, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see Yakuza 5 because I love the Yakuza series. So yeah,
I've only played the first one. I heard 2 wasn't that great, but if I'm gonna play, I'll play the HD version, I guess.
I reckon
Was 2 not that bad?
Yeah,
How was
I
2?
heard it's good.
Yakuza?
I heard it. Yeah, Yakuza 2. I heard it's kind of a disappointment.
Go play it. I think they're pretty good. Yeah, I mean,
I liked 1.
Of the end, you might want to skip that one. and Kessen, I mean, you might want to skip that one too because it's back in the Edo period. I don't think you'll like that, but yeah, it's kind of a spin-off. But yeah, I like the Yakuza series, and so I'm interested to see number 5.
I'm all on PSO 2 for the Vita.
Yeah,
Get the addiction going.
Well, Sony looked to have probably the biggest booth other than Gree.
Yeah.
They're showing a lot of third-party titles, though. The actual Sony-published titles are kind of slim pickings thus far.
As far as we know, at least.
As far as what's been announced.
Something interesting to note is that something they do normally is they announce that there's like 4 unannounced games that they're showing. Like they make like the space for that in the schedule.
Right.
And there's nothing like that.
There's nothing
so
like
far.
that here. Yeah.
So
yeah.
we have no idea what kind of announcements they're going to make, how many they're going to make, or if they're going to make any at all. So it's a very big question.
So I got a question then. On this Sony, the games that they're showing off, we got Vita and PS3 and PSP.
Yes.
Yep.
In the PS3, there is no Last Guardian.
That's right.
Good.
So
Get rid of it. Cancel it. Throw it away.
So
You might as well be dead at this point.
yes.
No, but the thing is though, there's also, again, there's no space talking about what games, like what, not necessarily unannounced, but like unrevealed games that they're going to show demos.
So what I'm saying is, if Last Guardian doesn't show up this year at TGS,
Should we presume it's dead?
do we either A, presume it's dead, or B, has it gone to PS4 because PS4 will be out this
And
year?
that's what happened. That's what happened to Eco. Though,
That's what happened to Eco, yeah,
It's
exactly.
the same thing that happened to Eco. They
So
were developing it for the PS1 for ages, and they couldn't finish it, and they carried it over to the PS2.
Well, after playing Eco and playing Shadow of the Colossus, we can only hope that they're never going to make this game. That's what I'd say.
Get out of here! Get out of here, Eric. You're done. You're done.
should I cut them off now?
But I will say though, and something important to note, Versus 13 will also not be at TGS apparently. But
Because it's going to be Final Fantasy 15, damn it.
but we know for a fact they're still making it because they wouldn't actually answer all those like outcries from the fans if they weren't anymore. But that's been in development way longer than Last Guardian has at this point. So just some food for thought.
Very true.
Well,
And Versus 13 has been absent from like the last God knows how many years of game shows.
because this time next year at TGS 2013, the PS4 will be on the on the show floor, right?
Sure it will.
Yeah.
So do you think Last Guardian will be pushed to a launch title?
I mean, I could actually see it becoming a PS4 title. Yeah.
Because there's not much point of if it's not here at this TGS, there's not much point putting it on the PS3, is there?
Well, there's no other shows to really be able to show it off in Japan at least
Right.
after this. So I mean, yeah, it's here or next console, and
Gee, this is the last dance, isn't it?
and Versus 13 might be that same thing for all we know too.
Final Fantasy 15 on PS4.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have gotten 4 Final Fantasies. on the
Just imagine if they do push these titles, these could be launch titles. So could you imagine how strong the launch of the PS4 would be if it has?
That'd be pretty huge.
I mean, even just launch, that'd be pretty. Those would be mega bombs, I think.
Yeah.
Bombs as in huge sellers, not as in price collapse worthy.
No, I think huge sellers and system push sellers as well.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Killer.
I would be shocked. I would be shocked if Square ever dropped a main numbered Final Fantasy as
Launch
actual. Well, we don't know it's gonna be 15, but I mean, I would be shocked if they dropped a Final Fantasy game, the first, for a launch title.
I would say in the very least, the first year of the console's life.
right.
I'd still be shocked.
Because you have to remember they haven't shown anything. So even if they do show stuff next year, that'll still be, way ahead of.
Or do you just carry on with the development and release it on PS3, knowing that there's like 70 million machines out there?
I don't.
After the Vita, maybe. After the Vita, that's
Or it
not
depends on whether, because this is Versus is supposedly still PS3 exclusive. So depending on how much money Sony decides to money hat their way through,
Have Sony got that kind of money now?
they might not have it, but they might still spend
I don't think they've got it. That kind of
If
money.
you'll
to do stuff like that.
recall, Final Fantasy 12 launched dangerously close to the launch of the PS3,
That's true too.
and it was still on PS2. So I don't see Square Enix trying to sell a Final Fantasy game, which they need to sell 2-3 million of, to a launch install base. They really need the larger
The problem
one.
is that they're not going to be, depending on when the PS. I mean, when what's the prediction for when the PS4 launches?
I'm going to say
Probably
November.
November
Because
2013.
you have to remember, Final Fantasy XIV is coming to the PS3. That is now a proven fact. They've redeveloped the entire game around that idea, and they're going to show it off at this TGS as well. So let's assume 14 launches next year for the PS3. That's also assuming that Lightning, the new 13 game, the final
Lightning Returns.
Lightning
Final
Returns,
Fantasy 13-3.
which sounds really interesting. By the way, I'm not a huge fan of the world, but the actual gameplay sounds pretty fascinating. But let's assume that launches next year as well. So you'll have 2 Final Fantasy games next year. One of them a numbered title, the other one another 13 title. Versus 13 is not going to launch next year.
So 2014?
Which means it'd have to be 2014 for the PS3.
Eric, you're going crazy again. You're turning into a Dalek.
Hold on, turning up my mic.
So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to kill Eric and then bring him back. Yeah. So
I have a hard time believing that they're going to launch it for the PS3 in 2014. That's just too far out.
Oh, 8 years in development.
Like that's why I'm saying like shifting it over to PS4 seems like the only way they could like save face at this point.
Yeah, if it's a second or third year title for PS4.
I mean, especially that would also explain why we haven't seen anything from it in the past couple of years. Is because it'd be developed for a hardware that hasn't been revealed.
what happens if they were using their new engine?
Yeah, that's a possibility too. Using their new,
If they're on a new engine on new dev kits already, then they wouldn't have any means by which they could even show it publicly.
Right.
Exactly. So I mean, who knows? I have a hard time picturing Versus, which will probably be 15 at this point, releasing for the PS3 in 2 years. I don't know. That just seems crazy to me.
Anyways, okay, so back with Sony. So Cheesy mentioned that there's a distinct lack of Sony first-party titles on the show floor.
Yeah, where are the new announcements? I mean, are they just going to be closer to the actual show, I wonder? Or is this it? Is all we're going to see?
Right, because what they've got in the Vita, they've got Little Big Planet, Sony Smash Brothers, and Sound Shapes, and that's it.
Yep.
For Sony
First party
titles, and that's shockingly poor.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. 3 titles, and all 3 of those titles, they're all Western developed, not one Japanese title.
What's up with that? Are they putting any Japanese developers on the system, or what?
Again, I think the Japanese...
Well, technically, isn't Soul Sacrifice still
That's
Marvelous,
Marvelous,
developed
right?
by
That's
Marvelous, but
right?
isn't Sony Japan on that in some form? Or was that just me pulling crap out of this?
It's being shown in the Sony booth.
Okay.
Yeah, but,
I don't know. Marvelous has
but so is Assassin's Creed, and that's not Sony.
Yeah, okay.
You know, so... Yeah, okay. But, I mean, the thing
we have no idea what they're announcing. And all of the games on this list are games we already know about. Mm-hmm. So there are literally no new games on any of these lists. So...
Right. So,
this is not including any of the announcements that any of these companies are going to
Surely there have to be announcements at TGS.
Of course.
Surely.
Yeah. Like, regardless of how many there are, there will be new announcements of new games because that's what you do at a game show.
Right.
Yes.
So, the Vita, what are you most looking forward to seeing? I'm going to go with Soul Sacrifice.
The Falcom games, probably.
Yes.
I'd have to say PSO2.
For me...
Right.
Okay. East comes out the week after TGS, so I can probably...
You could wait, right?
Wait and just let my excitement boil. Soul Sacrifice is the big one, but I'm actually excited about a few games on this list. So.
Right, okay. Okay, so PS3, what are you looking forward to on PS3? Other than Rising.
Zone of the Enders HD.
Really? That's a PS2 game, right?
Yeah, but Zone of the Enders 2 is like one of the greatest action games ever made.
Yeah,
so.
but again, it's a port.
And it's one of the greatest action games ever made.
But it's a port. It's not new, right?
It doesn't need to be new for it to be great and interesting.
Okay.
Most of the stuff on this list is not really
exciting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just
yeah.
RE6 I know I'm going to buy.
The only thing on that list that I'm interested in is probably Metal Gear Rising.
Yep.
And DMC.
Sony will be showing Rocksmith in its booth on Ubisoft's behalf.
Yeehaw.
So I think I might try that out. I actually bought an electric guitar a couple months ago and have been fiddling about with it, not knowing what I'm doing just yet. So I might try that out, see if it is worth picking up. I know it came out in the States last year, but
actually,
it's going to be my first chance to try it.
They've got the PSP is going to be shown as well. They've got like 3 games for the PSP. Soul Trigger, right? Did you, Elliot? Did you not play that on the 3DS?
It's a PSP title only, but they released a demo on the PSP this week.
Okay, I thought that was the. Was it not the 3DS title?
No, it's a PSP title.
Oh, that was Soul Trigger, right?
Yeah, Soul Trigger for the PSP.
So what am I thinking of? That was released.
I have no idea.
on the DS a week ago.
Not. Soul Hackers.
Oh, there you go. It's Soul something.
Yeah.
Well, the song's different. This is SOL Trigger. Yeah,
this is Image Epoch, known for making games that aren't really good, but almost are good.
Did you not play Soul Hacker?
I have it. I haven't touched it yet, though.
Oh, okay, fair enough. We'll talk about it then.
Soul Trigger, they're touting as like the last big JRPG for the PSP. I played the demo. It's written by Nojima Kazushige, the writer of Final Fantasy VII, which may or may not be a good thing when you look at his credit list. And the demo was interesting. Visually, it's really quite impressive. The music is good. Kind of hard to tell if the story is any good from a brief demo, but I'm going to pick it up when it comes out in October. I'm probably going to grab it digitally, but there's no reason to check it out at TGS, though, since I have the demo sitting on my Vita right now.
Okay, but so going through this list, it doesn't sound like anyone's really interested in anything, though.
There's stuff I'm really interested in trying. Like
there's like less than a handful of games that you've gone through this list that you've gone, I need to play.
No,
which
is not really.
No.
I feel like if I have like 5 games, that's probably too much because I'm not going to be able to play like all of them.
What do you mean? You're not going to be able to play them at the show, or you're not going to be able to play them?
Probably not going to be able to play them at the show. So
5 games?
Because the lines, man. Are you kidding me? Like stuff. If I wanted to play Monster Hunter 4, I'd probably only play that.
Well, like last year, you got a ticket. You went to the booth and you got a ticket, and the ticket said like come back at 10 o'clock.
So who knows? The problem is that a lot of these games have gotten, most of the games I'm interested in have gotten extensive demos.
Right.
So it's kind of like, okay, well, I'll play a better demo. I'm more looking forward to like new announcements, new information. So just looking at a list of games doesn't really do anything for me.
Right. Okay.
There's stuff I want to try. It's not the full story,
Right. Okay. So it's when you're on the actual show floor and you got the music and the lights and the atmosphere,
and announcements and the conferences and stuff.
The dancing and the getting close to each other and
the
booth
touching.
babes.
The sweat.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Yeah.
Sweat.
Okay, we haven't finished our list.
Hand sanitizer.
Square Enix also
Bravely
showing
Default.
Bravely Default.
Yes.
I'm buying it.
Numerous demos, which we've discussed already, but they should have the final demo there if it's not available for download by that point. So I want to go check that out.
I wonder if they'll have another AR game demo.
That'd be
AR
something,
demo. Because last year was an AR demo, right, with a girl.
Right, yeah.
You got that card.
They've had AR demos with each of the demos.
Yeah, but last year there was an exclusive TGS demo.
Right. Well, you still got cards so you could recreate it at home.
Yeah, you could get a card you could recreate at home. But
in the booth, they had the lights and the sounds. There was this whole environment that you were set in, so they had the background going as an AR environment.
Right. So I wonder if they'll have another thing set up similar to what they did last year.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that at Square Enix.
I'm excited for Final Fantasy 14 because a lot of the big changes they've made. It's pretty much a different game at this point, and it sounds like they're really listening to feedback. And I've heard nothing but good things about it from people who have seen it, in the flesh. So I'm hoping to get my hands on it.
Yeah, everything else is either portable or from Eidos.
Yeah.
Eidos?
Yeah, so they've got Sleeping Dogs, Hitman Absolution, Symphonica iOS, Demon Score iOS, which is by Innis, the makers of Oendan.
Okay.
Then they've got Final Fantasy 3 on PSP.
Yes.
Galaxy Dungeon for Gree. Emperor's Saga from the Saga series, also on Gree.
Apparently Tomb Raider is supposed to be there, even though it hasn't been on any lists.
Make me sad.
Yeah, if Tomb Raider's there, I'll definitely want to check that out because it's had extremely favorable impressions from the last 2 E3s.
Yeah.
Let's see what else they've got. Otome Break on iOS, Android.
Yes. Wait, what?
Exactly. Then Lord of Vermilion Revision 2 for arcade. Gyro Zetter on the arcade.
No, that's the Danny DeVito game.
The Kitty Arcade.
Yeah.
They're showing COD Blops 2.
Oh, I love COD Blops. What's that?
What about COD pieces?
Call of Duty Black Ops 2 on behalf of what? Activision?
Oh, COD Blops.
I'm sorry. I think I just wrong somewhere.
Yeah. And Gyro Zetter will be playable in the family area along with Slime Mori Mori, Dragon Quest 3, Daikaizoku Toshippodan for 3DS, and Dragon Quest Monsters Terry No Wonderland 3D.
So stay
those
out.
games are out.
Which are already out.
Yeah, stay out of the kiddie zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, though, Dragon Quest X on the Wii U will have new information of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to do some kind of stage demo, right?
Probably, but they haven't said specifically.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be playable or a stage demo or video or just information or what.
Well, no Nintendo. I don't think they're going to allow anybody to show anything with Nintendo Wii U. So I think it'll just be a video and an announcement, and that's it.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, I can't see anything else really.
Well, it might be because they're revealing all of the price information, stuff like that, before TGS. So,
is it going to be before or after? We have no idea what the timing is. We just
we don't. I thought there was a Wii U thing happening next week.
There is in New York City.
Ah, yeah, that's
for the North American launch. It's happening.
I just can't imagine, though, that they would announce Japan information after America information.
I don't know. I mean,
Nintendo Directs, they announced them like the day before. So
right, so it could be very short notice.
Could be tomorrow.
Yeah, for all we know. Yeah, we could have 24 hours notice on the announcement of Wii U information for Japan. Iwata had released a statement saying that a lot of people have been expecting there to be a quote-unquote Nintendo conference again this year in September.
Like they did with the 3DS and stuff.
Yeah, which is how they showed the 3DS off last year and maybe the year before. But what Iwata said that is not how the Wii U will be announced for Japan. There will be some other means by which it will be announced.
Nintendo Direct.
Oh, I think the information will be posted in a new Street Pass puzzle. So you have to start walking around changing the puzzle pieces in order to figure out when the Wii U launches.
Excellent.
Genius marketing.
Excellent. Yeah. Right, okay. I think we should get off that and go into Zashi time.
Zashi time. Let's go into Zashi time.
We talked about a lot of stuff from Zashi time.
So
already,
Zashi time is it just Famitsu today?
Yeah, just Famitsu.
Okay, cool. So
we talked about
reviews.
Yeah, reviews.
Anything interesting?
Lost Heroes. It's Kamen Rider Ultraman mashup 8977. I know a few people who listen are interested in those games, so there you have it. Dragon Quest X got all 9s.
Oh, it's a platinum, right?
Yes, got a platinum.
Sweet.
That should surprise nobody.
Well, I guess they didn't review it for launch because the servers were not up.
I mean, they probably couldn't have played it before launch, so
yeah. It's kind of weird. I would have thought that Square would have had some kind of infrastructure in place to get people.
But I mean, it's an MMO, so if you're not playing it with thousands of other players, you're not really getting.
Yeah. So, but how did they test it?
By playing it with everybody. Beta test.
I'm not saying Famitsu. I'm talking about Square.
The beta test that they had.
Well, okay, fair enough.
And I know a lot of people. I know some of the 8-4 guys and some of the people up in Tokyo participate in the beta test as well. But yeah, they had a. I think it was maybe a month or so. I don't know.
There are ways to test MMOs without actually having humans control characters. You can launch basically drone characters with a special tool that developers can create.
Oh, interesting.
Tools.
Yeah, for some reason Max Payne 3 is here. It got 9989.
Well, doesn't get released till, is it this week or next week?
I paid no attention to
what Western games. I hate Western games. Get out of my face.
I'm just not interested in the Max Payne series anymore.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, so we got new scores here as well.
Yes, from this week.
Yes, from this. Oh yeah, sorry. Those scores that you just read off they were from last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
This week we have Sengoku Musou Chronicles. What is it? 2, I think, for the 3DS. It's the sequel to the game that I think came out with the 3DS launch day. Got 9998. These scores are ridiculous. If the game is anything like the first game, which was a boring, ugly mess. Then Medarot, also known as Metabots in America, got 8877. Takao from NeoGAF is very excited about this game.
Probably the only person who is excited for this game.
Maybe the only person who's excited. It's really ugly looking and kind of depressing. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 got reviewed this week, and unsurprisingly, it got a 10, 9, 10, 10. If you've been following this game, the amount of content in it is staggering. Like, it'll blow your head up.
Yeah. Isn't that what they said in the cross review? Didn't they mention that in the cross review?
Yes, they mentioned just there's so much to do in this game. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's going to be tons of DLC that is all free. Characters, costumes, stages. The director Harada has said, the producer Harada has said that he doesn't believe in DLC characters, paying for DLC characters, because it gives an upper hand to the people who can afford them and kind of screws the people who can't. And so he doesn't really like paid DLC. So there's a lot of free DLC for the game.
That's awesome, though. That's awesome.
That's how you do it.
That's kicking it to Capcom.
Oh yeah, it was pretty much a direct response to that. But
that's how you treat your customers with respect.
There's a lot of like pre-order exclusive DLC that will become available and free later on.
Okay.
So even the stuff that you can't get your hands on because you bought it at a certain store, you will eventually get for free later.
Because watching this game in the arcade is pretty amazing, because in Japan, obviously, the arcade cabinets are back to back, so you don't actually get to see your opponents. But they have these back to back machines. But then you've got like a spectator monitor.
Yeah.
And the spectator monitor is connected to the net. And it's countrywide, so you can watch games from like in Tokyo. So somebody could be in Nagoya, where I am, and somebody could be in Tokyo playing against each other also online, and you see it on that spectator monitor, and it's pretty amazing. It's like, wow.
Yeah. So I mean, these scores. I mean, I've only played a little bit of Tekken Tag Tournament 2 in arcades, but they seem like they're pretty much on the money this time around. I'm planning on picking up Tekken Tag Tournament 2. I have some friends who are really big Tekken players, so I want to see if I can learn something from them. So I'm kind of excited about this one.
Quite like Tekken. I like this. I liked some of the characters because they seem to have rhythm to them when you're playing it, and I quite like the rhythm aspects of it, of putting out the combos. But yeah, but the amount of the DLC and the amount of actual content on the disc is quite staggering. So,
no complaints here. That is how you do DLC.
Yeah. I'm quite looking forward to seeing it. When does it come out in Japan?
Next week.
This Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what, the 13th?
Correct.
Cool.
Take notice, Capcom.
Well, I think they will when they see this, and hopefully it reflects in sales as well.
I would imagine. I'm going to go ahead and predict at least over 100,000.
Yeah, well, it seems to have a pretty big arcade following, so hopefully the people in the arcade will go out and pick it up. Because this is a 360 and PS3 in Japan also, so I was quite surprised that they're releasing it on 360 in Japan.
That'll probably sell like 2 copies, but...
Well, I'm sure it'll sell about 25,000 units, whereas the PS3 will probably be like 150.
Yeah.
So I'm always surprised when they release the 360 version in Japan these days. Anyway, I understand it when it was like back when the 360 and PS3 kind of started off, but not now. I don't know. Because I mean, even like Microsoft, they're not even backing it much anymore. They're not even at TGS now.
That's really funny still, by the way.
Game over.
You know, so I don't quite understand them releasing
Bail
in
out.
Japan. No, I just don't understand them releasing in Japan if even Microsoft are going, we're not going to TGS now.
I guess some companies still want to be faithful to their, their fans that are on the 360 developers, yeah.
No, if they're faithful, they're going by the other console, right? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Anyways, okay, let's get off scores of Famitsu and get into Media Create sales.
Yes.
Yay, this week was an interesting one.
Yeah. Was there...
It was, but it was kind of predictable, though, right?
Yeah, we knew what the big titles would be.
Yeah.
I think we predicted this many a week ago, but...
Well, it was obvious, though, right?
Yeah. Cheesy, you want to take this one?
Yeah, here we go. Coming in at number 1.
Woo, hype train!
On the Vita at a very high price of 7,329 yen MSRP. Hatsune Miku Project Diva F.
Oh, damn.
With 159,592 units.
That's quite a lot, though, for a week.
That's 74% sell-through.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that Sega were quite upset that it didn't sell more.
Maybe if they priced it lower, it would have
Yeah,
sold
maybe
more.
if they priced it lower, right?
And I remarked on Twitter that it seemed kind of odd to me that they were disappointed when the sell-through was 74%, because that's a really high sell-through, but it might have also meant that they were expecting to ship more copies to retailers.
Not going to happen at this point.
Which obviously, it's a little bit late for that, but because I can't see them being disappointed with 74%. That's
it's a rate at which you don't really need to drop the price at retail to sell through the rest of your allocation.
Exactly. So I'm wondering, I don't know, it just seems odd that they're disappointed with the numbers. I mean, yes, it sold less than the previous game. I think the only one that it beat was the first game in the series, but I mean, still, 160,000 units on a system that hasn't been out nearly as long as the PSP was at the time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's still nothing to laugh at.
There's not even 1 million units out there, right?
Yeah, Japan.
So that's that's like
very sizable proportion of users.
Like one in every 4.
And they commented that about 16,000 people purchased the downloaded version.
Yeah, Mehdi bought both.
Yes, he did.
Because he wanted Miku to be with him at all times.
Oh, yeah.
I took an amazing picture of Mehdi next to a Hatsune Miku stand when I was up in Osaka. Actually, it's a very touching, romantic.
Was his tongue on the floor?
No.
Was he crying? He was crying, right?
Don't ask where his tongue was.
Yeah, just based on the physical sales of Miku alone, that's over 16% of the total user base.
Jesus.
16.88% of users have a physical copy of Miku.
Yeah, I was one of them.
In just the first 4 days of sales.
I'm curious to see what kind of drop we're going to look at next week.
I'm sure it'll be sizable.
Yeah, it'll be sizable. Because, I mean, when I went to the store, there was already 8 second-hand copies on the shelf.
Right, yeah, we're probably going to see something like an 85% drop-off in sales.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was quite shocked. I was quite shocked actually. I walked in. I didn't expect to see any secondhand. It was 8. I was like, wow.
Someone was like, "Rhythm game, go." Okay, rhythm game done. Bye.
Yeah, like I platinumed it, done it, and that was what Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I sold it on the Sunday, so yeah, less than.
You platinumed it, really?
No. I'm saying that they've platinumed it already, and then they took it back to the store. I don't know, or maybe they did a medi and went, "I want Miku with me forever," and sold it and got the download code. I don't know.
That's possible too.
Yeah, I guess so. It could be. So okay, number 2
on the 3DS, Devil Summoner Soul Hackers.
That's nice to hear.
69,365 units.
Oh, this is a Devil company, though, right?
Yeah, Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas.
Well, it is a 3DS game, so it comes region locked as part of the system. So can't really fault Atlas for this.
You can't fault them for that one.
We can fault Nintendo.
This is kind of interesting because the Persona 2 PSP ports, or at least the second one, Eternal Punishment, did not sell nearly as much as Soul Hackers did. I think Eternal Punishment did like in the 20,000s. So I'm kind of surprised that Soul Hackers did so well. It's actually a really nice opening. Especially since it's not super improved over the previous PlayStation Saturn releases either. It's got full voice now, but like visually it's pretty much the same game except for some redrawn portraits.
Have you actually opened it?
Yeah, I've opened it. I started it, played 5 minutes just to dip my feet.
Acquaint yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, right, number 3, Boobies game. Go.
Just barely edged out by Soul Hackers was Senran Kagura Burst with 69,084 units.
It's a nice appropriate
69.
number, right? Boobies,
yeah.
69. Woohoo!
If you compare it to the first week sales of the original Senran Kagura, which were 52,206 units, that's over a 32% increase.
It's like a damn.
Yeah, well, they're just booby freaks, right?
Boobs sell, I guess, is what the
boobs sell. Yeah,
it's getting more and more popular as time goes on. So we'll probably see a third iteration next year.
Senran Kagura Double D Burst.
Yeah, exactly. I thought Double D
Triple
Burst.
D.
3D.
Oh God. 3D Busto. It's terrible. I hate myself.
Okay, well, let's move on then. Number 4.
New Super Mario Bros. 2 with 56,061, breaking the 1 million sales mark.
Very slowly, might I add.
I'm quite surprised it's taken this long to hit the million mark.
Yeah, though apparently 5% of sales are downloadable versions.
Okay.
5% of total sales, that is. So we're looking at like 95% of the total sales with this 1,037,205 unit mark.
I mean, how much was the original New Super Mario Brothers at this point? Because from what I've been reading online, these are not so great sales for a 2D Mario. From what I gather.
Not meeting the pace of the
this is not good for Nintendo, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you put their so-called what was it, B-Team on it? Or no, it wasn't B-Team. It was the kids, right? The
Mario
apprentice.
Cram School.
Yeah, the apprentices, right?
Yeah.
So I guess
damn them.
Yeah, the apprentices all suck apparently.
I think it's more a matter of this being a rehash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of people complain about, and that's certainly that was my issue with it.
Yeah.
It was more of a rehash than anything else. Whoa, someone's yawning. Let's move on quick before I fall asleep. Next, number 5.
Neptune V with 36,189 units.
What? Right. Okay, this is this
moe anime game that has characters representing the various gaming platforms available.
And companies as well.
Companies.
Yeah,
so Elliot, did you buy this?
No.
Oh, you disappoint me.
Oh,
no interest whatsoever.
Okay, number 6.
Mobile Suit Gundam Age, Universal Excel and Cosmic Drive.
Number 7.
Sengoku Basara HD Collection.
Number 8.
Pokemon Black and White 2.
Oh my goodness. Number 9.
Aquapaza, Aqua Plus Dream Match.
Yeehaw, 10.
Dragon Quest 10.
Appropriate.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Wow.
It's currently a total of 526,735 units, which is pretty impressive for an MMO.
On a Wii.
On the Wii, no less, which is,
On the
you know,
Wii.
on its deathbed.
Or it's already dead and under the ground, but twitches
Yeah.
every now and then when someone pokes it.
Yeah, its corpse is pretty cold at this point.
How many RPGs in this just the top 10?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mobile Suit Gundam Age is also an RPG, by the way.
5.
At least 5, yeah. RPGs are popular in Japan.
As you can tell, that's what
In case you didn't.
Playing along.
That's what I was trying to point out. That's what I was just trying to point out.
Japan likes RPGs. Let's
Hey,
accept this.
breaking news.
Huzzah!
Deal with it.
Huzzah, indeed.
Onward.
Deal with it. Okay, let's go to the hardware. Let's just do top 10 and then hardware.
Yeah.
Yep.
So with Miku hitting, what's Miku hit again? It was like 160,000, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
Got a Miku bump.
yeah, a huge Miku bump. It was it's
She
like
doesn't have big bumps.
oh god. So yeah, so it was like kind of quadrupled the sales, right?
Yeah, it went from...
It quintupled sales.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
You're good at words.
Dictionary.
Miku bump was 39,190 units.
Wow.
Damn.
That's just the Miku bump, which is the sales increase over last week.
Right. Okay. So last week was what, 10,880 units, right?
Correct. And with the Miku bump, it went up to 50,070 units,
Wowza.
which was still not enough to beat the 3DS at 74,290.
But it's the closest it's been in a long time.
So close, and yet so far, it's still
Uh-huh.
selling 2/3 of what the 3DS is.
Well, look at the sales. I mean, it still hasn't hit 1 million.
It's at 945,430.
So close.
Yeah, so close. Next week, it still won't be 1 million. It's
No, next week it's
No,
definitely not going to be a million.
I think it's going to
lose
take
Miku
3
bump.
weeks. It'll take 3 weeks to hit 1 million, I bet.
It'll
3
take,
weeks.
like 5 weeks at this
Yeah.
rate. At last week's rate, I should say.
Well, I think next week will still be I think it'll be about
20,000?
20, yeah.
You think so? You think there's going to be a residual Miku bump?
Maybe.
She has residual bumps now? Jesus.
Yeah.
What's this girl doing?
Eric.
Singing
Yes.
and dancing.
Sorry.
Eric.
Yes.
Shh.
Okay.
Go drink some whiskey and Coke. Right, okay, so, yeah, wow, that's sales. Look at the sales for the 3DS now.
Yeah, it's up to 7.2 million lifetime to date.
Yeah, nuts. It's great, though, because at the start, though, everyone was laughing at the 3DS, saying, oh, this is terrible, this is a big fail.
I mean, yeah, look at the numbers it was pulling last year at this time. Like, that was kind of the norm for last year when it first came out, too. It was just kind of, like, hovering around 40,000, 50,000 every single week. Like, just not moving.
Yeah,
And
so, I
then-
mean, so last year, the same time last year, it was only 54,000 units.
Yeah, and then come November, I think was when Mario Kart came out, and that number, like, exploded.
Yeah. And Mario Kart's normally still in the top 50, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, where was it this week? Let's see.
29?
Yeah, it's at 29.
It's at 29, yeah. It's,
And Super Mario 3D Land is at number 35.
Mario
It's
Tennis
strong
37.
for a 3D Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're all pretty good games.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Mario Tennis, I didn't like that, but that's another story. Anyways, yeah, okay. So hardware is done.
Questions!
Shall we go into emails and tweets?
Email.
Yeah?
Let's.
Do it.
Let's.
Okay, so Crackalack and Z, as always, has a question about food. Yes, he's obsessed with food.
We noticed.
Deal with it. Okay, so he asks, tendon or fish and chips.
Now, we're not talking about tendons as in the ligaments that connect the muscles.
Oh, we're not? Ah, shit. Okay. Damn.
We're talking about tempura donburi, which is
tempura.
fried things over rice. Like fried shrimp.
Right.
And such.
Ooh,
I'm going to go with fish and chips because I am British. Raw. Hear me raw.
Tempura donburi.
yeah, tempura donburi, I think.
Tempura donburi is the
I'm
way
going
to
to
go.
have to just drop all of you out of this call. Right now.
Next week we'll have a solo podcast from Martin.
Yeah,
Martin will answer the rest of your questions.
Yeah, I've got
some of this.
my fingers on the button, and I'm about to just drop everyone and just do the rest of the questions by myself, but I don't think I will.
Aww.
Okay, Master Assassin, Cheesy, go with Master Assassin.
All right. What is your favorite game glitch or Easter egg? I know my answer.
Okay,
Go for it.
In Super Mario Brothers 2, the U.S. edition, when you went to fight Mouser, the boss of Worlds 1 and 3, if I recall correctly, sometimes if you did your transition on and off the screen on which Mouser was just right, you could get him to clone himself. So there would be Mouser, and then right next to him, a Mouser doppelganger. So you would have to fight two Mousers, and they'd both be chucking bombs at you. And I don't recall if just defeating one of them was sufficient or if you had to beat both of them, but it was really messed up. And I really quite enjoyed that glitch.
Is this a glitch that you could force on the game?
It took a few tries to be able to reproduce, but it's definitely reproducible.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so it was a proper bug then, right?
It was a bug. It was not intentional.
Excellent. Love it. Okay, go, Elliot.
Okay, Common Writer 1. When you feel like you are getting burned out on video games, what do you do to pass the time otherwise?
Oh,
Any
hang on.
hobbies?
You're not going to answer the question?
Hey,
My bad. Easter eggs. In the third Sora no Kiseki game, Trails in the Sky, Part 3 essentially, there's like a big library of books in the Maid Hub world. And one of the books is this kind of story, this old legend that you first hear about in the previous trilogy of games that's completely unconnected. And it's a cool little Easter egg because it actually kind of raises thoughts that maybe these two worlds are connected, despite having seemed to be completely separate at this point. So there's been a lot of theorizing as to whether or not, maybe that'll be important later on, or maybe it's just a little Easter egg for the fans of both series.
Cool. Eric?
I'm having trouble picking between the porno book in Final Fantasy IV, which is that's so classic, or just the all the glitching to get the extra map points in Symphony of the Night.
Oh, yeah.
Those were both two cool ones that stick out in my head.
Those are both good.
Yeah? Okay.
And Martin, what do you think? Did you say?
Mine was, I don't know, back in the day when I was working for Sony as a tester, I was testing Ridge Racer, and I got a bug that I could do 100%, but they didn't take it out of the game. I could get the game to, as it was loading the track, I could get it to load nothing but the car. and the Sky Dome, and the Sky Dome, the car, and the lady at the beginning with the race girl with the board.
No.
So she'd just be standing there in thin air, and she'd walk towards you, with no track, a car, and the Sky Dome, and you could still race it and finish it, and yeah, if you knew the track like off the top of your head, you could race it, and you could. The other cars were there as well, so you could like kind of follow them around if you knew where. If you kind of knew the track layout, so I used to play that, and I got so good at it, I could always come first, even though there was no track. That was my favorite.
Cool.
I used to do it over and over again. It's like, hey, check this out, and they didn't remove it. There was loads of games that I tested and I got like to completely either crash or completely just totally glitch the game, and they never took them out and they just left them in. I was like, yeah, great. And these were games that had already been like in Japan and they shipped in the States, and they said, well, they're in the States and in Japan in that state, so no, we'll just leave them. Fair enough. I was like, sweet. So okay, fair enough. Yeah, but that was my favorite one because I think I found it. I don't think anyone else actually found it. So
sweet.
They were like,
All
yeah,
right.
whatever. It's in the Japanese release. Just whatever. Waive it, I think they said. So, okay.
Ship it.
Yep. Anyways, next, Common Rider 1. Elliot, you...
But I got a little bit too excited.
Yes, you did. You rattled this one off, so rattle it off again.
My bad. When you feel like you are getting burned out on video games, what do you do to pass the time otherwise? Any hobbies?
Dirty magazines?
In my case, I talk about video games a lot and I write about video games a lot, but my main focus is actually Japanese film and animation. So I watch and write about a lot of that stuff in my free time. That and Kung Fu.
So you know Kung Fu?
I do know Kung Fu
Is
since
that-
I was 5.
Is that before the red or blue pill?
That was that's after the
David Carradine.
magenta pill.
Oh, really? Excellent day. So you were anime and Kung Fu, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Eric?
I read a lot. Manga, books.
You
Lots
read
of
what,
reading.
Japanese or English?
Primarily Japanese, yeah.
Ah, wowza. Okie dokie. Cheesy?
I used to be able to say studying Japanese, but I passed my level 1, so now I don't have that so much anymore.
So you don't have a
You're
hobby?
done with Japanese.
I'm done with Japanese. I'm done learning. No, that's not true. Sleep is nice.
I have no hobbies.
Exploring Japan is nice.
Which what?
Exploring Japan.
Okay, yeah, that's always good, right?
Yeah.
That's old.
Have you got a
Get out.
Have you got a motorbike?
No, I do not. I
Exploring
don't have
Japan
any
on
sort
a-
of motorized vehicle.
Well, you should because.
So you have a horse and carriage then?
No, I don't have a horse or carriage either. I just ride around on the trains.
yeah,
Fine.
you should get a motorbike. Exploring Japan on a motorbike is amazing.
I have a bicycle.
No motorbike.
Attach an engine to the bicycle.
Yes.
Oh, that's just for like riding uphill and stuff if you're weak.
That's true.
Weak, pathetic fool.
What about you, Martin?
Meyer.
What?
Maya? Maya?
Meyer?
You know
Huh?
Maya?
Maya?
3D? 3D
Oh,
modeling?
Maya?
Ah, Maya. Okay.
Oh, I
Maya.
thought you were mired in your own self-loathing or something.
No. Maya. 3D. I like
Oh,
to
okay.
Ah,
I like
cool.
to study 3D. Study 3D in Maya. I build stuff, render stuff. I want to get back into the video games industry, so I've started to study Maya again. I used to use it every day and use it for work and that, but I dropped off, and I need to get back into it. So as of late, as of like for the past 2 years, I've been doing Maya. So
Neat.
just started ZBrushing as well, so that's interesting. So yeah, I'm trying to get physics working within my animations, texturing and stuff like that. So just Maya, just trying to get back into it. So
Cool.
to me, that's interesting. It's very interesting, but some people are like, "Wow, that's extremely boring, man." You sit there for hours. I mean, sometimes you sit there for like 12 hours, and it looks like you've accomplished nothing because it's just a load of boxes, and it's like
But you got those boxes to move in a very small, specific way.
Not even moving. I mean, just to build a model takes hours and hours and hours, and that's not even textured. That's just a flat shaded, garage shaded, like model, and that's not. It's not animated. It's not textured. It's not lit. It's not mapped. So there's no physics to it. It just takes you a long time to build anything. I mean, anything that's actually worth showing somebody.
And next time you listeners look at a 3D model in a video game, think about how long it took the modeler to draw that.
Oh, it takes a while, right? I mean, anyone who's worked with like any kind of technology, they know that.
Yep.
You should know that the things don't just go ping and then they just pop out and they're like you do it in 10 minutes. These things take ages.
I used to do special effects in film, in short films and stuff, and even just there was just mind-numbing the amount of time I had to spend sitting at a computer, like just thinking about it makes me want to go cry in a corner somewhere. And that was for like very brief, like, I don't know, 48 frames of a special effect, and you're just hours upon hours upon hours.
Right.
Have some respect, people.
So yeah, I mean, it takes a long time to produce these things, and like say for instance, I'm building a car, and so far the car's taken me over 30 hours.
Dang.
So that's the outside, it's the wheels, it's the interior, lights, you know. So I mean, things like this take a while.
If it were Gran Turismo, it would take you more like 5 years.
Well, each car, I think with Gran Turismo, like I think there was one person on one car for 6 months.
Oh, good gravy.
So
My heart aches.
but to do that kind to get to that kind of level is like wow. It's amazing to get to that kind of level in Gran Turismo. And that's something I strive for. I want to get to that level. I want to be able to do that. So that's my goal. That's my target.
Man, for Gran Turismo 6, I'm sure they're fussing over the texture of the floor mats.
Seriously, yeah.
Why not?
That you only see in first-person view if you look down.
Well, if you use head tracking and you look down, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be just the right amount of fuzziness. Dang it.
Anyways, let's move on. Sorry about that. That's
I can grab the next one.
okie dokie.
Says
I think it's just pronounced.
he's a great guy, but I don't know how to pronounce his tag.
I think it's pronounced Jerry.
Japan's been revisiting an awful lot of old anime and game series lately, like Berserk and JoJo. Is this a healthy trend? In the case of anime, at least, and specifically for stuff like Berserk and JoJo, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing because series like that never got complete works that actually accurately represented the source material.
Evangelion.
You know, like Berserk had a TV series, but it kind of ended at a really awkward point. Whereas the films, I think, have been doing I've seen both films and reviewed the second one for Japan as well. And both films have done a really good job of compressing the manga content and putting it into a really big budget shell. I haven't, JoJo hasn't actually aired yet, but I mean, it can't be worse than some of the really awful adaptations of JoJo that exist. So,
I think it's good.
Things.
I think it's good because it brings people who weren't necessarily around at the time into it. Because JoJo's just come out, so JoJo's what? How many years old is that? Like 20 years old?
This is 25th anniversary, actually.
Yeah, so there you go. So the kids now didn't have a clue about it, but now they're getting into it and they're spending the monies, and the monies is getting put back into the company, and the company's doing video games for it. So yeah, I only see it as a plus.
Yeah. Plus, it beats the pachinko machines that they get anyway.
Oh,
All these old things, they get pachinko machines all the time. I'd rather have new anime, new video games, new books, anything than pachinko machines.
New real material.
Right.
Okie dokie. Right. Eric, you want to go with the next one?
Do I read the next one? Yeah, I can read the next one.
Yeah.
A question for you guys. Hottest chick in Japan right now, other than your mate?
Cheesy.
I would have to say Ayase Haruka.
Which is...
she is probably the most famous actress / model in Japan right now. She's been in multiple TV shows and movies, notably Hotaru no Hikari, The Light of the Fireflies, Rookies, and Jin.
Oh, she was in Jin.
Yeah, she was the nurse in Jin.
Oh!
Jin is
really good.
This show about a time-traveling doctor from the present Tokyo who falls off the roof of his hospital and lands in Meiji era Tokyo.
It sounds crazy, but it's awesome.
Yeah, so he's helping out.
Is that the new release?
There have actually been 2 seasons of it just recently.
A couple of years ago, I think it started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this doctor from modern Japan introduces penicillin into Meiji era Japan. So he may have surreptitiously discovered it before, what's his name? I forget who discovered penicillin in the West. Anyway, Fleming discovered penicillin. Yeah. So I don't know if that's an anachronism or what, but anyway, he's introducing all sorts of modern medical practices into Meiji era Japan. So it's like, wow, it's pretty awesome.
Definitely.
And then Ayase Haruka was also in the movies My Girlfriend is a Cyborg and Oppai Volleyball.
Nice Oppai.
Oppai, for those of you playing along at home, is the Japanese word for boobs. So
nice Oppai.
Volleyball. Yeah.
That was my favorite quote in the movie. There's just this like older guy and like they're playing volleyball and like they spike and like score and the guy just like goes thumbs up. It's like nice Oppai.
Yeah. That movie is interesting in that its plot involved Ayase Haruka playing the volleyball teacher, and all of her students are like 10-year-old boys who are, just coming of age, and the opening scene is of them riding their bikes down a hill, holding their hands up into the air to simulate what boobs feel like. So these kids are all obsessed, and when they see their teacher, Ayase Haruka, they're like, oh my gosh. And they challenge her to a bet that if they can become a winning volleyball team, then she will show them her breasts.
Japan, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a real good movie, though. It really is.
Thanks, Japan.
It is actually a good movie.
Thanks for all the good memories.
Actually, she's the girl in the Nintendo commercial, right? Coin, 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 coin,
She
coin,
is
coin,
the girl
coin.
in the new Super Mario Brothers 2 commercials. And she goes, coin, 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 coin.
She almost gets me to buy that game every single time I see that commercial.
She is super cute.
Right. Okay.
Enough fan.
I'm trying to get like how she's gone from Oppai girl to coin, 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 coin Nintendo girl.
Doesn't matter.
Thanks to her manager, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess so. She's got a bit of a crooked smile.
Really?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare talk bad about our waifu.
Why? Oh, speaking of waifu. There's some dude on Twitter who does waifu, right?
I love that guy.
He's actually just posted something. Shoko? It's like image is not found. 404.
That's a bummer.
It literally is a bummer because the picture is of a girl's bum. Waifu, do anyone know who this is on Twitter?
No idea.
No idea?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
I wish I did, though. I want to shake his hand.
Well, yeah, so if you want to follow somebody on Twitter is DatWaifu, which is DatWaifu.
That is a butt crack. That is a butt crack in this picture.
It is, isn't it? I could open a bottle of beer with that.
Wow, that is. Anyway.
She's got hooks in that pants as well.
All right, moving on. Massimo. With his questions, always asking the question.
No, not that fast, first fella, not that fast. Cheesy was the only one who answered.
I thought that was the only answer.
What?
Isn't that the only answer?
Is that the only answer? Have we all got to agree on coin, 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 girl?
I'm pretty sure.
You don't have to agree.
No, we do.
No, you don't. Let's hear them.
No?
Sacrilegious. Go ahead.
Ueto Aya. SoftBank girl. No?
Hold on. Who? Say it again.
Ueto Aya.
She's cute, but
I should not have Google image searched that. Anyway. Anyway,
that's my one. That's my choice.
All right, so we all agree on Ayase Haruka then.
No. Okay, moving on.
I refuse to say. I will not admit.
What? Oh, come on.
His wife's listening. Doesn't want to say.
Mm-hmm.
She's standing there with a
she's
knife.
sitting right there.
She's sitting there
right here.
A knife sitting there.
Finding the old Bobbit experience.
Say anything and you're dead.
Don't you do that every weekend for fun? Isn't that how you have fun?
Oh yeah. No, I just wear silk underwear. That's how I get my fun.
TMI.
Okay, moving on then.
Okay, go.
Awesome.
Yes.
There's questions. All these questions. Have you tried Treasure Park, which at Yasp tweets a lot about?
Yuhei Yoshida, head of Sony Worldwide Studios.
Yoshida.
Nope.
Not yet. Steven said he did, but he said, I'm not going to talk about it by myself. So
well, I can imitate Steven for a second, though. Hi, guys. My name is Steven. Treasure Park is fun. Thanks. See you later.
Well, I don't think it should be a free game because you can't make any money. There you go. That was Steven. Sorry.
Wait for another podcast.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
More Hasamo questions.
Okay.
God, you have so many questions. Dragon Quest X, still good, or did people stop already? It's still going good. No one has stopped playing. PSO2, news about the update make you want to play. I get the feeling that's at me.
Update?
Yes. The new updates look really cool. The new classes look really cool. I still plan on playing more of that game. It's just time.
Wait, what was this update?
It's added a bunch of new classes, new areas, new monsters. I mean, all of their updates have been pretty sizable, but this one adds like a really new gunner class that kind of looks like a Resonance of Fate gunner style. Like you can do bullet time and stuff.
Does it take 5 hours for it to download?
I mean, probably longer now that there's way more updates, but
yeah,
I mean, you know.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to go back to it until I see the Vita version.
Okay.
Which is in 2 weeks at TGS. So, okay, next. Cheesy?
Yes.
Go.
All right. Have you ever felt ashamed after buying a certain game? And if so, what game was it? That's from Agrisoni1.
Yes.
Oh, please tell.
Yes. You might actually end up cutting this out, but I'll be honest. So the game is Fallout 3, and that might seem weird until you hear the reason. No, there's a different reason.
Is it because of the bomb?
No, it's awkward, but
okay.
I went to Hiroshima and walked around the Peace Museum, and after walking around there and all that stuff, like this was about the time. I know Fallout 3 had been out for a while, but like after that, I was just like, I really have this feeling to play Fallout 3 because of walking around, you know, the bomb museum basically. It's kind of weird, but like, yeah, like just seeing all that stuff, I was kind of like, I'll never experience. I never want to experience this, but it's just, you know, so many thoughts.
Like
and
world like that.
Yeah. And I guess Fallout 3 was the closest thing. Not that you would want to experience it, of course.
So when you went into the store, did you felt weird asking for it?
Kind of, yeah. Just, I mean, I didn't say anything.
Like a remorse feeling or what?
Just kind of like, well, I mean, I'm an American in Japan, buying a game about nuclear warfare after being in a museum about nuclear war. So it's kind of just a awkward thing in myself, you know, not that I really say. And I kind of feel bad about it, but yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever bring myself to visit the memorial sites. I don't think I would be able to handle it, personally.
I couldn't. I broke down.
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah. Yeah, Hiroshima I did. Nagasaki, not as much, but that's also because I live here, and it's kind of like every day it's a little bit like, wow. Okay. Yeah.
We love Japan.
Yeah, if you can't tell.
let's just be clear, we love Japan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let's try and pick that up again. So, Drizzle Lips.
That's an awkward name.
Yeah. Where to go when visiting Japan? Of course, it would be awesome to be able to see a games shop and arcade. Buy some Vita games.
Standard not too high.
Go to Akihabara. You will not be disappointed.
Well, if you like video games, yeah, that's the mecca of video games.
No,
it is. Yes, it is.
Osaka's catching up, right? Den Town. Also, you can get flying gets in Den Town as well. So yeah,
that's true. I feel like though, if you only go to Tokyo, you're not really getting Japan. And I feel like if you go to a Kansai like Kyoto, Osaka, you can get like the cool Japanese city stuff, but you can also get like the cultural, historical stuff too. A lot easier.
You don't get the full Japan experience until you're knee deep in a rice paddy.
That's very true.
Has anyone ever planted rice?
I have.
Yeah, me too. With school, it was quite fun.
Yeah, it's hard work.
Kind of backbreaking though, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you see so many old people hunched over.
Yeah. Big time. And
you guys out west, you don't know hunched over old people until you come to Japan.
Seriously, they push around these carts like they could never stand up again.
No, they've never seen the sunrise.
Yeah, it's crazy. They can't look up.
No, they can't.
And like it sounds like a joke, but they really can't. They're always looking
really
up.
That's
like 90 degrees, right? Some of them.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's completely 90 degrees.
Yeah, and then have you ever made mochi?
I have made mochi. That's also fun.
That's like with the big hammer. It's great.
Hitting
mochi is rice paste.
Rice paste, right? Well, it's just rice like all smashed up with a bit of water on top of it, and you just smack it with a big hammer.
Big wooden
when
hammer.
Those guys, when they make that, oh my god, they go fast. The hands, it's like there's one guy moving it around, and there's another guy hitting it with a hammer.
And somehow they don't hit.
Yeah, no injuries.
Well, we did it in school. We had there's a rice field in our school. And we plant the rice, and then we harvest the rice, and then we use the rice for school sometimes, and then also to make mochi as well.
That's cool.
So it's pretty cool.
Most mochi
self-sufficient school because they also grow a lot of their own vegetables as well, which is nice. Yeah, it's cool. Anyway, sorry, what was that?
Isn't most mochi factory made now?
Oh, that's depressing.
I have no idea. I don't eat it. Just like I liked smashing the crap out of it because it was like a stress reliever.
I mean, yeah, I can well imagine, for ceremonial and like festival purposes, it's still pounded with a hammer by a human. But for production purposes, I'd imagine that it's machine made.
Probably faster and more efficient. I imagine.
Probably. Okay, next. You wanna go with the next one, Elliot?
Okay. Just another otaku asks, with Martin hiding Senran Kagura Busto from his wife, anyone been caught playing embarrassing game stories? Anybody have stories of?
Oh yeah. I can go.
Yeah, go please.
Okay, so this is maybe not what you expect, but so I'm sitting at my computer one day playing a game. And all of a sudden, my father walks into my room, and he says, "Son, we have to have a talk." I'm like, "Okay, Dad, what's up?" He's like, "Well, I'm hearing things coming from your computer, and if you want to watch pornographic videos, you should probably wait until you're 18, where it's legal. Not have the volume so loud." I'm like, "Dad, I'm playing Diablo." Because if you remember when the what was that? What was the female class? The female class. Anyway, whenever she got hit, she was like, and my father thought I was watching porn.
Did he say, "Greetings, son. Stay a while and listen"?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
I got nothing that'll top that.
Because my roommate, my freshman year in college, played Diablo quite extensively, and I heard that line over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Were you me? Are you me? Because
Because you played that game, yeah.
No. My roommate did. Oh my god.
Oh, your roommate did, yeah.
Diablo 2 actually, but oh my god.
Yeah, that one background theme song with the string guitar. Anyway.
My roommate would go kill all the enemies and then go to sleep to that music.
I think the only one I was slightly embarrassed about was when my wife asked me, she saw Lollipop Chainsaw, the front cover and the girly, and she said, "Are you going to go have our own nanny?" And I was like, "Nope."
Are you going to tell the listeners what that means?
Are you going to masturbate?
There we go.
I was like, no.
I was also really confused for a second there. Thank you very much, Cheesy.
You what?
I was also very confused at what that meant.
You didn't know what that meant?
It's a new Japanese vocabulary word.
Oh, there you go. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. And I was like, no, it's a video game. You daft. Are you crazy? No, go away. Turn around. And yeah. And I sold it. So, end of argument. Anyways, yeah, that was probably my most embarrassing. But no, I haven't really had any embarrassing stories. And I didn't hide Senran from Wifey either. I didn't care.
Let me think. I think my most embarrassing moment playing a video game has been playing Killer Instinct on the Super NES. B. Orchid has this finishing move where she rips open her top and exposes herself.
Oh, yeah, she stands her back to you, right?
Yeah, she has her back turned to the camera, but the other character who you're performing a finishing move on can see, and their eyes bug out, and they pass out. And, yeah, it was a bit awkward ever trying that move when the parents were around.
So why even pull that move off when the parents are around? So that's just your fault?
Yeah, I didn't. I tried to hide it.
What do you mean you tried to? All you'd have to do is just leave the character there and don't do nothing, fall over.
Right, yeah. Anyway, the best I got.
Ah, rubbish. Anyway,
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
Nothing.
Well, you live alone, so it's alright.
Yeah.
You just embarrass yourself.
Exactly. I just cry myself to sleep every night.
Fair enough. Who wants to take this Formula One Uber fan?
I got it.
Okay.
Your greatest issue in Japan, that it's a pain in the butt.
Paperwork. Everything in, I don't know why, everything in Japan, even though there's computers everywhere, everything needs to be done on paper, and you need a hanko as well. It's like, go away with the damn hankos.
You need to fill out your address in triplicate.
And if you make a single mistake, you can't just erase it. You'll just have to do the whole thing over again.
Yeah.
No, you can sometimes cross it out and then write it in and then hanko it.
Yeah, you got to hanko the mistake.
Sometimes you'll do that. They'll ask you to do that, and you'll do it, and you'll give it back to them, and then they'll call you over and be like, actually, it turns out that wasn't okay, and you just got to do it all over.
So actually, hanko is a stamp.
It's a seal.
One time.
It's a stamp, yeah. So basically,
your name stamp.
Your name stamp, yeah.
It's like your signature.
It's like, it's a signature. It's like, I don't know why, but I mean, it's really easy to forge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and yet it's your official signature
against an official signature, which I don't get as well, because when you're in Japan and you pay by credit card and you sign, they don't look at the damn signature. They just give you your card back. I've never once had anyone look at my signature. You pay the card, they put it through the machine. I sign it. They don't put them side by side to check like they do in the West.
Yeah.
They just pass you the card back and there you go.
It's very much a cash and carry country here. Everyone pays by cash, not by credit card.
Yeah,
I think that's why they're not used to that sort of procedure.
Checking. Yeah, but I do really get annoyed with the amount of paperwork Japan has and the amount of things that they can't be sanctioned until there's 5 stamps on it. Like Elliot and Eric know that when you're in school, like Kyoto Sensei and that, before anything could be gets the red light, the whole board has to stamp it. Everybody, you know.
Yep.
And it's like, really? There's there's 5 lots of paperwork, all with exactly the same information on it. and every person has to put their little mark on it.
In some ways, it's kind of incredible just how convoluted it is.
Yeah, it's
It's
extremely
like the
convoluted.
bureaucracy in Futurama.
Honestly, yeah.
No, but it's extremely annoying, right?
It
Oh, yeah.
is.
Like you go to the bank and they won't accept anything. Other
You
than,
have to write your name in just the exact right order, too.
Yeah.
They
Oh, man.
They won't
Okay.
let you skip your middle name because
Nope.
it was on your passport,
Yep.
and it has to be last name, first name, middle name. When that's not how we write our name, and we always drop our middle name, so we always write first name, last name.
Mhm.
No, that's not acceptable.
And-
No, you have to fill it out all over again.
And depending on where you are, too, I've run into places where they make me do this and some places where they don't, but typically at the bank they do. Because on my passport, like, my name is in all capital letters. If I
What?
don't write my name in all capital letters,
They won't.
they make me do it over again.
God.
Yeah, because they're like, this is how it is here. And I'm like, that doesn't make a difference. Like, that's just
I had
the
to
font thing.
I had to go into the bank with because I've got 2 stamps, and
Yeah.
I had to go in and verify which one I used to open the
gee.
account with. So, yeah, it's a pain. And but when you verify it, then you've got to like fill in like 3 pieces of paper to do the verification of your stamp, and it's like, come on with the damn paperwork.
Which involves filling out your address in triplicate again.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And it's like,
It's just it's
really?
never ending, guys.
It's just
At this
never
point,
ending. Like,
I'm ready to buy a special custom-made stamp with my address on it, so I can just go ka-chunk
Seriously, right?
with my address already. It's like, oh, I never want to write it again.
Have you guys ever had to fix a mistake? Like, check this. When I came to Japan, I had to write down my old address in the States. So I wrote it down, and when they put it in, I guess I didn't write for a road, my RD. I didn't write it completely clear. So they input RCL.
What?
They didn't put RD, they put RCL. So when I'm getting all the paperwork for my son, I see this mistake, and I'm like, hey, can you fix this? And they're like, well, we can't fix it. It has to be, you have to like show us like a license or some paperwork with your address on it, which I don't have anymore. And then, you have to go through all this just to change the RCL to an RD. I'm like,
Stupid typo.
it's like a typo. If you had the wrong kanji, you would change it, right? And they're like, but we can't. You got to have the proof. The proof. You could be lying. I'm like, lying about RD instead of RCL. Okay.
If in America this would never happen, they would
No, not
quickly fix the typo.
Probably
I mean-
with a pen that they grab off from the side.
yeah, or just on the computer straight
Yeah.
away. There
Like,
you go.
bam,
It's done. Yeah.
Actually, no, I take it all back. Forget paperwork. Banking.
Just in general.
Bank.
Yeah,
Just
bank.
banking.
The worst.
Banks are
the-
paperwork hell.
The ATMs?
My
The
wife.
ATMs.
The hours, the fees.
Oh, what's
The-
that? No one uses an ATM at night, of course, right? No one uses an ATM after 9 o'clock at night, right, guys? I mean,
Eliminate the benefit of having a machine that can operate 24 hours a day. Why would you restrict that to certain hours of operation? That makes zero sense.
oh, what's that? On the weekend, you don't want to use the ATM after 7 o'clock on the weekends because no one needs money after 7 at night. on the
No one
weekends,
goes out, right?
guys?
Everyone just stays at
Yeah,
home, right?
no. So we're just gonna shut these down at 7 for you.
How about the week around New Year's where you can't take money out?
Oh, that's brilliant.
What about like when the banks are only open from 11 o'clock till 3 o'clock? So if
What
you
is
work,
that?
if you work, you have no chance whatsoever of going to the bank because the banks are not even open on a Saturday.
Well, that's the same as in the West, too. I mean, bank hours are crazy stupid short.
no. In the UK, they're not.
In America, they're crazy stupid.
In the UK,
They're
you
stupid.
can go on a Saturday. They're open from 9 o'clock till 5:30 or 6, depending on
Yeah, in
what.
America, bank hours on Saturdays are like from, 11 till 1?
No.
Granted, at least on Saturday they have banking hours compared to here where they just don't.
Yeah. Well, if you work in Japan and you need to get to the bank, you need to take a day off.
Or have your significant other go.
Or a
and do
long
something.
lunch.
Yeah. Or well, it depends if a long lunch means that, because if you want to go to the bank in Japan and you want to do any banking, like proper banking, you need to go to the bank that you opened your bank account at.
Oh, that's not true. I've never gone to the branch where I have my account.
Likewise, yeah.
Well, I have to like change cards and stuff.
I think it depends.
I had to go.
Oh, that could be true too.
I had to go to the branch bank to change my credit cards.
Oh.
The other places wouldn't do it. They refused.
Stupid.
Told me to go to the place I opened it at. I was like, okay, thank you. Thanks for wasting the day.
Yeah, guys, banking and paperwork here make you want to throw yourself into a metal door.
Right. I've got a pain in the butt.
Yeah, an entirely different issue.
Yeah, it's like been sitting here for 5 hours. My butt is numb.
All right.
Literally.
My left
other
cheek
big
is
pet
asleep.
peeve-
Sorry, yes.
My other big pet peeve about Japan: smokers.
Oh god. Oh god.
We don't have to get into it, but I'll just leave that there.
Just smokers everywhere.
Drivers.
Yeah, and smoking is allowed in most restaurants.
Yep.
Though some have special smoking sections which don't really cordon it off very well at all.
No, it's just like in the corner.
So it still
and
permeates
and
into the non-smoking
Yeah,
section.
and aircon, which is on really low, like, and it's meant to be sucking the fumes out, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, right.
So my favorite is when I see people in a car with all their windows closed
And they got
and
a
they're
kid.
smoking,
With the
and
kid.
like,
Yeah.
and you're just like, it's wrong on so many levels.
Not
guys.
only
Come
that,
on.
they've got a child stuck in there, and the child's got no choice but suck up all that smoke.
Guys, you're doing it wrong.
Guys, you're killing your kids.
Doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
Last question
Okay. Last question. Oh,
from Nintendo
God.
Tweet. Which one of you guys is single and hot?
Elliot.
Elliot all the way.
Elliot for the win.
I'm married.
Me too. I have 2 kids.
I'm married. But I mean,
I'm not married. I'm currently single.
even
Do you have a wife?
Even if-
Elliot,
You were-
On the prowl.
I am on the prowl, yes.
on the pull. Hey, Nintendo Tweet, you got a chance with Elliot. Yeah, he's got a big pillow, so you might want to exchange that big pillow.
What? What are we talking about?
Oh, you got a big girly pickup pillow, right?
No, I don't.
I'm joking.
that's not what I saw.
Oh,
That was supposed to be a secret, Eric.
Oh, sorry.
right. Okay.
You got it for me for Valentine's Day.
Ending on
Why'd
an
you say that?
auspicious note, aren't we?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
a good way to end it, I think.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do.
I'll put my details in the show notes.
Yeah,
Ladies, call him.
day or night.
Day or night.
Excellent.
Wow.
I can give everyone your Skype address.
Is this desperation?
No.
No, come on.
It's just hotness.
This is Elliot we're talking about. You could choose anybody, right?
Okay.
What about those chicks at the traffic lights who are eyeing you up?
Yeah, that's true. I thought I had something going on elsewhere, but I think I'm gonna cut that off
No.
before it gets bad. Yeah.
Yeehaw. Anyways, okay, let's do some house cleaning.
Yay!
So you want to get in touch with us? You can get in touch with us via the Twitter. And Elliot, your Twitter is?
Ryoga Saotome.
Eric?
Revenant Kyoku.
Cheesy?
Cheesemeister 3K.
And I'm DJ Mizuhara. If you want to get in touch with Steven, it's Steve_RedSunG.
That's me, Steve.
That's me, Steve. Steve_RedSunG. There you go. That's Steven. If you want to get in touch with us on the YouTube, it's youtube.com/RedSunGamerTV.
Yes.
We do live streams sometimes. And those live streams are on Justin TV/RedSunGamer. We're going to TGS, and hopefully everybody on this podcast will be there. Eric, are you going?
No.
Okay,
Can't
everyone
make it.
on this podcast will not be there.
Eric, do a scan of your face and then send it to me, and I can print it out and wear it sometimes.
What?
That way you'll be
I think we should
show.
make stickers, and we can just stick his face all over TGS.
Just put him on a poster and plaster.
Why would you do that?
Just stick
Why
it
wouldn't you
everywhere.
do that, Cheesy?
Yeah, I think we should get some graffiti of Eric's face all over TGS.
Oh man.
Yeah. I was at Sony. Slap her on there.
Sounds like a bad idea all around.
Sounds like a good idea because like nobody will know who he is. So it's like no.
They will after TGS.
Well, it's not like they're going to put his Twitter name on there or anything like that. His
Wait,
handle.
we're not?
No. Oh
boy.
Should we? Yeah, let's get him into trouble.
I'm never going to be allowed in the TGS again.
Right, okay. And what else have we got going on? Yeah, okay, so TGS, the plan is to do a single podcast probably after the Friday, because the first 2 days is the Thursday, Friday is business day. So hopefully we'll get one recorded on the Friday and hopefully post it on the Saturday. I'm not planning on going to the public event, which is the Saturday, Sunday. I'm not planning on going to that craziness because it's it's
crazy packed.
It's death.
I will be there Saturday just for the experience.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so are we planning on recording this in person this time?
We're all going to be sitting
Oh
in
my
the same room on the same bed, all holding each other's hand.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, all in person. Yeah, should be good.
Let's do it. Medi will be there as well.
Medi will be there. Steven will be there. I think Kyle will be there as well.
Kyle will be there as well.
Well, if he can get the day off, I don't know. I'm not too sure, but yeah. Yeah, so there should be at least 6 of us.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I don't know if the computer can handle that, but yeah, let's do it anyway. So yeah, TGS starts on the 20th of September, so it's like 2 weeks. Yeah?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks. So yeah, so it should be fun. Look forward to that. Look forward to meeting everybody because it'll be the first time I'd be able to get to meet Elliot, Cheesy. Eric's not going. Kyle will be there. Yeah, so it'll be cool to meet everyone for the first time and actually put avatars to faces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
My son is crying. I know. I can hear him. Poor little guy. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'd like to say thank you for listening to episode 47. This is kind of an epic podcast.
Oh, God, this is going to be huge, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what
This is going to be like close to 5 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 hours 50.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Good God.
Have fun, guys. We've been gone for a month.
This is what happens. Actually, we recorded before as well, right? And it didn't get put up.
We had technical issues.
We had technical issues. Yeah, I think it was because there was over 5 people on the Skype, and Skype just didn't want to play ball.
So thanks for listening.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, if you've made it this far, you are a champion.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So thanks for listening. We'll hope to be back next week for episode
with Nintendo news.
48. Oh, Nintendo news. Yeah. Which will not be like it will not represent anything from Japan, right? Because it's all in the States.
We don't know.
That's true. Who knows what could happen by next week?
We might have quite a lot to discuss regarding the Wii U by this time next week.
Might do, but
yeah.
But this event is in the US, right?
Yeah, so we should at least have US launch details to discuss.
I'm not interested in that. Sorry.
No,
okay.
I don't.
Well,
it's
the Japanese system.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I just get angry.
Damn it, Mark.
I just get rather angry. It's like, release it in Japan, please.
Yeah, hope so.
Exactly. But yeah, that's Nintendo for you, though. I'm hoping that they do. Because was the 3DS was launched in Japan first, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So was the Wii?
The Wii was not.
The Wii was not, right? No, it wasn't.
The Wii was launched the Sunday before Black Friday in America and wasn't released in Japan until early December.
I think it was December 1st, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That changes everything.
So what is it? Handhelds for Japan and home consoles for the West?
I don't know. Let's see. It was December 2nd, 2006 for Japan.
Right,
so.
right.
It's hard to predict the Japanese date. I would be less inclined to make a guess, but My educated guess for America is Sunday, November 18th.
I reckon it'll be December again for Japan then.
I would not be surprised, but
much
I wouldn't
in line.
venture a guess.
Yeah, much in line with the Wii, the Wii launch.
I guess we'll know at least half of that come next week.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Looking forward to it.
looking forward to it. Okay, so yeah, let's. Is Eric back?
I'm here.
Oh, hello, welcome back.
I gotta be quiet. Babies.
So let's sign off.
Let's sign off then. Yeah, let's get your ass to bed. Okie dokie. So, thank you for listening to episode 47. What's got us some of this?
Got some of this.
Some of this.
Yosh.